So we're gonna get started in about 10 seconds, and unfortunately, if you've never played the series, I'm not gonna be able to go over a lot of the story stuff because we go through it pretty quickly. One thing about this game, the first game versus the other two, is there are very, very few like voice-acted cutscenes. So most of it's me mashing through text, and it's kind of hard to go over it and like maintain focus and think about what I got to do next. The world record for this game, I posted in chat earlier, 6 hours and 18 minutes and some seconds. The world record for the second game is 6 hours and 17 minutes, and I think the world record for the third game is 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
It's like 4:23, I think.
Okay, so
like
you're looking at about 16 and a half to 17 and a half hours, or 17 hours probably for all three games. So we're going to get started right now. And one thing about Shadow Hearts 1 that's different than Shadow Hearts Covenant is it's a first-gen, obviously it's a first-gen PS2 game, so the graphics are slightly worse. Also, the square button was the menu button, and triangle is cancel, and it's blasphemy, just in case anybody was curious. And if you ever make a video game...
it's not a good time. I always change the buttons as soon as I started playing this game.
Yeah, you can also, there's a minor, like, it's not really a trick, but it actually saves you time, is you can, if you load a file that already has settings and die and just start a new game, it'll carry over your settings, or if you do a new game plus, it'll carry over all your settings. I don't do it just because I just don't, it's not a big deal. But you can do that, and it saves you a couple like you saw me menu there to put the text speed to fast. You'd actually be able to skip that, which is just a few seconds. I'm not using splits because they depress me. Secondarily, right there, you saw like one of the mechanics. This game has your generic RPG mechanics, HP, MP, and then it has SP, which are sanity points, which is throughout the entire series. Do you want to?
Yeah, they don't really come into play in the speedrun much, like usually not that much, but essentially they're a kind of like a stat that limits how many turns you're allowed to take, so you can't like cheese out bosses by playing super defensively all the time. Kind of, but basically every turn you take, it depletes by one. In Yuri's case, if he goes into a fusion form, it actually depletes more than that, like it'll be 2 or more depending on what kind of fusion you have. And once it depletes to 0, you lose control of that character. They just do random stuff like they're confused, and they usually don't do much of anything that's useful. And then they don't get experience at the end of battle either. So to avoid that, you can actually buy items that give you more SP to use as a consumable in battle. But in the speedrun, because you're trying to complete it in as few turns as possible, it doesn't really come to play that much. That's kind of the gist of it. Different characters have different amounts. Yuri tends to have quite a bit because he has fusions that take more. There are some items that double how much SP you take per turn that give you more stats. So the drawback is it takes more SP away from you, but that's not till quite a bit later.
Also, that fight right there, that's a mandatory battle. It's a scripted battle. You must attack Roger Bacon once, and then he will do Black Surge and Revelation on his next 2 turns. The first attack he does is all RNG. He can do between 1 and 4 attacks, and you want him to do 1. I got a pretty good pattern. My menuing was a little bit sloppy, and then my wind shear fight was a little bit sloppy. Theoretically, all the Judgment Rings I miss in this run will be planned.
Purposeful.
Yeah, there won't be any that I miss that are just like, oh great, I missed a ring. In this game, Yuri uses an amount of SP to fuse into a demon, which you'll see fusion throughout the entire game. Yuri is 95% of our damage to the entire game. And he uses a specific amount to fuse into them, which is why he has so much. In the second game, it drains... We'll talk about the second game when we get to the second game. We'll just continue with this game.
Yeah, second and third just drains more. In this game, it just takes a bunch to fuse into. Yeah. Pretty much.
So those are the mechanics of the game. Other than that, mechanics of this game, everything is pretty, your standard fare.
You've got attacks, you've got magic, you can heal.
Yeah.
But the Judgment Ring system is basically where this series in general really does shine, because you're always putting it into your hands whether or not you can actually do a lot of damage by hitting the red strike zones on the ring. So the dial spins around. If you hit all the red strike zones, you do more damage. And that is something that this series focuses on quite heavily, because in this game in particular, you'll get an accessory later that doubles the speed of the Judgment Ring, or maybe even more than doubles it. I'm not really sure, but it makes it so you have a lot more agility, so you get a lot more turns. But the rotation of the dial in the ring goes super fast, so you don't really have any ability to hit the strike zones consistently. So you just have to like hit all the regular spots usually because of how little time you actually have to actually hit the red zones. In a speedrun, that's actually helpful because it makes the ring go faster. And there's another item you'll get later that's called the Mind's Eye. It's another accessory that makes the strike zones invisible, but you do double damage. So you're kind of combining a super fast ring with not being able to see where anything is, but obviously with a lot of practice, you'll know where everything is anyways, and you'll get through it pretty quickly.
Yeah, in a speedrun, we utilize that item. It's called a flash badge. It doubles your indicator movement speed, but it also gives you plus 20 agility, which is unbelievable. In the first 2 games, actually, in all 3 games technically, your agility defines how fast your base indicator speed is. However, the flash badge completely ignores your agility value and just doubles the base indicator speed for Yuri, so it's always like just really, really fast. Also, in role-playing games, a lot of RPGs, you talk about like RNG and manipulation, things like that. There is none in this game. You just get the number of battles you get, and so on and so forth.
So far.
Yeah. So far. We haven't really delved into that.
It's tough to actually figure out RNG manipulation in the PS2 era because the emulator tools you actually have to look into that kind of stuff isn't quite as good as PS1 and earlier. But you could theoretically do a lot of trial and error and maybe figure something out.
And once we get the flash badge, our mandatory battles become random battles become irrelevant because whoever is equipped with a flash badge is always going to go first, except for in back attacks. However, in back attacks with Yuri, there is a potential that he could still go first, which is hilarious because he's so fast comparatively. This is pretty bad encounter luck for the planes. I'm not going to really delve into why this is bad. It just is obvious. You don't want to get as many battles on the planes, and you want to escape on first turn, and so on and so forth. And so far, it's not going so well.
Entire relay, we're probably looking at somewhere between, I don't know, like around 17 hours, 18 hours?
Yeah, I would think, depending on, average luck would be, 13,
I mean, if everything goes smoothly, that's what we'd be looking at. It could go as high as 20 if you get really, really bad luck, but
yeah,
probably nothing more than that.
Depending on how Susanoo is feeling today and how Lady is feeling today, or the trees.
Yeah, or anything, really,
yeah,
Part 3.
Yeah, it's just depending on how things go. There's going to be... I'm not going to safety save as much in this game. This game is fairly safe. You don't have a ton of just terrible things, just because in the first 2 games Yuri is completely overpowered compared to the game. He's by far the strongest character. He has the highest stats, and he can fuse into monsters that make his stats that are already higher than everything higher still.
Yeah, pretty
so
much.
He's just the most ridiculous overpowered character in the game.
And he gets so many different fusions you can collect, and there's only 2 you get in the speedrun, something like that.
Yeah, there are 3 total fusions in this game that we get. In the second game, there are. I missed this Judgment Ring, which is bad. There's 2 solutions to this puzzle. You can get this sluice gate handle or the bottom one. The bottom one's actually a push ring, and it takes 10 seconds no matter what you do because it has a timer on it. That one takes about 5 if you get on the first try. If you miss it, you don't gain any time over it. So this is a pretty average. But actually, this is a really bad planes, but whatever.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game in particular has a lot more Judgment Rings on the field than the other 2 games. The other 2 games just use it in battle, but this game has a lot of mini games that you have to hit them in varying ways.
Yeah.
This game actually has a lot of different things that actually affect the ring. You've got items that make it so that you can never miss. It has stuff that gives you double the hit areas and stuff like that, whereas other games don't really have that as quite as much. You also have accessories that can reduce the speed to make it easier to hit them, but we never really use those either because we can just hit them regularly.
Yeah, there's an item in this game called... there's 2 different items. There's the flash badge, which unfortunately is not in the other 2 games. Again, it doubles your indicator speed and gives you plus 20 agility. The second item is it's called the Iron Clogs. They reduce your agility by 15, and they reduce your indicator speed by half. which is not terrible. The only problem is that everyone is really slow compared to Yuri, except for Haley, and you just don't want anyone especially in a speedrun to not take turns. I know normally we would, you'd want to manipulate like people not taking turns, but honestly the experience is pretty tight for certain characters in this game. Alice is just barely going to get to level 35, which we have to have her at to finish the run right now, because I can't find her a strat to beat Soul Block consistently other than having Arc. Things like that. So it is important for people to survive certain battles. Like, I'm going to be going out of my way to make sure that everybody survives. This is another scripted mandatory battle. He is going to do just his ability. He's going to do SP lowering, followed by a physical attack, followed by an ability that's called, it's 3 exclamation points. I call it surprise or bullshit attack or whatever you want to call it. Excuse my language, I apologize. It's completely ridiculous. It lowers you to 1 HP, and then he's going to kill me right after that. He's going to fuse into Death Emperor, which is the level 1 Dark Fusion, and then he's going to either physically attack me or he's going to use Dark Messenger, which is the level 1 magic spell. We want him to physically attack. It's the fastest. It's much faster than the animation, but he'll probably troll me, and I don't know why I tried to run away there. But we'll see. Let's see how it goes here.
Yeah, one other thing about experience is that if someone dies, everyone else still gets the same amount of experience no matter what. So you're just losing out. You're not gaining more for other characters or anything like that.
Yeah, if it were the other way around, if it were split amongst party members, I would pretty much just kill everyone off and make sure Yuri survived, because they're all pretty useless. Really, well, that's not true. Actually, they're all useful in their own way in the run. But it's really funny because we were talking a little bit about how SP works. I've had the game when I've had people go berserk, because there are enemies at the end of the game who do SP lowering like that, which reduces your SP by half. And I had the small jug on Alice for some reason in a fight when I was routing this game, and she used a Thera extract on Soul Block, which fully healed him.
Wow,
I was
nice.
I was not happy about it when I was routing.
And yeah, the small jug is the accessory that doubles your SP consumption.
Yeah.
So it's useful for getting more stats, like we were saying, but it doubles your SP consumption.
This is Raging Tiger. This fight is pretty static. You're gonna win it, and it's gonna take 3 turns to win unless you get critical hits. And I want to
speedrunning history of this series. Well, I don't know if it's that interesting, but basically there was a guy in Japan. His name goes by Nero Takanoko. He was probably the first person to speedrun the series. He did actually all 3 games. But there weren't any VODs available on Nico or anywhere like that. Like, that's the Japanese video site that they do most of their streaming on in Japan. But he had some times posted, and I tried looking for them, couldn't really find much. So one day, I decided just off base that I would try and route part 3, just to see if I could route a game I don't know a lot about, just kind of as like an exercise in routing, so to speak. And I had enjoyed the 3rd game quite a bit, so that's the only one I actually owned at the time, so I didn't actually play part 1 and 2. Then I saw one day Gerrick, once Twitch actually added the ability to follow games, it actually made it a lot easier to actually find people speedrunning games that you like, because you can just follow a game, and then whenever people are playing, you can kind of periodically check in on them and see what's going on. So that's kind of how I found Gerrick, I think, to begin with. It's just following all the Shadow Arts games, and like, oh, this guy's speedrunning part 1. So talk to him a little bit, who's on the call with me right now, and we're speedrunning the game. I'm LCC, by the way. In case you didn't know.
I didn't introduce anybody. We're just going.
Yeah.
F it.
We're pretty much
figure it out, people.
Just figure it out. Yeah. We'll all be in and out periodically, but and then I stream other games, and I noticed Bowie came into my stream one day and he said he was looking to run Shadow Hearts 2. And I know Gerrick was saying he was going to route that as well, so basically said, hey, you guys should talk to each other. And they decided 1 week, like literally like a week,
yeah.
They would just start playing that game and keep beating their heads against it until they eventually found out some sort of route, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah, it wasn't the best. It wasn't the best strategy.
Just but, it always ends up working eventually. It's definitely a way to route a game. It's not my way, but it's definitely if you just keep playing a game, like that's honestly how people started running games originally back in the day. You were never expecting to speedrun a game. You just kept playing a game a lot, and you kept playing it, and you just liked it. And then you decide one day, hey, I wonder how fast I can beat this game. And because you already know so much about the game, it kind of comes naturally. But nowadays, it's more, I want to speedrun. What game should I speedrun? So it isn't always a game you're currently playing constantly, which is quite a different dynamic. It's kind of interesting how it's changed a bit. But
Yeah.
but that's kind of how it's happened. And then I just basically said, I'll route part 3 because everyone else is playing these games.
Yeah.
And then we decided to do a relay. This is probably from like February through to now that all this happened, by the way. So these games had like no real good routes available online. Then for the past like 5 months or so, it just kind of all happened at once for all 3 games. And they've been beaten down quite heavily too.
Yeah.
So,
for example, when I started running this game, there's a speedrun guide on Game FAQs or Game Facts, whatever you want to call it. And it's not,
yeah, that's right.
Not to discredit the gentleman who wrote it, because it is okay. It's just not optimized at all. And he's like, you should get like a 745 with this. And I was like, okay, cool, 745. So the first time I did a run, I got like a 730 something. And I was like, okay, cool, no big deal. And then because he was under the assumption that you have to do the masks, at least one of the masks, to get enough experience to get Alice level 35. And I'll explain why later. I mean, we have a ton of time in the run to go over why. But, wow, this is just awful escape luck and disappointing in every way. So I took his route, his generic route, and I just broke it down a lot. And we went from being at like a 7:30, and then I got like a 7-hour run one day when I was just like on Skype with Bowie, and he was doing Final Fantasy Adventure attempts. And it was like this huge deal because we thought we were going to get sub 7, and it was going to like change the the landscape of the game or whatever. And then I was like, this route sucks. I'm not going to do new game good ending anymore. And then I just decided I was going to be like, I'm just going to cut doing good ending, and it saves 30 minutes. And then I got like a 6:30, and I was like, I don't understand. And then I got like a 6:18. And the second game went from being like an 8-hour run where there were people who I would talk to people and they'd be like, how do you get if you get sub 7, that would be like a huge accomplishment, because there's a lot of content in the second game. There's a ton of stuff you have to do. And then it was like we got sub 7s with no problem, and it escalated from there. So
yeah, like RPG speedrunning in general it's not so much about getting it right the first time. It's more about having a route that's stable and then figuring out what you can cut from that route and just constantly cut stuff till you eventually get it down to where it needs to be. Because it's always comes down to, do I really need this chest that I picked up? Why am I picking this up? Does it actually make the thing faster, or does it just make it safer? Is the risk reward worth it to pick up this particular chest? Do we need to do this shopping? Do we need this much money? All that stuff. So usually you start out with a lot more than you need to make it super safe, consistent, and make it easy on you. But then the more you play it, the more you realize you start needing less and less to actually complete everything. So that's usually why it ends up being so much higher early on in the speedrun route for an RPG, and then why it'll come down by like minutes, if not an hour or so, depending on the game.
yeah, I trimmed a ton of fat off this run. Like
Yeah.
I pretty much I think there's like 10 treasure chests in the entire game we grabbed, 10 or 11, and there's only 4 lotteries we play. And I'm thinking about cutting one of those. I just haven't done it yet. And so there was just a ton of fat that just got sliced right off the run. So that's really all I did, was just cut it down.
Segmented? No, not really, as far as I know.
Yeah, and if anybody did a segmented run of this game, it would just be my planes, the planes I have in my PB. I got 2 random battles and escaped on the first attempt. And
it segmented in this series would basically be getting the least amount of random battles you can get.
Yeah.
And then you'd probably gain, well, I don't really know if the route would change that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think you'd really cut anything, because boss RNG is just garbage in this game. I'm going to save before Yamaraja Earth because he's Yamaraja Earth, but we'll get into that in a second. So Malice, I'll talk about some of the couple of the other mechanics that are specific to this game. The big one is the Malice triggers. So when I was in the graveyard, I defeated the Raging Tiger, which, get used to seeing him. You're going to see him through the entire run, except for like the last dungeon and one boss fight before that. The reason for that is he's just the best level 1 fusion. He has the best stats, except for his magic attack is slightly lower than Death Emperor, which I have to use magic attack against a specific boss coming up, and he's immune to physical damage. But in regards to the Tiger, it's just the best level 1 fusion. The Earth fusion is the best statistical fusion in the first 2 games. It has the most balanced stats, and it has the highest defense and highest speed, which is really, or, well, not the second highest speed behind the Wind fusion. But
yeah, but Wind fusion kind of sucks.
The Wind fusion is terrible in both games, or yeah, because there isn't one in the third game. But it's just really the only fusions that are any good in both games. Like if you're like a hardcore, I guess, I don't know, if you were to play through it and just kind of look at like what abilities they have and such, are the Fire fusion in the second game and the Earth fusion in the first game, and then Amon in the first game, or Seraphic Radiance or Dark Radiance in the second game. I don't know what the mechanic it uses for random battles. I don't think it's a step counter. I think it's actually just, it probably pulls on frames or something, would be my guess for an RNG trigger.
Yeah, I believe that's probably true. It would most likely pull on a frame that you enter a room. Yeah. But I'm not 100% myself.
There are no broken abilities in this game. The Mind's Eye is broken as hell in this game. And the Flash Badge. The Flash Badge is ridiculous. Because when Yuri gets 20 additional agility, not only, again, does he have the highest stats of any character in this game, in every category except for, like, one, which is magic power, which is irrelevant in a speedrun. And even then, if he fuses into the Seraphic Radiance, he has the highest stats in the game. And if he fuses into Amon, he still has the highest magic stat in the game. So, Yuri is by far the best character. So we're going to double his speed, which means he's going to actually usually get 1 or 2 turns to a... Or he's going to get maybe usually an extra turn to a boss. Which means he's going to attack more, which means he's going to kill bosses faster. And he's going to be doing double physical damage.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's not great. It's not that good. As far as the Malice trigger is that every single time you kill an enemy and complete a battle in this game, you accrue a certain amount of Malice, and there's a big formula for it, and it was kind of recently discovered of how exactly it works. Somebody was working on it. I don't know why, but they were. And every single time you up your Malice, you gain a certain amount of Malice, you can go into the graveyard and fight that wispy ghost thing that I fought after defeating Raging Tiger, and you defeat it and you get a reward, and that reward is based upon the number of Malice you have. However, it's almost impossible to manipulate because it's based on the number of enemies you kill in battle, and there's only a couple of items that would even be worth trying to get, and they're at weird values. Like, for example, a 7th key is a really good item in this game, and I'll talk about keys later, but 7th key is like a great item. It sells for a ton of money if you wanted to sell it, or it would just kill a boss if you wanted to do it that way. But to get it, you have to have exactly 77 Malice, and if you have 78 Malice, you'll get a different reward. If you have 76, you'll get a different reward. That both suck. So if you didn't get it exactly right, you wouldn't save any time. And even then, you may not save any time based on what boss you decided to use it on, and there's just so many things that go into it. It's just not really worth trying to do.
Yeah, 7th key is basically you attack 7 times in a row. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's very good.
it's a one-time use, but you'll see a bunch of those towards the end of the run.
Yeah,
they're definitely ridiculous.
Yeah, and how many fusions you have with Yuri affects how much Malice you gain from a fight. And there's just so many variables that go into it. It would have to be mapped out very, very hard. And like I said, there's only really one item that would be worth getting. Right there, I had some bad luck. These cat kids, they're a mini boss. They have 45 HP apiece, and they can do Exorcist Arrow, which is a slow attack, but also if Yuri puts them to like 42, if he does like 42 or 41 damage, which he can with either a critical hit or just like really good damage rolls, Alice can kill the other one. If they both focus Alice down like they did right there, you know, she only had 1 hit point left, which was pretty lucky, because if she had died, I would have had... If it were like a actual, like, I was actually like doing legit attempts, 31, 30, 43, okay, Alice can kill him. I would have reset, because if she dies in this fight, you won't have enough experience to do what comes next. You should be able to kill this guy.
Yeah. You actually fight a couple battles, random battles here too, to get experience for her, right?
Yes, this is the only grind spot in the entire game.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, we're gonna fight one random battle before we get our next character. That's gonna give us when a new character joins your party or leaves your party and rejoins, they come back at your average party level, based on the characters actually in your party. So. Not like your total overall characters, which is important for Marguerite later when she rejoins the party. So right here we're going to get Zhujian in just a moment, our old man who's incredibly slow but very useful right now. What's going to happen is Alice needs to be level 3 and Yuri needs to be level 4, which will put our party level to 7, and then it divided by 2 puts it at 3.5, and then it rounds up, so it puts Zhujian to level 4, which gives us Ogre Flame Dance, which is a multi-target fire spell which will one-shot all the enemies in this little dungeon. So we're going to fight 2 more battles, which will put everybody to level 5 or 6, depending on what I get. It's not really a big deal to be 5 or 6. It doesn't matter if you're 6 or 5, because you're going to get to 6 from the next mini-boss. And then it's important to be at those levels because it gives you enough HP to actually deal with Yamaraja Earth's abilities, because he's kind of powerful.
It sets you up for like later stuff so that you're not underleveled.
Mm-hmm. If you don't get these levels here, you can be pretty far behind going into a couple of battles, and it gets really scary when you're dealing with them. Every single boss in this game has a multi-target attack, and you don't get a multi-target heal until Alice is level 35, which is essentially the end of the game. And there's no real efficient way to heal everyone. You could get the light fusion for Yuri, but you just lose a ton of time because no one can do as much damage as Yuri can. So I haven't got my battle yet, so I'm going to have to run around in circles for a second.
Yeah, getting a fusion in this game basically involves going into the graveyards. You have to get to a save spot, go into the graveyard from the menu, and then you actually have to fight the fusion you want to get, and then you get the fusion, then you leave. Which probably takes, I would say, I don't know, 1.5, 2 minutes?
Yeah, it takes 1 minute and 30 seconds to get the fire fusion in Europe.
Yeah, so...
And you one turn him, you kill him in one attack.
And all that would give you is a multi-target heal, right?
Yeah.
Really?
If you were to get the light fusion, you'd also have to grind for about 2.5 minutes.
Oh, to get enough,
soul.
Yeah,
yeah.
Exactly. Because you need, like, so much soul power to actually unlock stuff, too. And since you're not really fighting very many random encounters, you don't get a lot of soul in general.
Yeah. So what I'm doing here is, this is the random battle. This is actually a pretty good random battle. You'd rather these snail kids, I call them snail kids, these snail kids be zombies, because zombies don't do an ability called Confusion, which you saw them use it. It does what it says it does. It confuses your character. It also does a ridiculous amount of damage for this stage. Like, you saw it hit Alice for 10. Or 11, and then it hit Yuri for 10, which is unbelievable how much damage it actually does.
Pretty sure her name is Alice A.
Alice A, yeah. I was matching too much, my bad. And I am kind of worried about Alice being so low, but I'll heal her. And this is where we get Zhujian. Zhujian's a cool character, I guess, in the game. I mean, he's interesting, but he's absolutely terrible. He's slow, he has low physical attack, low physical defense, low HP, and he also doesn't get any really good magic spells until much later in the game.
He does like a crazy dance when he attacks, though. It's great.
He does. It's very impressive. He sings and everything. It's great. And you'll see Ogre Flame Dance quite a bit here because it is very powerful. Another thing that I didn't really mention was the elemental triangle, or whatever you want to call it.
Like any other RPG, really, it's opposing elements. You do more damage. It's 25% more damage. Mm-hmm. So fire does 25% more to ice, and vice versa.
Yeah.
So that comes into play a little bit. So basically, Yuri's fusion is Earth, and so basically on a wind boss, it would do double, or not double, but 25% more damage for his attacks.
That's correct.
And any magic spell you do will be similar in that respect. So different elements.
Like, you'll see me actually use, when I fight Mammon later in the game, I'll use Wind Edge on Yuri to change his element from Earth to Wind, so he actually does full damage to Mammon. It's actually kind of important to do that, because...
yeah, it's basically, if you have the same element, it'll do less damage,
yeah,
right?
you do 25% less, yeah.
So basically, you're switching it from 25% less to 25% more, which is pretty big.
Yeah, it's very important to do it. I used to not, but it saves about 30 seconds, especially if Yuri gets a crit. It's really depressing when you see him crit for like 50 extra damage instead of 150 extra damage. So it's not great. I'm gonna heal Alice here for safety because I don't want anyone else to die really at all. And Yuri should be able to tank a couple of hits. Zhugen's gonna be able to kill whatever we fight in one turn. I just have to get to his turn. So what we really want to fight is a dog, and we still want to fight a dog and 2 zombies. One, because they take less turns than 2 zombies and 2 snail kids, and it also guarantees that I'm not going to get smashed by confusion. I'm not going to get anybody confused, and I'm not going to get take ridiculous amounts of damage that are unbelievable. So, all right. So we're moving. Like, this is just we're moving to this village. The cat lady was running away from us. She's not now. She's like scared of us. That's because Zhugen's carrying an item called anti-cat powder, which apparently stinks and scares her. And then we're gonna go do a fetch quest in the dungeon and get 2 items and do a judgment ring to pick up a bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to do it.
Got to do it because
it's on the ground. I need to pick it up.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Fate,
I must do this ring minigame.
Yeah. Fate demands that we determine whether or not we are actually going to be able to pick up the bowl or not. Even though there's plenty of metal things in that room we could have used and fire. But whatever. You don't run into the cat lady on the way back. Like I said, we still want to get 2 battles here just to blow these guys out real quick and hopefully get where we need. Oh, good. Good fight. And it's good that Yuri went first because he's going to get to defend. It's highly unlikely they're going to be able to kill Alice. Defend also affects magic damage in this game. It reduces it by like 30%. It's crazy. And this is where you'll see Zhugen being like really slow. He can theoretically, since the game like checks your agility at the start of every turn to see who needs to go, there is a possibility that he could roll like really good and go first. It does happen, like 1 out of every. I would say it's like 1 in 60 chance for him to actually go first.
Yeah, not very often.
It's just it doesn't happen.
In all 3 games, if you have less agility than the other characters in your party, they will almost never go first.
Yeah.
It happens from time to time, but if you have low agility, it's usually not happening.
Yeah. Which is why in the 2nd and 3rd game we use only characters with good agility. Because we don't get access to a flash badge or anything in the 2nd and 3rd game.
Right, yeah. Turns work a little weird in this series, too, because depending on what action you actually take, they have different cooldown times on when you get your next turn. So, like, using items and defend have a lower cooldown time, so their next turn will come up faster. Versus, like, using high-level magic or something like that takes a long time to set up your next turn afterwards.
Escape is determined strictly by your agility. If you have a certain agility value over your enemies, you will always escape. Which is why once Yuri gets the flash badge, he always runs away on his first attempt. He'll never fail.
Another reason why that accessory is super important.
Yeah.
Extra 15 agility, coupled with the fact that he has a high agility to begin with.
It's extra 20 agility.
Oh, it's 20.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, even better.
Yeah, it's the most ridiculous item ever. Excuse me. Yeah, it's super good. It also raises his physical attack damage, which is weird, but it does. So it actually gives him like +1 attack, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's nice when you're like doubling your attack damage. So it's just extra damage for no reason. It's pretty sweet. It's a great item, and it's super easy to get. The lotteries in this game are a joke compared to the 2nd game, which has like the hardest lottery, the hardest single judgment ring in the entire game or series.
Well, yeah, lotteries are basically a judgment ring that has a bunch of different random strike areas on it that you can hit to get different items. So like you'll talk to some random dude, you'll say, "Hey, you want to play a lottery?" Sure. And then you'll have to hit like a specific spot in the ring, and usually they'll have different ring effects attached to them later on in the game, where they're like faster or they're going random speeds, or they're invisible, stuff like that. And the best item is usually on a tiny sliver that you have to hit, which is usually what you want in the speedrun, like the flash badge and mind's eye and stuff.
And the flash badge is super easy. You can just mash X and get it to start. And I'll show it.
Pretty good.
I'll display that when we get there. So again, Judgment Rings, you just want to get good. You want to get perfects as much as possible in the early game. It's not as important once you get the mind's eye because you just want to hit. You just want to deal damage. But right now we want to get perfects as much as possible because it does more damage.
Right. At this point in the game, it's much more reasonable to get perfects because you actually have more control over the ring because it's not going at insane speeds and is invisible, you know?
Yeah.
Also, the weapons you get throughout the game actually change the strike areas as well. So early on, they're usually a much larger, kind of like a game mechanic where it says, you're probably not going to use this ring, we're going to give you super big ring areas to hit early on. Then the better weapons you get throughout the game kind of shrink them. And you can also modify your ring to get more attack power out of your weapons, to like shrink it or increase it as well.
Yeah, in this game you talk to that guy down there by where I got the torch at the front of this dungeon, or the front of this town, is Wanderer Muin. And you can talk to him, and or Mei Yuan, and you can talk to him, and he can improve your weapon's attack and hit area, which is nice. I'll use it a little bit throughout the run, but not a ton.
Yeah. The problem with this, it only affects your current weapon. So if you get a full upgrade to a brand new weapon, it doesn't carry over. Yeah. So it's limited on what you actually want to do with it.
This would look kind of scary if you were like playing and she just kept doing Windfang, but in a speedrun we don't really care. Windfang is just as fast as her physical attack animation, especially because she can do a random number of attacks between 1 and 3. And if she does 3, it's actually slower than her doing Windfang. That was actually a pretty solid fight. There are no ring setups in this game, like Technical Ring, Gamble Ring, Judgment. Those rings weren't until later. Yeah,
it starts in part 2 that you can start doing that.
Unfortunately, or the Technical Ring would be what we use in this game as well, because of just its benefits, which we'll talk about that in Game 2.
Yeah, you probably would early on. I don't know about later. You'd probably want to make it larger later.
Yeah, because you're still going to be using the flash badge and the die,
yeah.
So.
But yeah, like there are different types of rings in later games. Like Tactical Ring makes everything smaller, but the strike areas give you extra damage compared to normal. It's like 20% versus 44% essentially.
Yeah.
But they're not in this game, so we'll get to that later on.
I'm gonna save here because this boss can troll me really bad. This is the first real gatekeeper of the game, so.
Yeah, you'll find this game is quite a bit different from the other two. The other two are almost the same game, almost like quite almost the exact same engine, exact same rings and everything.
Yeah. With
some minor differences throughout. But this game is kind of a standalone. This is its own thing. Because you'll notice this game has pre-rendered backgrounds. The Judgment Ring moves at a different like speed and acceleration. Has different everything pretty much.
Yeah. And the angle on the Judgment Ring is completely different.
Yeah.
Amongst a multitude of other differences between the games. Also, bosses in the second game are kind of a joke. The third game, they're much more dangerous, so they kind of took like the bosses from Game 1 and put them in Game 3 with Game 2's engine. So this boss he's either gonna, he doesn't always go first, but on his first turn he will always use Large Whirlpool. It is 100% guaranteed. He does moderate damage to everyone and can have their hit area. So when I was first routing this game, I had to figure out the best strat to deal with this guy in a reasonable amount of time. And it actually involves Yuri using a healing item, which is, I know sounds crazy, but
it does sound crazy.
It is actually, it's very important that both Alice and Zhuzhen survive this battle. And we use Thera-Leaves, we use strictly healing items through the entire run, because using her magic to heal is so long. It's like a 9.5 second animation or something.
Yeah, she has to read a book and
like she has to take notes down, and then she has to make sure it's right. She takes out like a Erlenmeyer flask and pours stuff in it. It's crazy. It just doesn't, not good. So Zhuzhen is really our main damage dealer in this fight. It's nice if Yuri gets to attack a bunch, but depending on who he hits and who he picks on, because bosses tend to pick on people in these games. So for example, he'll probably attack Yuri again here, maybe, hopefully not. And hopefully Alice gets a turn before Yuri. Okay, so Yuri's dead, just so everybody knows. That can happen that is the problem with this boss, is that he actually was fast enough to go before Alice was. So now Yuri is just going to be Yuri, which means he's going to do no damage. So now I'm going to... This would be an instant
This is really
sure.
bad, because it takes a lot of SP to fuse.
Yeah.
So because he died, he lost his fusion, so in order to get his fusion back, you'd have to give him more SP, and it doesn't really work out that it's worth it, as far as I know. So it's a huge, huge pain.
Yeah,
when that happens.
I would lose a bunch of time here, but because I can restore 3 SP. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to heal Yuri real quick for safety now, because it doesn't really matter. Again, if this were just like a world record attempt, I would have reset a long time ago, honestly. But and he's probably about to kill Alice too, which is he is doing what I thought he was going to do, which is troll me a lot. And what I mean by that is that he keeps leapfrogging Alice. He keeps taking 2 turns to her 1, so I don't have a actually dedicated healer here. And I'm going to have to use a Pure Leaf on her now on her next turn, so I have to really pay attention. Like, you see he does 15 instead of 22, so it's actually quite a bit of a difference. And then
Alice is the one character where her SP actually matters, because you can see she has 5,
yep.
and the other characters have 11 and 26, so she gets literally 4 turns before she has to use an item to heal her SP. So, I did say it doesn't happen very much in the speedrun that SP matters, but she's like the one exception to that.
And now I'm in a really bad position because he's literally taking just like as many turns as he wants. And if this doesn't hit Yuri, I'm going to lose a bunch of time again, just because, okay, he killed Alice too. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about this guy. And I need her to be alive. So now I have to use a turn to res her. Then I'm going to have to use a turn to restore her SP on her turn. Which if you use a item like that, a restorative item, a resurrection item, it will... they will get the
Echo.
next turn. I don't hear an echo. Is there an echo? I don't know if that's because...
Is it going through your speakers? I thought you had headphones.
No, I have my headset on.
Well, I don't know what to say.
No, I'm not going to reset the fight. I'm just going to have to pick up a couple of extra items. I have strats to deal with this, just so everybody knows. I have dealt with this before. Unfortunately. Like, I've actually dealt with this in a speedrun and completed a run with this really bad fight like this. Wow, he killed her again.
What a guy.
Yeah.
Also, in case anyone didn't notice, this game does have back row and front row.
Yeah, it does.
It does exactly what you'd expect.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. He's just gonna do that sometimes. And it was ultimately, and that's the problem with that boss, is that he's so much faster than Alice, that he is going to go before her sometimes. And in that particular, for instance, he leapfrogged her 3 times, I think, and Zhujian once. So he actually got 4 more turns than he normally would have, and that's what caused that to happen. That's why it's imperative that you get to level 5 going into that fight. Because if Alice had gotten her turns like normal turn order would have been, no, it just reduces damage.
Physical damage.
Physical damage. It has no effect on magical damage, unfortunately.
So, pretty much the same as every other RPG ever.
Yeah. And it is important because bosses at this stage of the game, you saw like his physical attack was actually his scariest attack because it hits really hard, and your armor doesn't really scale very well until you get to Europe when you start getting like good armors at good times. Asia, I think, was meant to be kind of like the challenging area, and Europe is kind of a walkthrough because Yuri is so powerful at that point. It's ridiculous. I know I keep harping on it, like how strong he is, but he is really, really strong. Alright, cool. Alright, well that was Yamaraja Calamity. 7 minutes behind my PB, in case anyone was curious. But that's life. You can do that. That's
so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm actually gonna grab this Talisman of Luck over here because I need to.
Yeah, you used all your res items in that fight, right?
Yeah, I used all 3. You start with generous amount of items. You start with 10 mana Thera leaves. You start with 3 Talismans of Luck. Like, the game really doesn't shortchange you, but also it can do stuff where it like makes you use all those items immediately. So
yeah, so Thera Leaves are basically hit point items. Mana Leaves are pretty obvious magic point items, and then Talismans of Luck are revival.
Talismans of Luck, Mercy, Power, and something else. There's another one.
Talisman of whatever X.
Yeah.
They do different percentages of hit points. Talisman Luck, I think, is 30. Mercy is 50.
Power is 100.
Power's 100.
Power is 100% HP, MP, and SP. Unfortunately, in this game, Talismans of Luck do not restore your SP like they do in 2 and 3. Which is unfortunate, because that would have been really nice. It would have saved me a turn with Alice. But whatever. So this is just like a really, really long cutscene. It's about 6-ish minutes, I want to say. That's about right. We'll go with that. And this
Yuri has this voice in his head that sometimes causes him to freak out. And takes a lot of time in a speedrun.
Yeah, it does. And on top of that, this is just like a ton of plot exposition. They kind of introduce you to the first villain. In the first 2 games, I don't know why he's echoing. I don't have anything else going on at all.
It's okay. I'll be gone in like an hour.
Yeah. So, in the first 2 games, you have two. In the first 2 games, you have 2 sections. You have Asia and Europe, and then Europe and Asia. And each section has its own kind of like major villain, and then it goes into the actual boss of the game. The 3rd game, you're pretty much just chasing the same villain the whole game. So, yeah, good stuff. I don't think there are really any mechanics we haven't talked about. Really.
Well, if I'm still echoing, I could try hanging up and calling back, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
weird.
That's fine. You
Let's just do it?
Yeah, good. Alright. Okay.
Alright.
Are we better now?
Attempt number 2. At phone call.
That boss can just do that, unfortunately. Like I said, if he were to do that in a run, I would just restart. And you saw, like, Yuri hit level 7 and Alice hit level 6, so...
Echo confirmed. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't either. I don't... Really? I don't understand why he would be echoing. I don't have anything. Alright, let's do it this way. Yeah, there is a weird echo. I don't know why it would be echoing. Unless it's... Am I echoing too? No, it's just him.
Oh man. Guess who's streaming Shadow Hearts Covenant speedrun?
Who's that?
Our good friend Nero Takanogo.
Really? Oh, I see him, yeah. Oh, wow, okay. I guess I'll just have that up on my phone.
Randomly decide.
Yeah, the one time it's like, hey, you guys aren't doing anything today, right? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I don't know why LCC's echoing, guys. I'm sorry. It's alright, he's leaving eventually anyway. And we don't like him, so it doesn't matter. His time for Arachne is horrible. I'm sorry, that was mean. I apologize.
I like it though. It's like, you suck. You're terrible.
No, he's actually like, I give him props for not having like, I mean, I had to look up his notes and try to translate him with Google Translate, and I guess the trick is to use it in like short bursts, not full sentences. And I was just like translating like whole pages, and I couldn't read anything he was explaining.
That makes it more fun though.
Yeah, really. I was like, so I did take some stuff from some of his run, but he is speaking Japanese, so Right there, I got the pedometer, which is the most useless or accessory in the entire series. It is completely worthless in a speedrun. It's kind of cool in a casual playthrough, but it's terrible. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to turn this down, and I'm going to play this lottery. This is the first lottery. We got a lottery ticket off Felinus. And what's going to happen is I'm going to I have to win an item here to sell for some money. If I don't win it, I actually have to reset, but it's, as you can see, very, very easy. And I missed it! Oh my god! I didn't miss it, guys.
Oh.
I'm just playing. I like to have fun. I like to party. So, alright. And you have to run around and talk to all these people in this circle. So, yes, Credo, I have played Kudelka. I played Kudelka for my 100 follower special, and it's a very good game. It has an amazing soundtrack and really, really, really strong voice acting for the PlayStation era.
I think the dialogue in that game is its main selling point. I didn't actually like the battle system that much, but the atmosphere in the dialogue is where it really gets going.
Yeah.
It's kind of awesome.
I agree. The dialogue and the pre-rendered backgrounds and everything is just stellar. Like you said, the combat system is kind of meh, meh. It's very meh. You know, it's very like I guess meh covers it pretty well.
Pretty well, yeah.
But the music and the this is any percent. The good ending just it adds too much time. Really, if Bowie were still at work or something and I had to do it, I would. It adds about 30 minutes. Oh my god, the text speed is so fast on that version. What the heck? It is so crazy fast. Like, I can't believe how fast it is. Like, he's got frame perfect matching. Alright, anyway, my bad.
Let me check the tape.
It's crazy. It's crazy how fast it is. Yes, I would believe you, Corito. I do know it is. Kudelka Lasant is actually in this game.
Yeah, that's the crazy voice in Yuri's head.
Spoiler alert! Ah! He spoiled the game for everyone. Alright, so one of the worst things about this game is shopping. Because you have to do this. So as you can see, I'm raising the price by 5%. I got a card. There are guild cards in this game that you get that you actually use to make some money. Why do I have a bronze dagger? Where did I get that? Get out of here.
Random drop?
Yeah, I guess. So what I have to do is, this is kind of mapped kind of tight right here because my cash is low. I have to buy certain items, and then I have to upgrade Yuri's weapon, which costs like 5,100 cash, and I have to have that much money. Which shouldn't be a problem because I had that extra... I'm going to discount this just to be safe. Even though it only saves me 50 cash, 50 cash could be the difference between having to do another menu, or not having to do another menu.
Yeah, the big bothersome thing is you have to continuously do rings over and over again to increase the discount later on. So it's pretty fixed in the next two games where you just get a higher discount, but the rings are harder, and you can do it across multiple items. Whereas this game, you have to do individual rings for every discount, and it's really, really tedious.
Yeah, pretty much what I do is I don't always do this very well because I'm not as familiar with how I routed it out, like where I need to, where I needed to discount, where I needed to increase, and I tried to do it like really tight, and this is kind of where I'm at right now. But it's not quite hammered out as much as I would like. I still think there's like a couple of minutes that could be saved just from better menuing. But in some places you'll see me discount stuff and not discount other things because it's so important to just not do it. There's no reason to do it.
It's tough too because if you miss one,
you lose the discount and
you
buy
lose, and then you're out of luck basically. So if you discount everything, just as a general rule, for the most part, you'll probably end up with more money than you need. But if you miss something later, it's definitely something you want.
Yeah, when I'm buying my third keys later, it's very important that I hit all three rings, all three of my areas that I need to hit for those. I'm going to go ahead and equip Yuri real quick because there is... I'm just not going to even talk about it. There's just danger time, okay? I only have 2 characters and the monsters down here. I should be about level... I would think the game would want you to be like level 7 or level like 9 to 12-ish because they expect you to like grind a little bit. And this game is just... This little section right here can be really punishing. So I went ahead and equipped him with a better piece of armor, just in case. We're about to get Marguerite, and then Marguerite's pretty good. She's a water element, and we're about to fight a fire boss, and we're about to fight the most aptly named enemies in the entire game, because if you thought the last boss could control me, you have no idea.
This one. Yeah, the literal troll.
It's literally the troll. It even has the face, kind of. It's really weird. So I grabbed 2 lottery tickets there. Alright, we're good. Once you get to where Marguerite is, you're not in any danger. But if you get back attacked there, I've gotten back attacked there. I was a minute ahead of my PB going into this dungeon. I got back attacked there and died. Like a couple weeks ago.
Classic.
Actually. Yeah, I was very upset. So this is Marguerite. She's the alluring spy. She allures things and spy. It's not a very spy-like name. She's also the least perceptive spy I've ever seen in my life. She's like Johnny. She's the best, worst spy ever. She also can't keep a secret. But she's quite useful. She's used in several fights, mostly because it's mandatory, and she's actually a very good character. She just doesn't fit into the run. I'm mashing too much of that. Okay.
Is it Margarita?
Margaret, no, so I managed to reset it to average. Oh. So what I'll do is if Marguerite goes first, or like the enemy goes first here, and then Marguerite goes right after the enemy, I should have run. I don't know why I didn't run. I was like, because there's oh my gosh, what am I doing? I just like freaked out a little bit. All right, so what I should have done is tried to run with Yuri, obviously, and then if I failed, Marguerite would have gotten the next turn, and then I would have been able to kill all the enemies. If Marguerite goes before Yuri, which she can because her agility value is quite high, if she goes before Yuri, you'd use a grenade and just kill the enemies because it's actually faster than like trying to run. And if you fail to run, you would lose more time because then you're gonna have to watch them attack again and all that stuff. So I kind of screwed that up there a little bit, but it's no big deal. Also, if I fight any battle down here and win, it's gonna give me a malice trigger, which costs 5 seconds. So you don't really want to do it that way, but if it happens, you'll take it. Because extra experience and money doesn't really hurt. See, like Yuri failed to escape. So in order to prevent... And also Alice can't try to run now because she's paralyzed. So if Marguerite were to fail to escape, I'd just be stuck in this battle until Yuri got his next turn. Whereas I can just fight the battle and win the battle and take the extra money and experience... and then just walk away. Drop the mic and walk away. Which gave Alice level 7, which is going to make her more survivable for the next couple of fights. I didn't get a malice trigger. Oh, I didn't fight any 4-person battles. Okay, my bad. Yeah, if I had fought a 4-enemy battle in the town, I would have gotten a malice trigger there, but I didn't. I got 2 third battles. The grenade is magic. It's a magic grenade. It comes from space. Or so they tell me.
She always runs through the nearest manhole and it just drops from there.
Yeah.
Really? You know?
They just cut that animation to try and save you a little bit of time.
Also, one thing I love about this game, and a lot of early PS2 games, or just some in general, is the mix of English and Japanese in the voice acting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's classic.
I don't know how high you have the volume on the game, but if you listen to Marguerite throw a grenade... She'll like call someone and say, "Yeah, I need some help here," and then she'll just say, "Sole."
Yeah, she just
great.
Yeah, she does it with all of her abilities. There's only one. She has some fun abilities. She has one ability where she like pulls the lever. She has that like thing she pulls and it like gives her the grenade. No, she doesn't do that with the grenade, does she? My bad. I'm like really out of it right now. Sorry, everybody. And one of them, she like drops like pots and pans and like a kitchen sink on everybody. And right here again, I just have the opportunity to just take this fight. It's going to be better than... Because, like, if she fails to run, the other 2 frogs are going to attack. They're either going to attack Yuri or they're going to attack Alice. They both attack Alice and kill Alice, then Yuri fails to run, I'm going to have to watch him attack again. So on and so forth. Like, this place can control you in the sense of it just doesn't give people turns like you want. The extra experience and money don't hurt. The malice trigger doesn't really kill you. It is what it is. So... Hey, Bic. Long balls... name's almost inappropriate. No. So you gotta come over here to pick this up. We picked up a rosewood bracelet that's over there that if you don't know is there and you don't like run around and check every corner because you're weird, you wouldn't find it. That rosewood bracelet prevents paralysis, and it's really, really important to have it on Marguerite and Yuri. Actually, I'm gonna put it on Alice before the Lily fight because it's actually more important for her to not get paralyzed now with the new strat I use. But there's a potential that I won't be able to use that strat because Alice could die in the fight where she won't get the level that I need her to get. So it's just the way you gotta roll with the punches. So there's a little bit of, and again, Marguerite went first, and again, it's a ton of experience. This fight gives slightly more experience than the 3 regular frogs. Fight 2 frogs and a frog god, which is the dark blue frog. It actually gives you more experience than this fight because that's a higher level enemy. If you read the description of the frog god, he actually ate 100 other frogs and became a frog god. It's weird.
Cannibals, man.
Cannibals, man. Can't trust them. I'm like 2 levels higher than I should be. Not good. I mean, it's not bad. It's just weird. This is gonna be a terrible time. It's gonna be like a 641. And my encounter luck is awful right now. It's just been terrible.
Yeah, the sewers aren't very long. It's actually pretty short, but yeah, you've been just getting a lot of encounters.
Yep, and now she doesn't have enough MP for a grenade, so we'll try to run and we manage to escape. It's just been a lot of encounters. I have to tent before this fight anyway, and do some menu. Normally that's where I would menu for Yuri to put on his Knuckle Blade, which you saw me upgrade to the level 3 attack. That's because, and I had like 450 cash left. I sold a couple of extra items just to make sure, but now we fight the Kappas. The Kappas! That's literally their name, they're Kappas. This fight's actually kind of interesting. There's a couple of different ways you need to go about it. If Yuri goes before either of the Kappas, he needs to attack the Water Dragon, which he went first here. The reason for that is because Marguerite's going to use Grenade, because the Water Dragon, the guy in the middle, the red guy, is actually Water Element, while the 2 Kappas are... I'm sorry, the Water Dragon is Fire Element, and the Kappas are Water Element. So they're going to take less damage from Grenade, but he takes a bunch of damage from Grenade, and he has a ton of HP. So if I use Grenade after Yuri attacks one of the Kappas, it's not going to kill them, even with a perfect. It's going to put him to like 10 HP. And if they have... oh wow, yeah, here we go. So this is what okay. They'll have like 10 or 12 HP left, and they'll use an ability called Life Dew on themselves, which is both really slow and heals them. And now I just got trolled because they did knockback on Yuri, and now he's back in the back row, which means he'll do less physical damage, which means I need to use a turn to row him up.
Freaking Kappas, man.
Yep. Which means I'm gonna lose a little bit of time, but it doesn't matter. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually just gonna attack the Water Dragon with my feet. Now, if the Water Dragon gets really low, like if he gets down to like 10 or 15% HP, the Kappas will actually heal him, which I had never seen before in all my runs until yesterday when I was doing a practice run. I was like, what? Never seen that, because they're usually dead long before that. Alright. Now we can actually kill one. It's good, everybody.
I like how they just give it the boot. That's it.
Yeah, they just walk up and they're just like, Alright, this is kind of I bet he's going to heal that guy now, with the way that this is going. Nah, he should be low enough. And when the Water Dragon hits like, yeah, 15, 20, 25 to lower percent of HP, he'll use that ability called Fighting Spirit, which is going to increase his attack power by 15%. Yeah, there's life. Unfortunately, I figured as much, but it's going to heal him for 190 HP too, which is a lot. And that's life, everybody. That's life. That's because that knockback. Yuri won't do enough damage physically to kill them if he wasn't knocked back, or if he was in the back row. The good news is that Alice can actually go ahead and die in this fight if I don't have to worry so much about Alice's HP because she's a level higher than she's supposed to be here, and she'll only gain a level, which isn't a bad thing. But he can't kill her through her defend anyway. But her SP is kind of low, so I'm gonna have to use a pure leaf on her next turn. And there's no way to prevent that knockback. The item you get called spikes, which prevent the knockback, you can't actually get until you get from this battle, which is silly.
Well, it's just so you know it can happen. You know, it's like, oh man, he's knocked me back. I wish I had an item that could prevent that.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh man, I got the item. I should totally equip that now, right?
I guess, yeah. There aren't very many bosses who use knockback in this game.
Yeah.
So it's.
I played this game casually 3 months ago. I don't know. It's been a little while, but I didn't have to deal with knockbacks like ever.
Yeah.
So.
This is the one time it can actually be a problem in a speedrun. All right, he's dead. So that wasn't terrible. It wasn't great, but it wasn't. It could have been a lot worse. I've had it be a lot worse. Like Yuri and Marguerite will both level up to 9 before this boss fight coming up, which is fine. I've had that fight go where they literally did nothing but attack Alice over and over. Like they'd kill her, and then I'd res her, and then they'd kill her, and then I'd res her, and then they'd kill her, and I'd res her. And you lose so much more time when you're having to use Marguerite or Yuri to res Alice. Because you kill the 2 Kappas, then you're stuck fighting the water dragon for forever, because he has 300 HP. So. And I moved Marguerite back into the back row because this next boss is fire and can just completely annihilate her if he physically attacks her 3 times.
The classic fire doge.
Fire doges. With the classic abilities such as Breath of Fire and Final Fantasy X attack. Made that up. It wasn't very clever. I apologize. Twitch needs a water dragon emote. I wish the Yuri Thump emote was on here, but it's not. Ranker face Z. It's funny. Alice. Actually, Alice is probably one of the best characters in this game. As she levels up, she becomes very, very good. So. And especially because Arc, her multi-target heal spell fully heals everyone from whatever HP they have to full. So. Breath of Fire got mentioned. Oh yeah, these guys do knockback. I forgot that these guys do the dreaded knockback.
Oh man. How will you survive this soldier battle?
So, these battles are pretty simple. They're just grenade, win. You know, little known fact, Japanese soldiers are weak to grenades. So, you do that, you win these fights, blah blah blah, no big deal. And then you move on and you fight the actual boss. These guys give really crappy experience. So it's just
well,
really
they should. They're pretty weak.
Yeah, and then on top of that, Marguerite, even if she's in the front row, can't actually physically attack and kill them. They have like 56 HP or 55 HP or something weird, and she can't actually physically attack and kill them. So it's just way faster and easier to just use grenade and be done with it. Also, the other thing that's interesting there is that another thing about like status effects as a whole in this game, they don't carry over out of battle. So if you get poison, knockback, any of that crap, you don't have to like put your people back in the front row or heal them. So restorative items that restore against specific effects like paralysis, so on and so forth, are completely worthless in the speedrun. Because you just use the accessories that prevent them from ever happening on key characters throughout the game, and it just doesn't ever become a problem.
Oh yeah, Breath of Fire. The boss coming up has a move called Breath of Fire, which you'll definitely see at some point.
Yeah. I have seen a lot of like really bad situations in this game. I'm sure there's probably like worse things that can happen than I've seen. I've been running this game for almost a year now. It'll be a year in August, but I've had this boss do Breath of Fire over and 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 over. I've had him do it where he literally did not do any other abilities until he did Fighting Spirit, which he has a trigger to do it at a certain HP percentage. So unless you kill him before he even gets a turn to do it, then there it is. Or he, which is what and I've done it where I fought him where he's done just Breath of Fire through the entire fight, and then I've killed him before he was able to do Fighting Spirit.
Yeah, we don't know why I'm echoing, but deal with it.
What? I missed something. Oh man, come on. So I healed Alice there because theoretically she should go before the boss does. Oh, nice crit. And she'll be able to heal Marguerite. And then we'll be okay. Because as you saw, Yuri didn't really care that much. He didn't care that much about it. See, he did Fighting Spirit randomly. Sometimes he'll do that. The problem with that is that now he's going to hit like a freight train. And that's kind of scary because he can still kill Alice or Marguerite with 3 physical attacks. Even if I've had him do it, even if they're defending, because he's crit. So.
Yeah, I can use some help here.
And defending reduces damage taken by like 30% static, and it's great. Another thing we haven't really talked about at all yet is that even though if you hit all your judgment rings, and I've been avoiding talking about it because it has happened to me before, and it happened yesterday, you can still miss. That's right, bosses can still evade. So,
yeah, it sucks. Physical attacks, even if you hit all your rings perfectly 100% of the time, it doesn't change the evasion at all.
And
it only changes the damage.
That's right. And it's the same thing with magic in this game. Magic can also be evaded by bosses. So I'm taking a huge chance right here.
In 2 and 3, magic can't be evaded, which is really nice, actually.
Yeah, it's a huge deal, actually. There are times in the second game where you'll see Bowie tonight and me use and even if I was doing a run too, that we'll use magic because it's guaranteed to hit and it'll kill him versus taking the chance.
Can bosses evade grenades? Good question.
I've never seen grenade miss.
I don't think so.
I have seen Ogre Flame Dance miss multiple times. So I've also seen Demon Rays miss as well in a speedrun.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Miss on
That's like the move you would expect to never miss.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating.
See, he does like this giant thing where he like puts his fingers across his eyes, Batman style, and like
he warms it up and he unleashes the beast. It's like as long as an episode of Dragon Ball Z that it takes him to do it, and it's missed before. It's funny because it looks like it hits him and it just says miss, and I was like, what?
It's so good.
It's just like
you won't see that move for quite a while, but
yeah. And when
I'm sure you'll point it out when the time comes.
Yeah, and when I do get it, you'll see it a lot because I have to. There are 2 bosses in this game. Thankfully, they had mercy on you in the second and third game, but in this game, there are 2 bosses who are completely immune to physical damage. And when I say completely immune, I mean they'll take like 1 to 5 damage. You can't do more than 5. I've used a Monkey's Paw against the boss, which triples your attack damage, plus a Mind's Eye, and then physically attack the boss, and I did 5 damage. So it's they're pretty much immune, so you have to use magic damage to kill them. And they're horrible. Like they're just the 2 worst bosses. 2 of the worst bosses. The worst boss is probably Olga, but we're not gonna get it. We're not gonna talk about that right now. Okay. So we escape on a plane, and the plane is clearly not in good shape. But we didn't have a choice. And we're trying to fly to Shanghai to deal with Gerrick1, who's the villain of this section. A quick recap, just to go over the story, just really fast, because we don't have anything else to talk about at the second. Gerrick1 is a warlock who is trying to destroy Japan because they're infringing on his business in China. And he's trying to do something called the Demon's Gate Invocation, which is something he tried to do 15 years prior to this game starting, in which Yuri's father stopped him, which is why he only has 1 arm and 1 leg, or why he's missing an arm and a leg. He's trying to do it again, and he needs Alice's power. Alice has like a special power that she can use that will help him do it, which is why he's trying to kidnap her. And we're trying to fly to Shanghai to deal with him because he's being a douche, and we don't want to deal with him anymore. And we want to save Alice because she's clearly innocent and completely unable to defend herself. Okay.
Good analysis.
That's pretty much it.
Also, time frame in this game is like 1918 or something, just
Yeah.
to give a bit of a reference on what time period we're looking at here.
Yeah,
If you're not familiar.
we're well before the time when which planes were like really, really consistent. You know, planes only been out for like 2 years. You know, they're still kind of new. But Marguerite has a cell phone.
Yeah, well, all characters have to have cell phones in Japan. I mean,
You just gotta make sure.
Japanese games, you know.
You gotta make sure that you can. So the plane's having some problems, and we're gonna crash. And interestingly enough, you get fully healed after this crash. In this game, you get fully healed pretty much after every major story trigger, which is really nice, except for one. And in the second game, you don't get healed quite as much. There's a lot more places where you have to heal yourself. I don't know who Eric Stewart is, but that's not. So we land in this dark port, Dylan, which is a terrible name for a town. I don't think you could probably get people to go there. I don't think there's anything I need to take off the helm.
Close enough. 1918, 1913. It's all the same, really.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh crap! Don't do that, dude. I almost screwed up. Got ahead of myself. I have to grab this Tea of the Healer. That Tea of the Healer it heals your HP and MP. It's very useful, especially in this upcoming battle. So this is Sea Mother. There's a great cutscene. I almost want to watch it, but it's 8 minutes long.
Yeah, if you haven't seen this cutscene, I highly recommend looking it up. Sea Mother has a great story to tell, and she makes a lot of she has a lot of really good acting moments.
Yeah, she has some very weird artistic license that she takes with the story. But otherwise, the first like 5 minutes of the cutscene is amazing. It's like really atmospheric and it's interesting. It's you know.
I mean, she's basically just telling a scary story, and she starts out doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, and then
but a
jumps
couple
a
minutes
shark.
into it,
she does some things that are questionable, and
to say the least.
yeah, and it just doesn't quite translate as well. It's one of my favorite cutscenes, and it's my favorite cutscene in the entire series. But
let's just say she acts out the noises of everything.
yeah,
Everything.
The worst one is the schloop noise. That's the
best.
it is the worst. I mean, it's the best, but it's otherwise it's actually pretty good voice acting and pretty good a pretty good cutscene for. And I gotta buy a couple items down here. The reason we don't buy these earlier is because we don't have the money to buy them earlier. So yeah, good stuff. And it is important. And that Shooting Star Tome I just bought, I do have to discount both of these to have enough money to buy the next item I need to buy. And I'm gonna go ahead and buy a leather skirt as well, which is normally more than I buy, but I'm gonna sell some stuff. This is kind of like a safety way to do this. I'm not like a huge fan of doing it this way because it's wrong, but I'm gonna do it anyway. You guys can just live with it.
Also, I want to point out that the next boss coming up has a pretty good name.
Yeah, it's
the same as the last, like the boss you fight in the
yeah.
other spots, but it's Yamaraja Wind.
Yeah, Yamaraja Wind. You'll notice earlier I said Yamaraja Earth, and I said that he's water element. Well, this is Yamaraja Wind, and he's Earth element.
Which is the opposite of what his name is.
So if you were playing this game casually or as a kid, you'd be like, oh, Raging Tiger, no problem, magic damage. He's Earth, so he takes 25% less damage from flying stones, which is Raging Tiger's magic attack. So you're just like, and then once you fuse once, you don't have enough SP to fuse again. So you're just stuck as Raging Tiger for the whole fight. The good news is you take 25% less magic damage, but you go from doing, you'll see me fusing a Death Emperor here, and I'll use Dark Messenger, which is going to do like 100 to 110 damage. Yes, the damage range is that wide based on my level. I don't know what it'll be at level. I'm level 10, so it's probably gonna be like 110.
Each day for games, this one will probably be looking at about 6.5 hours, maybe more.
Yeah, it's looking like probably about 6:35 would be this.
Second game, you're probably looking at about the same, actually, maybe 6:30 or more.
Yeah, my Scrubathon run was 6 hours and 30 minutes. Bowie's PB is 6 hours and 33 minutes.
Okay, so maybe a bit more, because he's probably... Well, he's been playing it a bit. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
And then third game, we're probably looking at about 4.5 or more. The third game kind of depends on how it goes, because it can kill you pretty easily.
And there are certain bosses that can just decide you just don't win because of RNG. So. The same thing in the second game with Susanoo. He's the only boss who can really screw you, but if the strat I have now is very consistent, so or the strat we have now. So again, this cutscene is 8 minutes long. If you haven't seen it, LCC has a highlight of it. If you can hear it over his hysterical girl laughter, and there, of course, you can watch it on YouTube. So if you mash start, you don't even have to watch it load. But I wasn't mashing start. Yeah, it's the shortest and the most dangerous. The second game is very safe. This game is fairly safe as well.
Yeah, this game control you more.
Yeah.
It looks like, just with what the boss decides to do, what the turn orders are. Second game is pretty consistent for the most part. It's just whether or not you lose time from what the boss does.
Yeah.
And then third game, the rings are both harder to hit, and the bosses can outright kill you.
Yeah.
So
it's by far the most difficult of the three.
But it's shorter, so, you know.
Yeah. Okay. And if anyone was curious, I think Kodelka's like 2 hours and 20 minutes. Thanks, Aether. So we get Zhuzhen back. I bought him a weapon because it's actually kind of important for him to do some extra damage. And then what'll happen is I'm also bought him a leather vest earlier. The leather vest was there because I need him to have extra physical defense and magical defense.
Yeah, this channel's been used for multiple things in the past. Like like you said, there was a Zillia race. They did some Kingdom Hearts stuff.
There's 4-Job Fiesta thing. The 4-Job Fiesta.
Yeah, 4-Job Fiesta opening race was held here. There's upcoming events just below. You'll see today we've got this, of course. July 18th, Lufia 2 Ancient Cave, the Jelly Bowl, quote unquote. If you check out That's Fair Zach, his channel has a lot of information on that if you're interested. And then there's Final Fantasy IV stuff going on as well. There's a big tournament going on for that where there's like 60 some odd people entered. So as it gets further in for that, there'll be Broadcast 2 going on. It's just pretty cool.
Yeah. I haven't.
If anyone's interested, like we're not the people to talk to, like me and Gerrick, but if you talk to Puexel, if you ever want to host anything on this channel, definitely talk to him.
Yeah, he's been very accommodating. We had to change the time on this a little bit coming into this, and
also this is where Kato comes in.
Yes, the greatest, most important thing in the history of the game.
You'll notice his height in this game. It's a little bit different from Part 2.
Yeah, very much take a lot of notice of how the character models change from 1 to 2.
His chin is still just as big.
Yeah,
but
it's just as impressive. Yeah,
he goes from like, I don't know, it was like 5'10" in this game, 5'8" to like 6'10".
Yeah, 285 pounds, and a master of the occult. In this game, he doesn't know anything about anything, and just in like a year, he's just like crammed and just like started roiding or something. That battle there was very unfortunate, but it's not like common to get in a battle there. Alice is sleeping a lot in this game, you're right. The other thing that I forgot to mention earlier is that in this game, you can only have 3 fusions equipped. In the second and third game, you can just choose whichever one you want that you have access to. I guess they decided that it was too restrictive, which I guess I can buy. Weird turn order is weird. Okay. And this fight is all about how many perfects you get. If you get all perfects, you can kill this boss relatively quickly.
Yeah, I could use some
If you don't, he dies really slowly. He has 900 HP. It's a huge uptick from what we've been fighting. Like, the Beast Dog, who I could physically attack and deal damage with whatever I wanted, had 480 HP. This guy has 900.
Pretty much doubling. It's kind of crazy. This game tends to do that quite a bit, but once you get the Mind's Eye, it gets a lot better.
Yeah, it's almost...
So you start doing double damage.
Yeah, see, 110. And then he's going to do well, I was hoping he wouldn't physically attack, but that's actually not bad because Jujin can just heal himself. Jujin can be used to deal damage, but he's mostly a healer in this fight. I didn't equip the hexagonal staff or the other items, so now he's just going to be a healer because I'm an idiot. Oh well, waste of money. But normally you would equip it, and he would do a little bit more damage. He would do like about how much Marguerite's going to do, but since he's using his oak staff still, he's going to take a lot less. He's going to do a lot less damage, and he's going to take more damage because I forgot to do that menu because I did my menuing in weird places, and it has some memory. But Marguerite and Yuri are both doing a lot more than usual. So
yeah, you used to not even get that staff, right?
Yeah, I used to not even get it. LCC was doing his casual playthrough, and I didn't remember. I forgot that the weapon shop here actually sells one, and I never looked because whatever. And you don't have enough money in the town before this to buy one, and I don't think they sell it there. This is actually okay. He can pick on Jujin all day because he can't kill him unless he does 3 hits, and he doesn't do 3 hits that often. So on his physical.
Yeah, a lot of bosses in this game do that, where they'll have varying amounts of physical hits. Kind of like you have varying physical hits depending on how well you do your rings. So, obviously if they do 1 hit, it's the best, because it's shortest animation, least damage, but sometimes they'll do like 4 or 5, depending on the boss.
Yeah. It's like Amon can do like 4 hits. He's going to do at least 2 hits here. When the camera pans like that, he's going to do at least he's going to do multiple hits. Good news is I don't actually have to heal Marguerite here, which means I can use a mana leaf on Yuri. It is unfortunate that I didn't buy or equip Jujin with the hexagonal staff, but it's not a big deal because I can just sell it again later. It's just a bad decision making there. He's almost dead though. When the bosses start leading in this game, similar to like Legend of Legaia or other games, where like you start knocking them down, they're close to death. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do Ogre Flame Dance, actually, which isn't going to do a ton of damage, but it should put him low enough to where I can kill him with Marguerite. It is a ton. It's disgusting. It's going to do like 45 or 50. 70. Whoa. That was a lot more than I thought.
All those levels, man.
Yeah, it's true. He's a much higher level. Who'd have done 90 with even the right level? This should kill him, and if it doesn't, I'll just defend until I get back to Jujin and do Ogre Flame again.
Yeah, I can use some help here.
It's not ideal. Cool. That was a good fight. Pretty good fight. I got all perfects. My characters are higher levels, so he died faster. But as you can see, getting those extra levels wouldn't have helped me save any time. Because obviously they were bad to get. So.
Yeah, one thing about this game you'll find is it goes much darker in terms of what you actually fight and the areas you visit.
Yeah, this game has more of a traditional demon, Japanese demon like orientation, where it's just like weird stuff. So, whereas in the second game maintains that a little bit, and then the third game is just like nope, 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 nope. We're not doing that anymore. Weird stuff away. And the brigand earrings I bought and I equipped on Yuri, at least I hope I equipped them on Yuri, they give me 20% extra cash, and they also increase his physical attack by 1 point, which again doesn't sound like a lot, but it's better than nothing, and it The 20% extra cash helps me make up for not doing the mask grind later in the game.
And Alice is magically better now.
Yeah, she was cursed by Lily, and when we killed the Yamaraja Earth, it broke the curse on her. Or wind, sorry. So, moving right along, we're going to continue. We're talking about how like Daehwai and how he's a jerk and how he does all these bad things. What he's doing is taking these votive pictures, which are used for ceremonies to keep deities appeased so he can make them angry so it'll help his magic. And he's replacing them with the Yamaraja, who's like a bad dude.
Yeah, the developer no longer exists, but I think they got absorbed by the parent company or something, so they still have the rights, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so.
But, yeah, I honestly can't see this being remade at any point. But you never know. There's stranger things have happened.
Yeah, it would be very weird to see a remake of this just out of nowhere. And it'd probably be like the Lufia 2 remake, where it would be like, yes! No!
No. It's an action game starring Yuri.
What have you done?
On the DS. Let's go.
Puzzles? Puzzles are stupid. Let's make them even dumber than they were. Actually, Lufia 2's puzzles are really good. I think.
I agree.
And the music in Lufia 2 is worth it as well. Yeah, they published Shadow Hearts 3. Xseed published Shadow Hearts 3 in the US. Interesting note, like, while Shadow Hearts 1 came out, it was a first-gen PS2 game. It's a, very minor fanfare. The second game came out 2 weeks before Final Fantasy X did. Does anybody else think that was a mistake? Because I think that was a mistake. And then, the problem was that while Final Fantasy X was well-reviewed, Shadow's Covenant was also very well-reviewed. Except it didn't sell, because everybody bought Final Fantasy X. So, while it didn't sell, the third game was made, and it did not sell well, and it was also panned as being, cheesy and not good. Which is not necessarily correct. Excuse me. And, didn't sell well enough to be transferred over, to be ported to the US or Europe, and then Xseed and somebody in Europe, I can't remember who it was in Europe, decided they were going to port it anyway. Kept porting it. I picked up a Flare Brooch. That reduces the amount of SP it takes Yuri to fuse by 20%, and it increases his stats, just a static stat increase. That guy right there, there's a guy standing in front of that field. It's actually a minigame you can play, where you can get a third key, but it's not consistent. So you may not gain any time doing it. I know I just went on a tangent, but deal with it. Deal with it. So now we're on a boat, and Yuri is going to do his best Locke impression and just be sick.
And you walk very slowly.
And you have to... Not only is it very slow, you have to go through multiple cutscenes here as well. And then I have to do a bunch of menuing after that, and some shopping. Rosewood Bracelet's cool. It prevents paralysis. We're coming up on a boss that, again, she can do paralysis, and we don't want to be paralyzed, as I call it. And unfortunately, these NPCs don't get out of your way, so they could potentially just, like, if you're mashing too much, you can just, like, continue to just mash through the scene and like talk to them over and over and over, which I've done because I wasn't paying attention. Yuri's all like, "Oh, I'm gonna throw up everywhere, and then I'm gonna swallow it."
Also, check out that sweet water animation at the bottom.
It's so good, dude. Like, I don't even know why they bothered. I don't even know why they bothered, like, changing that ever. That's like the best water animation ever. Now we're gonna watch a cutscene about the awesome, obvious. You know, we saw Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima. She's been chasing us. We saw her in the Japanese headquarters. We also know that she's a smuggler. She's the smuggler boss as far as like the player knowledge, but the character knowledge doesn't. And look at Kato. Everyone, just take a good look at that man right there. What would you say his height is? I mean, just give me a guesstimate. It's like, how tall do you think he is? Like 5'8", 5'9"?
I'll say 5'10".
5'10"? You're gonna give him 5'10"? Okay.
I'll give him 5'10".
And maybe like what? Like a $1.80, $1.50, somewhere between. Well, that's too low. Probably like a $1.75, maybe, in weight.
Sure. Why
Okay.
not?
All right, sure. We'll assign him a weight and.
I'll just say his chin is pretty heavy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, we give him 200 because the chin probably weighs what, 12, 13 pounds by itself.
30 pounds. I don't know.
Whatever people use in the metric.
30
area.
kilograms.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're metric here.
Sorry, that's right. I'm sorry, I forgot you're Canadian. Whatever you guys want to convert that to, I don't know what the conversion is. F you guys and using your obvious tens and making sense. I don't care, okay? We use things that don't make sense here in America, all right? And are outdated, have been for like 250 years. But the point is,
America.
Chin weighs a lot, all right? I can just imagine Kato like running through a room and just like chinning monsters as he's like running through it instead of like actually attacking them. That'd be awesome. You should be in a fight game, dude, where he's just like chinning people.
I'll make it happen. Don't worry.
You should. He obviously managed to harness the power of his chin to grow and become smarter. Yeah.
Add Kato to salty bets. Let's go. Is that even still around?
I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh man, there's so many of those like fan games, you know, out there now, especially those fighting games. I heard there's another one coming out like Street Fighter 5 with like Ken with like a huge ponytail and all that stuff.
Yeah, he's got the Play-Doh hair.
Yeah, and he's like doesn't fight like Ryu anymore for the first time ever. So we're gonna go back downstairs now after this horribly long, just like Yuri feeling bad about his stomach and all that good stuff. Kato is the Crimson Chin. Sure. Text Cincinnati. And by protects, I mean he mopes because his girlfriend. Never mind, I'm not gonna ruin it. Everyone gets to wait and see. Actually, you won't see because it's a long cutscene and we're not gonna do it because it's a side quest. My nose is so itchy. So this is where Yuri has kind of a turning point in this game where he realizes that he's protecting Alice because he wants to, not because the voice is making him. So he's all like, I'm a nice person. And he has a good character evolution in this game versus the second game where he's all like, I'm sad. Don't tell me I'm sad, I'm happy. And it's like, no dude, you're sad. He's like, no, I'm not. Essentially, the second game is like 6 hours of that Goodwill Hunting scene where he's like, it's not your fault. And it's Jerry crying everywhere. It's pathetic. Alright. So, there are monsters. Something's going on. We don't know what's going on. Something big. Marguerite doesn't know what it is. She's the best spy ever. She just accumulates information. Just from every source she can possibly find. We come up here. We can't menu there because our party's not technically together. He's all like, hey guys, what's up? And the boss, this is where we find out we've been going around in circles. And the reason we've been going around in circles is because of Lily has been making us go around in circles because she hates us and wants us to die.
Demons, etc.
Yeah. Magic, bad juju. What else? You know, it's you know, it's a game. What it is. So after this, we have obviously it's the relay of the 3 Shadow Hearts games in the core series. Shadow Hearts 2 is going to be by Bowie the Hero, and then later tonight, in the wee hours of the morning, will be LCC doing.
That's me.
From the New World. That's the guy on the Skype chat with me right now. And we still have about 5.5 hours, or 5 hours of this game to go, so...
Strap in, boys.
Yeah.
Strap in.
Yeah. So don't you dare turn that dial. And Lily is all... She gets hit by magic, and she's all like, oh, it hurts, my body, it hurts. And then she strikes something with lightning, which seems far more effective than anything else she does. and Sea Mother was hiding down there and trying to take care of it. Ooh, weird. There for a second. And she's just being Lily and hits her again with lightning. One interesting thing about this game, or well, I guess it's not interesting, but unfortunate, is that there are no breaks, there are no unskippable cutscenes, and there's no auto-scrolling text. So if you were to speedrun this game, make sure to use the bathroom before you start.
Or have a mashing partner.
Or have a mashing partner, which I've had multiple times, because I have a wife. And this is where we find out the last little bit of the story about Lily. What happened is her father went out, he was a fisherman, he died at sea, he got lost at sea. So she asked the Blue Dragon God to bring her father back. So he did, but he swapped their voices. So she had a gruff man voice, and he had a girly voice. I don't know how else to describe it. And the only way for her to get her voice back was to kill her father. So instead of killing her father, she couldn't bring herself to do it. And she fell in love with like this actor in a troupe, and sorry, and he fell in love with, she fell in love with him, and they were going to leave together. So her dad, you know, being the cool guy that he is, decides he's going to go out on the sea and he's going to catch them a huge fish for a feast before she leaves. He gets lost at sea again, so she gets stuck with the voice. And so instead she just walks out into the ocean one night and is never seen again. Sad story. Alright, so these guys normally will go first, but we're a higher level than normal, so Marguerite can just kill them all with grenade. This is the first opportunity you have to gain Fire Spirit, which would allow you to get the Fire Fusion, which has moderate or higher physical attack, but is really slow and doesn't have any abilities that are useful. So, oh, we're gaining another level. I think Alice should easily be level 11 going into the fight, which is nice. I'm gonna do.
Yeah, the element of the enemy that you kill is giving you soul towards that particular element for the fusion, which is in casual play you'd farm varying elements if you want to get certain fusions.
Yeah, in the first dungeon you can only get like light and water, and then in the second dungeon you can get wind and dark, I think.
Oh yeah, this is all historical. All of this happens.
Yeah, I mean, I read it in a book. I have to buy a couple of items here real quick. I didn't want to discount that. We're good, other than and we're gonna pick that up. And we actually take the Flare Roach off for the capital because it gives us more physical damage. Actually, what I know this is completely off the beat, but deal with everything. Okay. I just need to make sure that the correct items are equipped, and you have to run through and do these 3 mandatory battles. You can also get random battles on the boat, but we're hoping that it doesn't happen.
I didn't even know you could get random battles on the boat.
Yeah, you can.
Damn.
You can indeed. And Yuri doesn't need a fuse. These guys have 45 HP. Man, everybody is doing everything today. Today is just the day to be doing stuff on Twitch. 28. It's actually faster to do it this way, the way I'm doing it now, where I attack instead of using grenade, because grenade won't kill these guys, they're water element as well. So, there we go. When I was a kid, I didn't like this battle music, but I've heard it so much over the last year that it's like grown on me quite a bit. Oh, he's dead. Little worm monster. Get effed. Okay, so I put the voodoo doll on Alice, and the reason I did that is because in the next boss fight, the boss can use an ability called Dark Messenger. What Dark Messenger does, like I talked about earlier, it not only does a lot of damage to if you're the opposite elemental affinity, which Alice is light, it can also instant death you. So Alice is probably going to die multiple times in the next boss fight. So what I like to do is take bets on how often Alice dies in the Lily fight. And I usually go with 3 times that she dies, because that's pretty average. So, yeah, it's good stuff. So get those numbers in now, and the winner gets something, I guess? No.
Whatever's in this box.
Yeah, whatever is in the box. Get the box.
Seven, good guess. Good guess.
7 is solid. And the voodoo doll is just like a goat doll, replacement man, you know, whatever you want to call it from it. Ever.
Automatically revives you and consumes it upon use.
Yeah. And they're really expensive, so it's not really cost efficient to like buy them. Also, you don't want anyone to die ever, really, for any reason, except in a couple of instances where you just don't care. Like Marguerite against Olga 1 doesn't really matter if she survives a fight, because she doesn't participate in any battles after that point. Zhu Zhen actually is kind of important to continue to survive, but a little bit later. I'm just healing because healing is healing.
Alright folks, I'm going to duck out for a while. Gerrick, you'll have to play solo for probably most of this game, but
Yeah,
I'll be back like for Covenant probably. And Bowie might be here towards the end as well.
Yeah, alright, thanks for hanging out, man.
So yeah, I gotta go for a while, so I'll be back.
Right,
cheers.
Thanks. Alright, now the evil Echo Man is gone. So what we're going to do is... That's why he's vacation. This boss can also do paralysis, which would be unfortunate because I forgot to move the item back. So what we're doing is we're just going to beat her down as quickly as possible. We don't use grenade in this fight because it takes too long and it doesn't really do that much damage. It's better to just physically attack her. And we want Alice to survive because it will put her to level 11, which is going to give us a magic damage spell. Which, hey, family. Nice strike. There's one Dark Messenger, and it's likely to one-shot Alice, which it'll hit Alice. It always hits Alice. And there's the instant death. And there's a little bit of lag whenever the voodoo doll goes off. Like, it doesn't instantly give you the menu. It has to think about it. So we're going to heal her real quick here. And hope that Lily just, like, attacks Marguerite or Yuri with paralysis or a physical attack on her next turn. And then what'll happen is, in the next boss fight, it happens immediately after this one, so... Okay, so we hope this doesn't one-shot her, or instant death her. And it did not. Alright. So we want to get perfects on the Thera leaves here, just because of just 90 HP versus 75. So. So there's paralysis, that's good. We want her to use paralysis at least once. I could have healed Marguerite there, I probably should have, but it's really not going to put her in much of a danger area there. Paralysis is a lot like Confusion. It does a lot more damage than her regular physical attack, but that was a pretty good fight. So. And Alice is going to hit level 11, which means that the Shooting Star Tome I bought is going to be very useful. And then Daehwai shows up, and he revives Lily and turns her into a squid monster. Zoidberg monster. Okay. So this boss will usually go first, like she did right there, and she does this ability called Hate Storm. This does a lot of damage. It really just does a lot of damage to Marguerite, or to Alice. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna heal with Marguerite and Alice. So it is Ursula indeed. Wow, double crit. Really nice. If I had healed Marguerite like I should have at the end of the last fight, I could have just healed Alice there, and then I would have been able to start doing abilities. I could take the chance that she's not going to do Hate Storm again, which I'm actually just going to do because I'm a man, I'm not afraid. And you'll see that this does like 118 damage. Oh wow, it only did 95. Did I not equip her with the Shooting Star Tome? Really unfortunate that she just did Hate Storm again. That's going to kill Alice. But we'll just revive her. It usually does a lot more damage than that. I thought I equipped the different... I didn't equip those usually. Here we go. It's actually also important that Marguerite survived this battle. Of course. Because Marguerite's going to be having to pretty much solo a boss later. Did I really miss this again? So hopefully we don't get another Hate Storm. And 1 crits. That was a pretty good fight. I mean, it was okay. Too many Hate Storms. She healed Marguerite at the end of the last battle. But as you see, everyone's 13, which is about where we want to be. It's a level higher than normal. So we should be alright from here. And we release Lily by killing her. And then see Mother falls over and dies. Which is unfortunate, but true. Sometimes that's life. And we pray for her, and she just goes about her business. Moves on to the next life, where things are better. So onward we press. We're still going to try to get to Shanghai to deal with Daehua, which is where we're going to go next. Yeah, I know, right? Probably not as good things. And then we meet Woogie of Kulun, who's a minor villain. We're going to fight here in just a second. We have a flashback battle that's pretty easy. I do it a certain way in order to save time. We use the 7th key in this fight, but I'm only going to use 5 rotations of the 7th key. then we're gonna have a solo fight with Zhuzhen, which shouldn't be too bad. This is 15 years ago, 1889 Shanghai. Yeah, every time you sound. Yeah, exactly. So Zhuzhen and Ben Hugo, who is Yuri's father, stopped Daehua 15 years ago from doing the same thing he's trying to do now. And that's Woogie of Kowloon. Woogie's thing is that he absorbs all magic damage, but that's fine because we're not worried about magic damage in this run pretty much, because spells in this game take a long time, and they don't really do as much damage as the physical damage that Yuri can pump out. I will use spells occasionally with like people like Haley and Zhuzhen and Marguerite, but not often. Here comes Ben Hugo, who's a total beast, and I think they would have really had a good game if they had made a prequel with him or something. And he's in the special forces for the Japanese army, and he's here to tell Woogie to get off his, get off his turf, if you will, I guess. I don't know. Woogie of Kowloon, who I think is actually a really cool villain. Unfortunately, he's not really fleshed out. And Ben is level 45, and he's really, really strong. And he has Cernavog, which is a level 3 dark fusion, and he just doesn't even care. He just fuses. And then we come down here, and we use the 7th key, and we attack Woogie. I lost count. Whatever, that should do it. It takes 2 full attacks to kill him. And it takes 1 attack, like 1 full ring to kill the Kappas, so. And handle him. Unfortunately, you don't get to keep any of the items that he had or anything like that. It doesn't transfer over. So, and then Woogie bounces. Like, you a demon. And he lets Woogie go. Tell Daehua that he's coming for him. Woo guy. You might be right. I don't know. I just always said Woogie. Oogie. Oogie oogie doo. I love the music for Shanghai, by the way, just in case anybody's curious. The way it starts and just kind of like how it feels very oriental without being like racist. So. Give the original comment. I don't know. I don't speak Japanese, guys. I'm sorry. So that's where Zhuzhen tells Alice that he knows Yuri's father and he knows him, pretty much from what Ben told him about him. And he's been keeping it from him because he doesn't want Yuri to be like Yuri would probably be, which is angry or something. Very important that I do this real quick. I wanted to do it there, which is stupid because I'm going to menu again right here. It's not a very good showing. I'm a little rusty as well. I haven't finished a run of this game in a while. That's right, white. Yeah. I gotta come over here and grab this item first. The reason I have to grab this item right now is because if I don't grab it now, I have to come and grab it later. And it costs the same amount of time to grab it now, so you might as well just grab it now. That blue dragon horn is important. It's like fire. Yeah, pretty much. God, my nose is killing me. So this is where we find out that they're not all as well in the Japanese army. They're, there's apparently dissension in the ranks, if you will. Kawashima's not getting results, and they're getting worried back home, and so on and so forth. They have the chin. As you can see again, Kato, not exactly the tallest man ever. blah blah blah, plot development, plot development. There's just things not going well. They're afraid that she's going to fail and Japan's going to get destroyed and so on and so forth. We have a pretty big shopping trip and then a couple of menus, and then we're going to go to the one place in the game that I really, really need my notes for, which is a maze. I have the route that I need to go pretty well written down. Well, I have it written down. It's not pretty well written. Anyway. Put some stuff in issues, making his waifu shorter. Maybe. Maybe. Lottery ticket? Important. Because we want to have as many lottery tickets as we can for the Mind's Eye. I should get it the first or second attempt without any problems. It's pretty easy to get the Mind's Eye in this game. We're just getting it in the second game, and it's incredibly easy to get in the third game. But it's also not as effective in the third game. Physical damage is really nerfed in the third game. It doesn't scale very well because of the way your weapons work in the third game, and the way that you don't get like really good weapons compared to the enemies you fight a lot. This is a bar they hang out at, the entertainment show. And her father was the guy that was helping Ben and Juzhen deal with Day Y before, and now he's like down and out. And we're going to fight two Kappas here. We're going to use Ogre Flame Dance and then physically attack and kill them. He's all surprised that Juzhen's alive. And then we're going to fight Woogie. We're going to fight Woogie twice. And we want to be as low on HP as we possibly can going into the first fight with Woogie with Juzhen because we have to lose the battle. So we want to lose it just by physically attacking instead of having to watch Game of Death. Which you'll see Game of Death. He does it automatically against Yuri, and he'll do it on his first turn is when he turns into Yamirage of War. Okay. So we'd really want him to use Flash Flood twice. It's going to do like 22 or 23 damage, I think. As you can see, Juzhen has 113 HP, so... Dude. So a perfect will do like 95 damage. This is going to do like 75, I think. But did 80. So that's good. And Juzhen's obviously in the front row again, just to kind of use that to get it. And now we got to do 20 damage to him because they have 100 HP. That's good. The reason I'd rather do the 90 damage would just be that it would guarantee the first attack kills him. So it saves a little bit of time not having to watch Juzhen's second attack animation. Whatever, we got through it. And again, this enemy's going to go first. And we want him to use Flash Flood. We'd prefer him to use Flash Flood twice, because that way he can't critically hit or do 3 attacks. We don't want to bother having to hit. And that's the Kappa fight. Pretty much. Honestly, he could attack all 3 times there. I'd be alright. I do a full Judgment Ring now. I used to do just the first hit, but there have been times where I've lost runs because Juzhen's missed on his first attack. So I don't even bother doing that anymore. And he's a level higher than he should be. He should be level 10. Okay, so now we fight Woogie of Kulun. You have to lose this first battle. And then Yuri and Juzhen don't get automatically healed after this fight, so I have to 10 after I get them. And Woogie, again, absorbs all magic attacks, so he, like, challenges Juzhen to use some of his Taoist magic. So we try to run away. It's faster than anything else, and then he just, like, beats us down a little bit. and then normally theoretically he would attack twice on his first hit and then beat Zhuzhen. But otherwise, you're gonna watch Game of Death, which is like a 10-second or 12-second animation, and we'll skip that. So down he goes, and now we're gonna fight him with the amazing Yuri, who's gonna just beat the crap out of him. He's got 330 HP. He's gonna do Game of Death on his first turn. I think on the opening turn, regardless of what I do. So you get to see it. It's not really that great of an ability. And then we're gonna Fusion Raging Tiger and beat him down. And he's like, oh, Game of Death. Let's see. Starts. Just about 8 seconds total. And he can also do Dark Messenger, but Yuri's immune to instant death in this fight. The ability, the Game of Death, if you don't have a Leonardo's Bear on after this battle, you'll instantly die. You all die. There's nothing you can do about it. But we'll have Leonardo's Bears on when we deal with him at the Yamaraja War. And it's actually not that bad of a time. Only 7 minutes behind my PB. Okay, so that's Woogie of Kulun. There's another battle with him later where you fight him and he's like a doll. He's like a puppet. So yeah, that's that. There's nothing really special there. This is where Yuri finds out that his father stopped Daehua 15 years ago, and that's how his father died. His father died, and then some demons were sent by Daehua in response to kill his mother. And that's when Yuri first fused, was to kill the demons that killed his mother. And that's why he doesn't have like complete control over it. He's not at peace with the fact that he does turn into a monster. And he feels like figuratively and literally he'll eventually turn into a monster if he continues to fuse with monster spirits. So at this point he's just convinced that he's going to go and destroy him. There's one votive picture that Daehua can't get his hands on, and it's the White Tiger votive picture that represents one of the gods of one of the cardinal directions. And it's sealed under where Zhuzhen was trained at the temple ruins. And we're going to go get it so we can protect it. Because that's the best decision ever made. Poor mother, yeah. Actually, in this timeline, it's not Karen. Spoiler alert for the second game, but in this timeline, it's actually not her. She becomes that role after the second game. I just needed a little bit. Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm so cute. So she was listening to us because she's a right spy and all that good stuff. And so now she wants to come with us to help us, and she wants to stop Daehua from taking over Japan or China or wherever he wants to take over, which is anywhere, because he's totally a knob and he wants to do whatever he wants, and taking over the world is kind of his thing. Classic villain behavior. Go do a bunch of shopping and some menuing, so we're gonna go do that real quick. We're gonna buy upgraded weapons for everybody, and we're gonna actually go and upgrade a couple of them. In the next area, we have to split into two parties, one with the men and one with the ladies. And they have to fight one boss each. The men fight two bosses, the ladies fight one. We're going to increase this because we want the extra 500 because it increases for 5%. Steel Claw. And I have to decrease a lot of this stuff. Marguerite still needs to have hers on. Yeah. That is a timing minigame for Ag. Yeah, you have to do it in all three games, actually. Is there a timing minigame for it? Yeah, the Judgment Ring is pretty much the defining feature of this game. So it makes sense that they use it as much as they do. Or of the three games. I'm going to buy 2 items from Kato coming up. He acts like this, and I've got a... Or he acts as a vendor right now. This game has boobs. All games have boobs. Boobs are the only thing in games. Kappa. So we're going to come here, we're going to do a maze, we're going to fight a couple bosses, we're going to get a treasure, and it's nothing possibly at all could possibly go wrong with this idea. Right? And then we're going to get the flash badge here, and then we're going to see that, which is going to be double speed rings that I'm not super practiced on lately. So run up here, we're going to trigger Jujin being old. Grab this. This is a lottery ticket. We're going to talk to her. And we have to talk to both of them. And this is why I had to discount all that stuff. It gives me just enough money to do this. May not seem like a lot, but it is extra damage. And then he remembers the spell to open the gate. And then we're going to go down here. We're going to do a big puzzle. Big maze. And then hopefully I don't get lost. The estimate for this run would be about 6 hours and 30 minutes would be my guess. Right now, that's what it looks like. For the entire relay, it's about 17 hours. There are a bunch of empty treasure chests in this dungeon as well, which is kind of frustrating. But there's also a couple of treasure chests we want to get, like a white tiger's hair and a Leonardo's bear. those items will allow us to kill a boss pretty quickly, as well as prevent us from dying against the next boss. Yes, this game is PS2. I don't know. I can't think of anything else Yasunori Mitsuda did. I'm not like really up on, you know, other than Nobu Uematsu or however you say his last name. So there's another gimmick in here that he's going to seal different effects. In the first dungeon, the first one for the men, he's going to seal their items. For the women, he's going to seal their special attacks. And then for the third room, the third dungeon I have to do, the third little maze, he's going to seal everything. Oh yeah. He also did. I think Bowie brought up the point that he also did like Final Fantasy Adventure, which also has really good music as well. The Seiken Dentetsu games, or whatever. So I'm gonna tent here because, as you see, my guys are all still pretty. Everyone should be equipped with the correct items already, but I'm just gonna check. Alright. I gotta pay attention to my notes here, so I apologize. The Master Jiao Fang acts as a shop as well. But he doesn't sell Western belts, which is why I buy him at Kato. There's a potential I won't be able to escape from these battles, which is quite unfortunate. But I have Zhuzhen backup. I'm also a level higher than normal, so it shouldn't be a problem. I need to move Zhuzhen in the back row. It's very important that he be in the back row for this upcoming boss, because if he physically attacks his life. White Tiger's hair. I don't know what other games that gentleman has done. I've probably played them, but... The red teleporter indicates that we're on our way to the boss. We should still be fully healed. I am going to safety save before this boss because he can troll me. I have no way to heal myself, so I just have to out-damage him. Which isn't too difficult, but I have died here, unfortunately, more times than I'd like to talk about. So, onward we go. So this boss is fire, as you can probably guess from him being all red. But he does take decent damage from Overflame Dance, so we will use it if we can stay not. If we don't get silenced. If he does Shining Arm or Flaming Arm of Death, then he can silence Zhuzhen, which is unfortunate. It's not cost efficient or effective to really buy a bell bracelet for this particular fight. You don't have enough money, is the bottom line. So. So we want him to attack once. Anything over once is unfortunate, because as you can see, he just mauls people. He's very strong. So these enemies, the three enemies you fight in here are supposed to be designed based upon the different. In Taoism, there are bugs that live in your different parts of your body, like your chakras or whatever, that indicate like what causes you dilemmas, rage, anger, disappointment, things like that. And they're supposed to be based on those. The Shadow Heart's new game, any percent is bad ending. Good ending takes about 30 minutes longer because there's a 20 to 30 minute grind session based upon how lucky your encounters are at the end of the game. That's that boss. Easy, done, finished, goodbye. Have a nice day. The next boss is when you're going to first see an item called a black... there are some items in this game that double your attack. They double your attack damage or triple it, but they have ring status effects that come with them that are not affected by an item called a pocket watch, which prevents all ring status effects. Here in a little while, I'm going to make sure I'm going to be using one of those items on Marguerite in this next boss fight, which is going to double her physical attack damage, but it's also going to make her Judgment Ring double speed. So in order to combat that, I picked up that golden hourglass earlier, which is going to make her Judgment Ring not go at normal speeds. All the monsters in this game, the second game, and third game all have a backstory in the design, or in the actual like library. If you go into the library and look at it, they talk about like what they are and why they're the way they are. So unfortunately, I didn't escape there, which means I'm going to take a little bit of damage here. But though I cannot use magic in combat, I can use it out of combat. So I'll use Alice to heal everybody before we fight the boss. Sorry again, I have to really pay attention here. You can get lost very easily in here, unfortunately. If you take the wrong turn and you're not familiar with the map really well. This game is quite good. It's not, the first game is not super expensive to pick up. The second game is not expensive either. The third game is pretty cheap. I think I got my copy of the third game for about 20 bucks. Such a bad time. I'm not going to save here because this boss is... Okay. So, again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a black tortoise fang. There are two different items that you can use in this situation. You can use a black tortoise fang or a black tortoise horn or these other items. If you use one that targets everybody, it lasts for one of their turns. And if you use one that targets one person, it lasts for 3 of their turns. So we're going to use a gold hourglass. Wow, that didn't do any damage at all. Oh, shoot. I really thought I was going to miss those. And as you can see, this boss, she hits this boss really, really hard. We pretty much just want her to pick on Alice. Alice can actually die in this fight. It doesn't matter because she's going to leave the party and come back at an average party level, which is really nice. Can I get a crit, please? 92. He's already almost dead. And she's defending, so this is really good. Nice. He's dead. That was a good fight. I would have killed to have that fight in my PvP, but whatever. Like I said, Alice is going to be leaving the party anyway soon, so all the levels she's gotten to this point are kind of irrelevant now. She's going to leave and come back at again. Yeah, the ring in this game is called a Judgment Ring. it determines how many attacks your characters do, or so on and so forth. So, also, if you get the strike area like I did there, you notice it did like a lot more damage. It increases your damage you deal by about 25%. Ish. So now we're going to do one more dungeon, and this dungeon is both items and magic are sealed in combat. It also has the weakest enemies in the dungeons of the 3 dungeons. The first enemies you fight in here are the most dangerous. Like, when you say playing this game, do you mean just like in general, or how long have I been speedrunning it? Yeah, I'm Gerrick. I don't know what else. I've been speedrunning this game for almost a year. Oh, I see, and that's I skipped a north. Oh well, it's okay. Yeah, I've been running this game for a year. I routed the game last August, and I started running it in August of 2014. I messed up. You're supposed to go north here and then east, but it's not. I also run the second game, or I have run the second game. I ran the second game for Scarbathon, and I have the world record in both the first and the second game. But this time is terrible, but I got trolled pretty hard by some stuff. Leonardo's bear right there that I picked up prevents instant death. It's one of the best accessories in all 3 games. Very, very useful. I'm going to buy another one. Right along. Ooh. Fortunate. It's been faster to just kill him. And I routed the second game pretty much from scratch with Bowie here. Okay, so we're coming up on the lottery for the flash badge. There are 2 places to get flash badges in this game. One here, and one at close to the end of the game. And this lottery is actually really easy. You just have to mash really hard, and you get it. Because it starts, the indicator starts right at the start of where you want it. So, flash badge. And then you just have to mash. There is not currently. I don't know how exactly the random encounters work in this game. Unfortunately. I believe it's polled on like every frame. And then it's determined whether or not you're going to get a random battle or not. So like right there, I got a back attack. And then, because I have the flash badge, I'm able to escape like immediately. This item right here, this wooden token, interestingly enough, you have to get it because it's how you advance the story. But it doesn't tell you need it until you get to the area where you need it. So if you don't know you need it, you just don't get away. Another back attack. Nice. Okay. Goodbye. Yuri will always escape on his turn now. Whoever is equipped with the flash badge will always escape on their very first turn. And their turn will normally come first. Or will, in a normal battle, their turn will always come first. Okay. Lots of battles so far. Also unfortunate. Goodbye. Oh, bye-bye. Yeah, they make a lot of. I mean, as far as like traditional RPGs, there aren't really a ton left. Where they get made. I can just use Nourishing Potion. Normally I wouldn't have Nourishing Potion here, I would use a tent, but I don't. So this is the first option and then the second option boss. And now we'll see what the Flash Badge does to me. And hopefully I can still do it. I haven't done it in quite a while, so. Double crit. Maybe someday. Maybe the hope. If I ever won the lottery and had $150 million lying around, I would go to Square Enix and I would ask them to buy the rights for this game. Put up a huge portion of the remake. I would also want to write on it though, because I think there are improvements I can make on the story because I'm a jerk and I know more than everyone, right? Got a lot of crits in this fight. And as you can see, Yuri's just getting so many more turns than the enemy. Nice. I'm so good at this game. He's dead though. So it doesn't matter. So that was a pretty good fight. Doesn't really get a whole lot better than that in that particular battle. I got a lot of critical hits, and you get a free Leonardo's Bear there. And Yuri's a level higher. I mean, Yuri is his own father. It's a paradox. Oh. Alright. So, that is that dungeon. Really? I didn't know that, actually. That's curious. I wonder why I've never known that. So as you saw, I picked up a Leonardo's Bear in the dungeon. I got one from the final boss in there, and I bought one, which means that all three of my characters in the next fight will be immune to instant death. Which is actually important because we want Zhuzhen to be as high level as possible because when Alice and Marguerite to be as high level as possible because when Alice rejoins, she's going to be like 17 or 18, and that's right about where we want her. And we're going to get fully healed here in just a minute. Alice is going to leave the party. She doesn't have any accessories on that are required to be moved. And what this is going to do is we want, and then when we get Keith in Europe, we want Alice and Zhuzhen to both be as high level as possible as well, just so he'll come at a higher level. He's going to come in between level 18 and 19, or 18 and 20. And for those of you who are not subbed to RPG Limit Break channel, please feel free to sub away. And follow everybody involved with the relay. Currently, it is me running it right now, Gerrick1. LCC will be, Bowie the hero will be running Shadow Heart's Covenant after this. And then the LCC will be running Shadow Hearts from the New World after that. I didn't think Call of Duty was super popular in Japan, though. I thought it was not really that popular over there. I don't think there's been any work done on it yet, Felly. That would be something you'd have to ask like Poexel or Brosencha or anybody who's involved, Vuligen, somebody who is involved with the planning. So we went in here to unseal this so we could get it and protect it, and of course Gerrick sneaks in here and gets it. Yeah, that sounds about right. I would assume they would wait until after that, since everybody's practicing for that and making arrangements for that, and that's coming up. So. So unfortunately, both Master Jifa and Master Zhao Fang both die here. And he teleports us out at the cost of his own life to save us. And now we're going to fight Yamraja War, which is essentially Woogie. He's still immune to magic, and he hits pretty hard, and he's going to do Game of Death, as well as Nightmare, which is a multi-target spell. It's a level 2 dark spell. Hits everything. The level 2 and 3 dark spells all hit everything, and they can have a chance to cause instant death. A higher chance than the level 1 dark spell. However, it's not going to matter because we have Leonardo's Bears on. And we're going to beat Woogie to death with Yuri, because at this point in the game, it seems like a solid strat. And Zhujian will essentially just be defending, because he can't really do anything else. He's pretty scrubtastic at this point. Leonardo's Bear. Those need. Oh, formation should be right as well. Old people die, dude. That's what they do, right? Oh, Zhujian doesn't die, and he's old. I don't want to look at my splits. In fact, I'm not going to. I'm just gonna play. This is Woogie. Turns into Yamraja War. He will not go first. Yuri will go first. He will go second. Or third, because Marguerite's a little higher than that. The reason it took so long there to load and get to the next, like to get to my first turn, is that the game didn't know that I was supposed to go first. It had to do the math and took a second longer, pretty much. Because Yuri's not supposed to be able to go before him. Boogie the boogie. And I think that's also why Marguerite usually goes before him, is because the game thinks that he was supposed to go first. He didn't go first, Yuri went first. And then they think that it's supposed to like initiate my sequence of turns. So this is a completely wasted turn. It's gonna do nothing. It won't cause any damage. It doesn't kill anyone. And then Zhujian will finally get a turn. I have a very hard time with Marguerite's first hit area getting strikes for some reason. I've always had it. Oh, it's so good. So good. And yeah, as you can see, he hits really hard. But I don't care. I literally just don't care about his damage. And done. And done. Best friend, nothing ever gonna keep me down. Alright, that was Yamraja War. Get used to that strat, because that's this game. Once you get the flash badge, Yuri is so fast that his attack timing, he just gets so many turns. Bacon shows up, kicks Yuri in the face with a spirit bomb, and then leaves with Woogie, which he turns into a doll and you can fight in a side quest. But we won't be doing that because it takes too much time and you get no benefit from doing it except for a couple of levels and a decent improvement of a weapon for Yuri. But we don't need it because we don't need it. I mean, for lack of a better term. Baked bacon. It's true. Got a lot more cutscenes coming. So we're just mashing through this. I don't really have anything else to say right now. Just don't. We're just spamming through text and finding out more information. This is when they find out that they're part of the Japanese army. We feel betrayed. Right. Exactly. So we're just spamming through this text. I don't really have anything else to say about it. And we have a bunch more cutscenes to mash through here. And then we have a very important cutscene in which we have to answer questions in a very specific way. Usually calling Daehua a dirty old man. And so. Here in just a moment, a carpet is going to be ruined. Travesty that we will never forget. I don't know what kind of font the text is. I looked for a font very similar to it when I was setting up like my layout and so on and so forth, but I couldn't find anybody. I couldn't find it. So if anybody was curious, just to plug some stuff for RPG Limit Break, since they were kind enough to host this, I think coming up, I don't have the channel up in front of me, which I probably should, just so I can take a look at some stuff and see what like the upcoming events are. Because this is all just storyline stuff. We're gonna go fight Daehua. That's, I mean, woo. That's it, guys. So coming up next is the Jelly Bowl, which is, I guess, a big Lufia 2 Ancient Cave race. If you haven't seen that, check out That's Fair Zach. I know Feral Pigman's done, I think he's messed around with the Ancient Cave a little bit. Some other people have as well, whose names I can't remember. You can see that down there. That's pretty fun. Ancient Cave is fun to watch because it's interesting. It has just like, there's a the people who do it and do it well, like I said, that's fair. Zach does, and they know a lot about Luffy, like how monsters move and like what abilities they have and their weaknesses and how to take advantage of like the equipment they get. It's really impressive. That's July 18th. That's next Saturday. I'll probably watch actually. And then August 8th is the Final Fantasy IV Paladin tournament. If you don't know what that is, that's the race. That's a race to beat Milon Z and become a Paladin. If you've never played Final Fantasy IV, the game is 27 years old or something like that. 1994, so 21 years old. If you don't know what that's about, or 92? Was it 92? And then September 12th is the Final Fantasy IV final, the Paladin Tournament Finals. The reason it's so spread out is because you have like, there were like 64 people who entered that. It was really impressive. So they're going to do August 8th, they're going to do the elimination races, and then they're going to do the finals on September 12th, which is really cool. And like, shout outs to Poexel for allowing us to race this game, or well, not race this game, but do this relay on this channel. You can get in random battles out here. You can also talk to the soldiers if you want to fight them for some reason. They give you wind spirit, and they give you like decent experience, but we don't want to fight them. I don't even know. Like, there's so many people entered in it. I mean, it's been really entertaining. I know some people are finishing up like their, I guess, group stages would be the best way to describe it right now as well. I just saw, you know, Poexel tweet on Twitter, he went 2-2, and some other people are doing it. Final Fantasy IV is a cool run. I know it's being worked on still. I think there's a step manipulation route they're working on getting, where you're getting seed 92, which is a good seed for, like, I think most of the game. Like, you can tell where your encounters are going to be on that seed, so they're setting up to around that round robin pool. And so yeah, that's why there's so many people like just having to play. There were just so many people who signed up for it, so it's really cool. It's a cool thing. Yeah, cool. Good game. Another, like I said, I know they're working on like seed manipulation and step manipulation, stuff like that. I will not be going for good ending. I will be getting the bad endings any percent. Thank you, Happy Squid. But Jelly Bowl is going to be cool too. I know that Zach just posted it on Twitter, and he posted it, like, he was talking about it in his chat the other day, or in his channel. It was a big announcement for him, and that's really cool. I know he does a lot of... He's a very entertaining guy and a good runner, so check him out. Give him a follow. And please follow us. Why aren't you running, Happy Squid? Technically, Pokey, both endings are canon, based on Shadow Heart's Covenant's ending. So, what you want to do, ideally, is hit both of these guys with 3 hits from Yuri and then use a grenade to kill them. I kind of screwed that up because I only got 1 hit, obviously. You don't have a file set up. It's in a week. You can beat Lufia 2 in a week. Twice. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I can use
Just be an MU boy. This was a little bit of a sloppy fight, but not too bad. Crit. Yeah, just speedrun it like twice, dude. Come on. Especially with the 4 times experience and money in the second run. So we just beat down on that guy. That guy runs away. I like how he's like, the participants are final. Man, come on. So, this is the torture scene. There's a torture scene in all 3 games. And ironically, in this game, you just want to, in all 3 games, you just want to give the first option. It's very important in this game to get the first option. If you don't use the first option, as funny as the other ones would be, you won't get to go to Kulin Fortress. And if you can't go to Kulin Fortress, you can't get the Mind's Eye. And if you can't get the Mind's Eye, you can't beat the... I mean, you can. It's just going to be really slow. This is going to be a really slow time anyway. It's going to be like a 312 Asia. It's just absolutely awful. Oh, good job. She got kidnapped whenever we were in the temple ruins. So we're gonna run. We're like, we're here to save you, and we're leaving. So you have to come back here, and we're gonna get on a boat. My PB for Asia, by the way, just in case anybody's curious, is 2 hours and 57 minutes. We're definitely not gonna hit that. We have at least 7 minutes of cutscenes left. It might be a 305. Wouldn't be too. You can play that. There's a mini game right there, a shell game you can play. I'm gonna save. I'm paranoid. Dude, we just bounced because I don't even care about her. Okay, I got Marguerite. I don't need Alice. Marguerite's dirtier anyway. Right? 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 Okay, so this is Kulin Fortress. This is a side quest where you fight Woogie again. But what we're gonna do here is we're really just gonna get the Mind's Eye. Oh, I was early. I was just a little bit early. Oh, no, I got it. Never mind. We're done. My bad, everybody. I lied to you. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're good. Cool. My bad. My chair is terrible. I'm sorry. I have to lean in there. So now we're going to do this dungeon. We're also going to pick up a couple of items in here, that one of which I'm going to sell. This is the 3rd key. I'm going to use it a little bit later. I thought I was early, but I was right on time. That Mind's Eye. So I got that. The Mind's Eye there is double speed as far as the actual Judgment Ring. So getting it first try is not super difficult, but it is a challenge. This is Yamaraja Stone. He's Fire Element. Doesn't matter. It's kind of a miss thing there. I'm going to do a little bit less damage than normal, but it doesn't really matter. They use Chi Shield, so I'm going to use an ability with I'm going to use Aqua Edge with Marguerite. Normally I would just defend, but the fact that he just put Chi Shield up means I need to be a water element to deal more damage. And as you can see, with the Mind's Eye equipped, my Judgment Ring is now invisible and double speed. Against the next boss, against the next major boss, which is Daehua, or not Daehua, but Yamaraja Calamity, I'm actually going to use an item that halves my hit area as well. A weapon. The reason he's taking less damage is he did increase his physical resistance by 25%. Or 15%. I'm going to heal Yuri there just because if the boss decides to troll me and crits, it could kill him and it would just make me very unhappy. Nice crit. As you can see, the damage increase is just unreal how hard he hits now compared to how hard he hit before. He was hitting for like 75 damage, and now he's hitting like much harder. And that's Yamaraja's Stone. I would have done a little bit more damage if I had been Raging Tiger, but it's not a huge deal. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of the Mind's Eye and the Flashpad. Yeah, you're right, Astraloria. The game is very much, you have to kind of be focused, especially in a speedrun, when we're using the Mind's Eye and the Flash Badge. You have to know where Yuri's Judgment Ring is. Later I'll be using the Mind's Eye and the Flash Badge on Keith. And if you've ever played this game and you know Keith's Judgment Ring, it's actually the hardest Judgment Ring in the game, in my opinion. And it's a problem. We'll see how it goes. I should be okay, though. I'm pretty safe in those fights. I pick up that Pure Extract because I can sell it for 10,000 cash. And I need the money. I needed the money. There's a slight puzzle in here with pictures, but you pretty much know. Heard me writing about it for like 11 years. Yeah, I had to write this entire section down because I just know the answer to the puzzle because I've done it so many times, but other people don't. And I didn't really take that into consideration when I wrote the notes. And I know that's kind of crappy sounding, but I just really wasn't thinking anyone else was going to run this game. I wrote the notes mostly for my benefit so I could learn the route, and then if in case anybody wanted to run it, I could give them the notes. But I just rewrote it. I just wrote down what you have to do. There's another lottery ticket in here and a key item called the Shanghai Angels, which you use to get the Radiance later. It is a magazine, exactly what you think it sounds like. And you turn it into the Codex of War, which is an item you use later. Or the Pulse Tract, one of the two, I don't remember. Oh, with Keith's, yeah. No, I think you were... Well, the thing was is that I rerouted the section because we had the conversation about what would be faster, using the keys on the bosses that I use them on, or using the keys on... Because I get a third key and a fifth key for free, and now I use them on two bosses that make it much faster. So, because there's two solo fights you have to do, and it's much faster using them. I'm going to save before I fight Arcane. Keith isn't terrible. He has he has good stats. He has high defense and high HP and other high values, but not mashing it. But I'm gonna go ahead and tent right. Okay, so we're gonna fight a boss real quick called the Badger Devil, and it's really not much of a... He has the problem with Keith is that he has low speed, he has low agility. Keith Valentine, and it is a throwback to Final Fantasy VII. Good Vincent. In case anyone was curious. No problem, Pistol McDawson. I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. I'm sure that's something right. Alright, so this boss is a boss, but it's not really a boss. We're just gonna beat it to death. Ooh, 210 damage on a crit. Well done. Already half dead. And then we have the 2 Dehwai fights. We have Dehwai and then Yamaraja Calamity. Magic Sword Mikato. Hello. We're just gonna beat this thing to death because that's what we do. Damn, 2 crits. Get out of here. I apologize if that was not. But that's that's probably the best that fight is I've ever had that fight go. Usually you kill it in 3 turns. It's not a big deal, but it's cool to see it die in 2. What do I think of the 3rd game? Or I think the 3rd game has its place. I mean, it's cheesy and corny and all that good stuff. I think that was the point, and I'm okay with that. As an adult, as a kid, I hated it. As a kid, I was just like really angry that they bothered ruining one of my favorite series. I don't think the 3rd game's a bad game. I think it's a fun game to play and has good mechanics, but it's not really a game that I like look at and say, "Oh man, it's really great storyline-wise." Personally, so I don't think anybody really does. So that's all right. You just gotta enjoy it for what it is. None. Really? Each their own, my friend. To each their own. The 2nd game's storyline I didn't like as much, but as a kid I hated Chrono Cross's storyline as well. This run is going to be about 6.5 hours long, probably. Half hit areas, got it anyway. Oh, give me that strike for it, too. Magnard. Alright. He has 2 attacks, Magnard and Blaze. Magnard does more damage than Blaze. Not a big deal, though. Yeah, that's good. This run is... The world record for this game is 6 hours and 17 minutes... Or 6 hours, 18 minutes, and X seconds. I can't remember the seconds. This run right now is about 5 minutes behind my PB for completing Asia. I'm not done with Asia yet. I have one more boss battle. A couple of cutscenes. So this is going to be like a 310 probably, or a 308, right in that range. So it's going to be about 7 or 11 minutes behind my PB, which is not bad considering the fact that I got trolled so hard right at the start. And I've been trolled a lot through a lot of things, so it's really not that terrible. And then, of course, coming up next, after this game is completed, we're at almost the halfway point, will be Shadow Hearts Covenant run by Bowie the Hero. I assume he'll be joining me on Skype at any time. He's at work. He had another obligation today, which is why we moved it back another hour. Yeah, there's that. And it's a good thing we get Alice back. Alice comes back at an average party level, so she's going to be a slightly higher level. She should be like level 17 or 18. And we definitely want to use her because we're going to lose Marguerite for a little while, and our party's going to be Zhuzhen and Alice after we complete this section of the game. And we want to have them as high level as possible, so Keith will come at a higher level. They should be like level 18 or 19 after the boss fight. It is the cavalry. We gotta buy some items for this next fight. Damn, she's wearing my... Oh, that's bad. Actually. She's wearing my brigand earrings. Moves into Zhuzhen. Okay. I'm buying a couple of extra things that I normally don't buy. But we're okay for money. By the way, in case anyone was curious, I do need this item off of her. Do that too. Start doing that. Keeping her in my party and then swapping her. I've never used a turbo controller to do it. I've always used just my regular timing. I don't think a turbo controller would be very good because it's going to mash at weird times and I think you're going to miss some stuff. I'm going to save right here because... Bad... Oh wow, I almost loaded a file. The save points in this game are quite finicky, so you need to be careful. And like I said, I'm saving just because of safety's sake at this point. I just want to be able to complete it, so... Yeah, I've never tried using a turbo controller, so I don't know how effective that would be. And I for some reason, I just don't think it's going to be that great of a addition, like trying to use one. Alright. We're gonna fight this boss. He always goes first, and he can use a multitude of abilities. What we would like him to do is, throughout the battle, to use an ability called Petrify, which is just gonna, he's gonna walk up, he's gonna use his ability, it's gonna do a little bit of damage. But of course we have mirror bracelets on, so we're immune to petrification. Or he can use Shockwave. The ability we don't want to see that I'm sure we will see here is called Crimson Flame. It does a lot of damage, and so forth. As far as rules are concerned from this game, I am essentially the community along with Bowie the Hero, I guess, and the LCC. I don't care about turbo controllers. I don't feel they give you any advantage really at all except making it easier. So personally, I don't care about stuff like that, but as far as like other people, I think they maybe, I don't know if they would have that. I'm gonna use a White Tiger's hair here. And what this does is this cuts my hit area in half. So in order to combat that, I'm gonna do a couple of other things. First thing, I'm gonna heal Yuri with a Theracy, because he took a ton more damage there than I would have liked. This is 150, so it's gonna put him back close to full. He's gonna go before Zhuzhen usually. So then we're gonna use a Bronze Dagger, which is gonna double our hit area, which means Yuri's hit area is gonna go back to normal, which makes it much easier for me in this fight. You don't have to do this, but yeah, getting 10 rotations in the ring is kind of difficult, to say the least. And as you can see, Yuri just does like a ton of damage. His attack damage is doubled from the Mind's Eye and doubled from the White Tiger's hair, so he's gonna get that for 3 turns. Shockwave is okay. 2 of my characters are defending, and this is also an Earth attack, so it does 25% less damage to Yuri. Yeah, if only this game had energy charge. I just defended. Oh well, I'll just have to live with it. Yeah, it took me quite a while as well the last time I tried to do it, which was weird. I was like, oh, I'm going to get this no problem, but I did not. So we're not even going to bother using another item. I was way too early on that. That's okay. We're not even going to bother doing anything else with those two. He would be dead here, but he's not going to be. Oh, he's dead. Alright, cool. So that's a pretty good time. That's 13 minutes behind my PB, but 3 hours and 10 minutes for a marathon is very solid. And we get a free 5th key. Everybody levels up. We pick up some soul energy. It's great. And onward we press. Onward, onward, onward. We're going to lose Yuri for a little while, which is just really unfortunate. And we're going to mash through this scene. And onward we press. Daihua gives the last of his power to try to finish the Demon's Gate invocation to resurrect something or raise something called the Seraphic Radiance, which is going to do bad things to the universe. And when it summons, Yuri runs up and tries to fuse with it to keep it from destroying Shanghai and Japan. He fails. It still destroys Shanghai. There was a great Shanghai fire in 1914 which burned down about 30 or 40% of the city, which is what this event is based on. In case anyone was curious. And then Bacon walks up and he breaks the seal for Daihua because Daihua failed. Bacon! Everybody loves Bacon. Everybody loves the Bacon. Alright, we're going to save. Normally I wouldn't even bother, but that's the end of Asia, so we're done there. And onward we press. That can be one of two different scenes, actually. That can be that cutscene where it's got Alice there, or it can be one of Yuri where he's like raising up, which is actually my background. On my computer and on one of my channels. It's what I had on earlier when I was playing the music before the run started, so. Breaker! Asia done. In this game, you don't get to go back to Asia. In this game, you don't get to go back to Asia. In the second game and the third game, you kind of just get to go around, do whatever you want. Dun dun dun, Cosmic Bracelet. Zodiac Bracelet and Cosmic Bracelets prevent most of the effects in this game, so we're going to use it. This is the last lottery we play in the run. I messed up and I just lost like 30 seconds. We're going to get an item called the Berserker Earrings here. This is the easiest lottery in the game, and I would have been embarrassed if I'd missed it. But we got it there. The world record for this game is, or for a Covenant, is 6 hours and 17 minutes by me. I have to do some menuing, I apologize. Zodiac. Alright, cool. The world record for Shadow Hearts 3 is 4 hours and 23 minutes and some seconds. So Zhujian has to use the bathroom. It's pretty cool. Yeah, by LCC. LCC has a world record for Shadow Hearts 3. From the New World. And again, coming up after this run, because I don't have anything to talk about here, this guy, real quick, I guess I'll just talk about the actual game instead of about something else. This game, this guy is Terry. He's from a town called Bistritz, which if you've ever read Dracula or seen the movie Dracula, the 1994 version with Gary Oldman and Anthony Hopkins and Keanu Reeves and all those other people, a lot of good actors in that, except for Winona Ryder. I don't think Winona Ryder is a very good actor. However, they go to Bistritz by Galatz, which is the name of the town that they go to where they take the carriage up to Dracula's castle. So that's the idea behind this. Yes, it's obscure, I know, and I'm awesome for knowing it, and you're all welcome for enriching your life with those little pieces of information. Terry is here to get some exorcists because there are monsters attacking the town at night. It's to be taken care of. He leaves. We agree to help him. He leaves. He dies a horrible, painful death, and we're about to fight two enemies, which can do silence, which is very unfortunate. But I put the Mind's Eye and the Flash Badge on Jujen because I can kill them with one Ogre Flame Dance. And this is Arcane Olga. She, unlike Woogie, who is only evolved once you got to Shanghai, she's evolved through most of the Europe section of the game. She's kind of like a reoccurring like little villain. So actually much harder than it looks, and they should be dead, and that's cool. Ah! I didn't equip. Oh, of all the things to not equip, dude. So I screwed that up. I forgot to equip the Prophet, or the Oracle Staff. That's why I didn't kill them. Well, from what I understood, it was ported over to PlayStation 2. What I've read online has been that they were originally planning it to be an actual sequel to Kodelka, and they decided that with the PS2 coming out within the next like year and a half, they were gonna just port it over. And they redid. That's why I think they used the same like pre-rendered backgrounds that they were gonna use on the PlayStation version, and then just redid all the character model. But I don't know that for sure. I don't work for a Ruse Core, fortunately. I can't believe I forgot to equip that. I don't need it now, but it would have been nice to have then. Because it would have one-shot them. But speaking of that, they didn't actually paralyze or silence anybody. So we're okay. The world record for Kodelka, if you go to speedrun.com, there's a world record for it. It's by a gentleman who I believe is Swedish. It's like 2 hours and 22 minutes. Yeah, it's not a spiritual successor. It's actually the prequel for this game. Oh, he's French. My bad. Dude, European, whatever. He's from another country that I don't know, alright? I've spoken to him a couple of times. He's been on my channel, and I've talked to him about it. But, okay. Can you... we have not yet seen the other side of time, Crow. We will though. Coming up next. Yeah, the story is really strong in Kodelka. If you've never played it, I would recommend playing it. Sorry for the squeaky chair, everyone. It has great music and great story. It's a fantastic game. It's really well put together, and it has some of the best voice acting and dialogue of any PlayStation era game, I would say. The combat is mediocre. It's very awkward, but the story and just the backgrounds. And it's not like a super long game. You don't have to dedicate like a ton of time to playing it. It's not super long. You can just play through it and enjoy it. As far as like buying a copy of it, I don't know if it would be worth like going. I bought a copy of it. Heard some companies. Okay, that would be interesting. $20 complete. Yeah, that's pretty good. Mine was like 45, I think. I think we bought my copy. And I think it had everything in it, I think. Okay, so the mayor is doing some shisty stuff because he's a mayor, and that's what mayors do, right? They're like chancellors. You can't trust them. Except the Chancellor for Figaro. The Chancellor for Figaro in Final Fantasy VI is like a cool dude. He's all like, let me help you guys. What's up? Give you important information and be nice. But every other Chancellor's like, I'm going to take over the world because I'm a Chancellor, and that's not good enough. Anyway, alas, I digress. Shicey stuff, he wants gold. He thinks that they were sent gold from a friend in the US, and that's not what they were sent. So he killed Terry to get it. We got the moon card, which is the next card we need. We need 3 total discount cards. I need the moon swallow because I'm going to need to use that, which makes all of my next attacks critical hits against a boss that Alice has to fight by herself. Can I please open the game? At least I've never tested it, but it should work. It's going to be fun. Yay. Welcome to the Blue Castle. We're about to get Keith. Once we get Keith, he's going to become our main damage dealer for a little while, and then we're going to switch back to... Crap. I need to go back to Bistritz. I forgot to do something. I forgot this. I was supposed to do this a minute ago, and I totally it just totally slipped my mind. I went to pilot. I don't need you. I don't need you. Alright, I just really buy 2 of those. That really sucks. Or I messed up and didn't get the 20% discount. Actually, it isn't a huge deal, but... That cost me a few minutes, probably, but it's not even... Just I totally forgot. Wait, I can't leave that entrance? I've done that before, so I don't know why I did that. Oh well. What? Oh, that's never happened before. I've never seen anyone equipped with a flash badge fail to escape. Ever. Alright, well now that we bought all our weapons that we need, because we need weapons, we're going to upgrade a weapon for Keith. And I forgot to buy it when I was there. And you can't upgrade the weapon until you have the character. Because you have to have the actual character, because he has acupuncture on them, so... And I equipped the Cosmic and Zodiac bracelet there because it is important, because those guys can paralyze you. I've been stuck in a battle for like 5 minutes with them before they paralyze both my characters, because paralysis is not instant. And then I will do another shopping trip when I'm in Bistritz again, when I talk to Nina again. So Keith is walking around invisible, being a creeper. And I'm going to run up here, and we're going to go down, and we're going to do a puzzle, and then we're going to go meet Keith and Keith. And then we're going to fight a boss, and then we're going to fight another boss, and then we're going to get Yuri back. And this is where we'll get our second flash badge here in a while, which is nice. Let's go down. This place used to be really scary with these two, but because I didn't equip a flash badge because I didn't used to get it, and now I obviously so. And this is just a alphabetical order puzzle, and I'm just gonna, I have a note that tells me how to do it because I don't remember it. And if you get one wrong, it resets them all. Don't want to ever get one wrong. Obvious reasons. And then the door unlocks. And I used to think you had to go up and watch the scene of the coffin. You don't. You can just go right to the actual throne room. Frank. What? Lots of battles, unfortunately. Lots of battles. And there's nobody here, so we're gonna leave. And then an invisible man shows up. Yeah. Like, run! Yeah, there's a ton of like just background things in the game, in this game. Pretty much all the items have backgrounds, stories, and then all the monsters have like background stories as well. I don't know if Board Vampire is a vampire. I always question that. I always wondered if he was really a vampire. We're done there. We have Keith now. We're gonna go equip him with this stuff. We're gonna talk to Muhuan on our way out. I don't know how to say his name. Whatever. Dude that gives us more damage. Then we're gonna equip him pretty much to mimic Yuri. And then we're gonna go beat down some bosses. This path is a little bit harder to find than it seems. Okay. Now, like I said, Keith pretty much mimics Yuri in his role right now. He's gonna just kill bosses as quickly as possible. I'm actually gonna move the brigand earrings off of him. I forgot that I needed to buy a metal bill, but it's not big. Oh my gosh, got hung on that tree. He does not have a fat or a bat form. This was before they had the Yokim rhythms or the Hilda kill calorie or whatever. Got another long, like, just dialogue-esque cutscene here. I feel as though Keith is remiss for not having a fat form. So this is where you find out that the mayor is a total knob and he's just being a jerk. And he wants the stuff that their friend sent them from the USA, but when he finds out that it's not gold, that it's actually just like some seeds, because I guess they were talking about moving like the Great Plains area and like starting a farm and living off the land and all that good stuff. He gets all furious and demands that they give him the gold so he can make money because he wants to be rich. So, rule number one in this game of villains, there's two things. Number one, they have a mustache or a goatee. So any kind of like beard-esque item. Secondarily, if they have slick back hair, bad guy. Third, a suit. And fourth, an eye patch. If you're wearing an eye patch, have a suit, slick back hair, or a mustache, you're probably a villain. Just so everybody knows. In a little while, we will hit a character that literally has an eye patch, wears a suit, has slick back hair, and has a goatee. Clearly a villain. Just so everyone knows. I mean, just he puts on pretenses, but he might as well not even have them. True, a hat. I guess Daehwai doesn't really have like an eye patch, but he is missing an eye, so he just doesn't care what people think of him. That son of a. However, in Zhuzhen's case, his monocle doesn't count, nor does his hat, because his hat is magnificent. So he has a magnificent hat and a monocle, so he's obviously not a villain. Oh, he has a small little soul patch thing, I guess. A little bit of... No, I guess that's just the way the shadow's hitting it. I've never looked at it. This game will wear out your mashing finger, just in case anyone was curious. I just completely posed that up. I keep forgetting for some reason that there's a second. Okay. Keith's judgment ring stresses me out. We are fully healed. Just want to make sure that everybody's at full HP. Because we're gonna fight a boss right here. This is Tindalos. It's named after the Hounds of Tindalos, which is a horror story by Ambrose Bierce, I think. And now we're gonna fight. Beast Dog Part 2. Tindalos has a couple of different abilities. I haven't updated the notes on the strat yet, which is okay. He's got Death Touch, Breath of Fire. He does okay physical damage. It's not exactly the hardest enemy. He's always going to use Death Touch on his first turn. Targeting Zhugen is totally fine. The reason I say that is because I don't really care if Zhugen survives, but I'm going to keep him up anyway just as an additional healer, and in case I need something else. So I just wanted to be able to defend and reasonably be able to stay alive. Way too late on that third hit, obviously. But 300 damage is still 300 damage. And it's kind of like this. The Hounds of Tindalos is 100% not HP low. Unless it's a poem. I'm not as familiar with this poem. Yeah, I like Keith's attack animation quite a bit. Was that 2 crits? Wow, that's... early. And also, I am keeping Zhugen up also to kind of just be a target. Him using Death Touch on Zhugen is fine. I wish this boss would die. Almost dead. Ooh. Rare. Wish I had missed that one ring. Wow, I did it back to back. I'm really good at this game. Alright, that's Tindalos. He's got 2000 HP. It takes a little while to kill him with that strat, but... yeah. Frank Bellenkamp. And it was incorporated in the Cthulhu mythos by August Derleth. Frank Belknap Long. And it's mentioned by Lovecraft in The Whisperer in the Darkness. I've never read, actually, which is weird. I've read most of his collected works, so... I recognize the name from it, but I don't know who Frank Belknap is though. Anyway, but it is an H.P. Lovecraft story, which is why I knew of it in the first place. He does mention it. I think he talks about it like as... I would assume he talks about it like as in the Hounds of Tindalos, because he did that a lot. I probably needed about 5 more tins. I have to buy more later. I'll buy like 5 more later. Faster to go out this way now. They just realized that Yuri is probably the demon at the top of Keith's tower that's causing all of this consternation. So once we defeat Yuri and get him back in our party, he's going to become a massive, massive beast. I'm going to grab the tent that's in this treasure chest here. Usually I skip it, but only a couple seconds. It's better to have it. It's better to have it than not have it. Should easily be able to get away from all battles. I am going to go ahead and heal with Alice's magic. I should have just gone in intent, but it doesn't really matter. Because my HP is kind of low, and if I get back attacked, I could theoretically die, and I don't even want to. There's a seal of speed over there, but we don't need it. We don't grab it. And now comes, this is the part where you'd rack up like pedometer steps, or you could farm a lot of malice in here, because the encounter rate is quite high. And you always fight at least 2 or 3 enemies. Shadow Hearts 1, I watched Crystals for Life in 2013. And I like RPG speedruns, so I obviously. He was supposed to be in another game, but he wasn't. I watched Crystals for Life, and I can't remember who was talking about it. I think it was Poexel, and I've heard Spike Vegeta talk about this as well, and some other people. That if there's a game you want to run that nobody runs, just run it. Learn to run it. So I started looking into whether or not anyone ran Shadow Hearts or Shadow Hearts Covenant. Well, Shadow Hearts mainly, and another game called Exile for the Genesis. And nobody ran any of them. Exile is pretty short. It's like 30 minutes. 27 minutes and 50 seconds is my PB right now, which is the world record, because nobody else runs it. But nobody ran this game, and I was like, you know, I really, really like this game. It's one of my favorite games. I used to play it every single year on the week of Halloween, just because I'm a nerd. And I saw that nobody was running it, and I found kind of like that guide on GameFAQs. And I was like, I can improve on this, so I decided to start running it. And I started to try to stream it. And wanted to learn. I just wanted to get it out there and see if there was an interest in it, and see if other people were also interested in seeing a speedrun of it. So that's why I did it. I did it because, and really my goal was to get it. I wanted it to be in, as silly as it sounds, I wanted it to be in Crystals for Life, because I really felt like it was something that I wanted to do, be a part of, or whatever, you know, RPG speedrun marathon for charity or whatever people were doing, and I really wanted to be a part of that. But I started speedrunning it way too late for submissions for Limit Break last year anyway, and I don't know if I'm going to submit it for this year. Well, it's a great game, it's just not, unfortunately it's not a super terribly interesting speedrun, and on top of all of that, it doesn't really have like a huge, I mean, I understand that everybody here loves this game and series. I don't know that it would work in that kind of format. I think it's more of a kind of just like, hey, it's possible, and I was glad I did it, but we'll see. I'm about 2 hours and 45 minutes away from the end. I'm a little bit over halfway. A little. Yeah. The camera in the Blue Castle walk-up is pretty terrible. Also, there are no spells that transport you out. However, this will be the last time we come to the Blue Castle, so we won't have to go up that again. So we're going to fight Yuri here, and he's actually the most dangerous boss to this point in the game. He's very fast, and he does a lot of damage. And he usually hits 3 times, which means he's very strong. He also can do Dark Messenger, which can instant death people. Well, we're not super concerned about that. What we're going to do is we're going to use Blessed Edge on Keith, and we're just going to try to beat Yuri down as quickly as possible. Which is why I should have put the flash badge on Alice, and I didn't. I meant to put it on Alice. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, it is just kind of a smaller series, and that's fine. It's just, like I said, for what I wanted it to do, I don't. I did what I really wanted to do with it, which was prove that the speedrun could be done of it, show that it could. Yuri's about half dead already. He's only got 1400 HP. I've done about 600 damage to him. So he chooses a Death Emperor. He's going to use Dark Messenger or physically attack. Interesting that he physically attack. He usually uses Dark Messenger. And when he gets lower, a little bit lower, he's going to use a Drain Wave, which is going to give him more magical attack damage. But we're not super. Oh my gosh, I forgot he had a flash badge on. That's okay, we have Thera Seeds. I buy the Thera Seeds so I can use them in the interim until I need to start using Thera Roots. I could theoretically do that. That was unfortunate. That is definitely. That will kill him again. Well, oh, I have 4 left. I thought I was a lot lower than I am. I thought I only had like 3 left. I knew I bought some more for safety. This is kind of awkward just because I didn't put the flash badge on correctly on the correct person. I've also missed 2 rings on Jujin, which is just unacceptable. That's life. Sometimes you just don't do well. What? Thanks, Bowie. He should be dead. If not, he's gonna use Drain Wave and then he's gonna die next. And you, oh my gosh, are you serious? Ah, it's okay. Fine. Oh man, my timing's off now. Dead though. Alright, cool. You get nothing for this. That was not the game trolling me. I literally just choked. That was just me. Bad. I just don't understand how I just started. My timing just got thrown off. I started thinking a little bit too much. I put the flash badge on Jujin when it should have been on Alice. It's not a huge deal. I mean, it doesn't really matter in this particular format, but it'd be very frustrating to make that mistake in a speedrun, in like a world record attempt, PB attempt. $5 months for Wells JC. So right here, Alice is going to take on the Curse of the Malice for Yuri, so that way he can be free and he can be happy and stuff like that. This upcoming boss fight with Foxface, because you have to fight Foxface, used to be quite frustrating because what I used to do is like fight him, and it takes forever because he can do his exclamation point attack, and put me to 1 HP, and then you have to heal yourself, which is why I bought so many Thera roots. And now I just use a 5th key and kill him, because it's faster. And the 5th key could either be used on Tadalis or Yuri, which does save time on those 2 fights, but those 2 fights aren't nearly as long as this fight can be. If you put them together, they're about 3.5 to 4 minutes if you just don't miss any rings and you have good luck with their abilities. I think like a piece, so they're like 6 minutes total. If you fight Foxface, he can be 6 minutes by himself. He will always use the exclamation point attack at least 3 times. So that's like 3 turns, plus that has like a 10-second animation or a 15-second animation. Pretty terrible spell. And hopefully in this particular, hopefully we won't see it at all. So this is where Yuri's digging his own grave. He doesn't really know what to do. He's kind of lost himself. When he fused the Radiance, it broke him. And now he is digging a hole. Okay. Yeah, the second and third game might have much better storyline, or much better combat. Okay, so Yuri's all like, I can just get up and fight again. Alright, let's see. I gotta get 5 rotations. So he's gonna do SP lowering on his first turn, he always does. Cuts your SP by 50% just like earlier. But we're gonna fuse in Raging Tiger, and we're gonna use a 5th key. And we're gonna beat him down. Alright, goodbye. Alright. You also get an improved weapon. Yuri goes up to level 23. He's usually level 21 there, so he's 2 levels higher than he should be. So he's level 23. He gets an improved weapon, so he's much stronger now, which is completely unnecessary. We're going to upgrade that to the 3 attack damage. We're going to use Flash Badge Mind's Eye, and we're going to use an item called the Small Jug, which is going to increase his parameters just by more. So you're going to see Yuri hitting very, very hard as we go through the game. These games also, if anybody's curious, they do emulate fairly well. As far as where to get them, I don't know, things like that. I ran this game, I routed this game, and learned this game on emulator before I, if anyone was curious. If you have some way to pull your stuff off your PS4 or PS3, PS2. As far as where to get one, I don't know. Yep. New strats. At worst case, it'll balance out and be almost the same speed. It just makes those fights easier. Have to be good enough with Keith's Judgment Ring. I think I probably saved about 3 minutes there-ish. And now we get Yuri back. And we get teleported out of the Blue Castle, never to return. I haven't played Heaven's Word yet, or Heaven's Word yet. Heaven's Ward. I would say Heaven's Sword, like whatever. I'm probably not going to. I really like Final Fantasy 14. I just don't have anybody to play with, and I've been playing a lot of Dragon Age lately, Inquisition, and I have my PS4 and Batman things to do as well. But it looks cool. I like I said, I really liked Final Fantasy 14. Nice. My copy was like $35, I think. My original copy was lost forever ago. And that glinting right there is the Dark Gravestone. You have to get a gravestone for each of the level 3 fusion. And we're not going to get any of the level. The only stone we're going to get is the Destruction Stone, which is so we can get them on. The reason I didn't do anything for Yuri is because we're going to be fighting a fight with just Alice and just... And I'm going to save right here because if this track goes belly up, I could be in trouble. I'll actually die, so I don't want to have to do all that crap again. Really? Really? Wow. Oh yeah. Oh, that makes sense, actually. Okay, so this little thing, you have to do a little thing here where you have to go in and out of these two stalls and then talk to the mirror. So you want to go into the left stall, the right stall, then go and talk to the mirror. What is it, and what's the final boss in Heaven's Word? Bahamut, or... Seems like it would be a dragon. Yeah, I thought the story was pretty good, and the bosses are pretty fun. Problem for me was that, like, when it first came out, I was playing it pretty hardcore with some buddies, and then, like, I was raiding, and then I decided I didn't want to raid anymore. Kind of got burnt out on MMOs. Did I already do this? It's super risky what I'm gonna do here, but such is life. We're already 20 minutes behind, so This is Arcane Olga 1. She can be a problem. But we're gonna hope she's not gonna be. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. It's a pretty cool idea. Pray for me. Oh yeah! And that's Arcane Olga 1, everybody. Buddy! Okay, so the original method of that fight was equip Berserker Earrings and Fighter, and it takes forever. And that's much, much faster. Pretty good. Pretty good. It doesn't matter. They're done. We're done with them. Keith will never be in another battle. I'm sorry, everyone. He's finished. We're done with him. Bye. Yeah, pretty much. She just got beat to death with a book. Off to Rowan. 2 hours and 30 minutes left. I'm sorry to hear that, Astra Leora. I thought you could use, if you had like the collector's edition or the original copy before Realm Reborn, you could upgrade Realm Reborn for free and carry it over, I thought. Or pay like $10 or something. But I don't know the details on that, because I didn't play the original Final Fantasy XIV. Right here, Olga's talking to Bacon about how they're trying to break somebody so they can use their power to do some stuff. Oh, you played on PS4? See, I thought about, if I was going to play it again, I would probably get it on PS4. I have a PC copy, but I bet it runs really smooth. On a PS4. So they're talking how they're trying to break somebody to get them to do some magic for them, pretty much. Use somebody else's power for something. And it's a witch, and that they can't break her. So we're going to have a series of fights against Arcane Olga coming up. Arcane Olga 2 is kind of not a big deal. Arcane Olga 3 is a real problem. She progressively gets more powerful, so... We come into the graveyard. This is where the masks talk shit to you. Apologize again. That slipped. You cannot engage any of the spirits down here. You cannot, like, you can't fight the fire spirit or anything in this sequence. You have to wait until you leave. So there's no time save. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bad getting the fire spirit, so you give yourself 15% extra damage, but it's just never going to be a thing. That's what the masks tell you, that Alice has taken over your curse and she's gonna die, and blah, blah, blah. They're being jerk faces. Shadow Hearts 1. Weird that it's not showing for you. I actually didn't need to go. I got ahead of myself again. Shopping. Sell. Hill Claw. Shooting start zone. Oil stove. Fuck it. Buy. Get it. No. I don't know if I have a red or a Bolero. Loin guard would be a minor upgrade, but I don't feel like spending the money. Okay, where would we press? Oh, I have no idea. I would just use the controller. The PS4 controller is one of the better controllers I've used in a long time. So Bacon's here. He's all like, "Hey, this is where Alice's father." At the beginning of the game, Alice's father is killed in Rowan at this spot. And now we're here again. These guys are pretty easy. Chop, chop. What am I doing? This is idiotic. I was like still in Keith mode. That's the thing, is that sometimes when you switch from one character to another using the flash badge, you have to kind of readjust for a second. It takes me usually a battle, so that's good that they have that buffer battle there for me. Onward we press. We get Marguerite back. We're gonna have some major story spoilers coming up here. Or, not spoilers, but stuff that happened. Pounding it out here. So, we find out that there's a guy here, Cardinal Albert Simon, who will rival Roger Bacon in power, so. Yeah, he is a really good villain. He also has a lot of just like depth as far as the villain is concerned. Okay, so coming up, we're going to fight Arcane Olga 2, and Arcane Olga 2 sucks. She's pretty terrible. She's not as bad as 3, but she is more powerful. And more. But we do get a cool accessory off of her called the Small Jug, which is going to be very useful. So Yuri's going to kick this door down. We got to do a spin ring. Kicks in the door. And you saw me move an accessory, or the armor from Marguerite to Alice. It's the Jasper Cape. It's a higher level armor. And the reason I moved it is because we kind of need it for her. She really needs to have that extra defense, because she's going to be taking a lot of damage, because Olga is Dark Element, and all of her abilities, well, most of her abilities are Dark Element as well. She can get any of the level 2 magic spells. Nothing really to talk about here. He's telling us that we came to see Albert Simon, and he gave up her father pretty much to be killed by Bacon. By Bacon! There are worse deaths, from what I understand. He gets hit by lightning. Lightning is very powerful in this game. It hits a lot of people and causes a lot of problems. So we fuse our good old buddy, the Tiger of Raging, and we rage on her. All we do. All we do. Why is Yuri? Oh, Yuri took damage. Okay. Well, I gotta heal him. I need him to be at full health. Sometimes you just get hit by lightning just in random places, dude. It's not the strangest thing. Alright, Black Fog. So this is her big ability. This is her ability that she uses. Does quite a bit of damage, can poison you. It's just bad all around. Nothing else to say about it. And you're going to see it's going to hit Alice like a freight train. So the reason I didn't heal Alice there is because Marguerite is going to be able to heal Alice. And then if Marguerite dies, I don't really care. And Yuri's not going to die because he has so much HP. And I went ahead and made him light element, so now he's going to do even more damage to her, as you can see. So we're banking on her not using Black Fog again. Now if she uses Black Fog again, she uses Black Fog again. Oh, that crit. Double crit! She didn't use Black Fog. So, she still killed Marguerite, which is kind of funny. But, whatever. Does she crit? But, whatever. Marguerite's cannon fodder. She's irrelevant. If she survives and she can attack a couple times, great. If not, I don't care. I am going to get him on. Alright, she's dead. If she physically attacked twice, the fight's over. So this is the best Arcane Olga fight 2 I've ever had. It can't possibly go better than that. So, yay! I have to get him on in order to complete the run. Yeah, required. Without him, I can't do enough damage to Soul Block to efficiently kill him. So. Alright, so he tells us that Bacon, you know, is a bad guy. Don't go near him, blah, 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 blah. Gets absorbed into heaven. Because bodies just disappear. It is not the run, unfortunately. So I took all of Marguerite's equipment off because we're done with Marguerite. Marguerite will never participate in another battle in the game. Here in just a little while, we're going to get our last character, which is Haley. And Haley will be the final character we use in the run. He will be in our party from the time he joins to the end of the game. And the reason for that is because you have to use him in the orphanage and you have to use him in the Kalios mental facility, which means he automatically fights 4 bosses. Skipping those 4 bosses for everyone else means I would have to grind them up, and it's just not worth it. Also, Haley has fairly good magic stats. It's not perfect, it's not ideal. He has the 2nd highest magic stat in the game behind Zhuzhen. Damn, I didn't buy the card. I was supposed to buy that card from that guy. I'll buy it later, it's fine. So this kid, after helping him out, escape from that guy, he's gonna steal our wallet. Classic shenanigans. He's like, thank you, Perceptive Thief, or Super Spy. Ninja Yo Wallet. So, here in, like I said, here in just a little while, we're gonna get Haley. And Haley's okay. He's very good. And then we're going to get a ribbon, which is really useful. It's a crucifix in this game. It prevents all status effects. Very useful item. No, I'm not. No, stop. Put me there. There's a mana extract back here I'm going to grab. Because I want to sell it. I grab it now. The extra 5,000 cash is actually really nice. Move. My movement has been very poor. I have no money now, so I can't buy this card, but I can buy it when next time. It's not a big deal. Zhuzhen chastises Marguerite for losing all of her money. So we're gonna go find these rat kids. We're gonna get our money back by punching them. Because back then you could punch children. This is a push ring. Nothing real spectacular about it. This is another one of the Judgment Ring trials. Excuse me. So we find the kids. Here to get our money back. And they're going to give our money back. And then we're going to meet Haley. And then we're going to go to the orphanage to find out. Because the house there... We're looking for a house owned by Cardinal Albert Simon. Who will be able to help us against Roger Bacon. Danger looks like... Oh, man. Sorry, everybody. I'm just running a little bit low on gas right now. Apologize for the chair being so loud as well, but it's an old chair. So what he suggests is we go talk to a guy named Old Carl. Old Carl's going to tell us about this house across the way. And we're going to go there to try to find Albert Simon. As we need his helps. It stops the Bacons from destroying the worlds. Or at least it's a thought process. And Haley, he'll talk to Haley, but he wouldn't have talked to us because he doesn't like people. He's an old man, he's crotchety, and he just can't trust it. Old Carl! Oh, Haley, you little child, you. Who is this man with you? And why is he so much taller than me? Again, Yuri, 6'17" in this game. 5'10" in the second game. Really carry that over. Okay, so Old Carl's all like, I don't know why I just went there. That was not the correct thing to do. Ugh. Autopilot all over the place, man. So we leave here. We're gonna go across the way. The orphanage. I mean, we're gonna go to the house that Albert Simon lived in. He does look older in this game, I agree with you. I think the graphics for Covenant are superb for the time, just in case anybody's curious. Yeah, his run animation's funny. You should see Joachim's run animation in the second game. It's classic. So, we're about to meet the most villainous character in the history of characters. If you didn't know this guy was a bad guy, like right as soon as you met him, you're just dumb. Look at this guy. Eye patch, goatee, slick back hair, and a white suit. White suit. White suit. I mean, clearly, either he's a pirate, which is probably not a good thing, or a villain. Like, it's just, there's no in between. What if he was a pirate villain? I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, he might as well have a sign that points to him that says totally not evil. Exactly. KFC, dude. White suit and eye patch. And slick back and goatee. Pretentious is what he is. Pretentious. So, Real quick, coming up after this game is over, we're about 60% of the way done. We got like 4 or 5 dungeons left to go. We're getting there. There's just a lot of cutscenes coming up as well. We have, yeah, he's Rufus before he gained weight. I mean, it depends on your point of view. I don't think all pirates are villains because, I mean, some of them were privateers, right? Okay, so, real quick, what coming up next is going to be Shadowheart's Covenant by Bowie the Hero, followed by Shadowhearts from the New World by the LCC. Shadowheart's Covenant is probably going to be about 6.5 hours long. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. I want to buy your card. It's option 1. What is wrong with me? That's going to give me a 30% discount, which is great. Alright, cool. Other events coming up on RPG Limit Break channel because we're just in dead space. The Lufia 2 Ancient Cave races, a couple next weekend, followed by the Paladin tournament races for Final Fantasy IV, which is really cool as well. Check those out. All that's Fair Zach and all those Paladin runners. There's a ton of them. They're cool people. And we want the Card Freak. The card is a discount card. It gives us 10% off at shops, which is kind of a big deal. Or is it 15? 5, 10, 15? Can't remember. Whatever. I think the most is 30. So we come back, and the kids that were up here are missing. They've been taken to the orphanage. We're going to go get them back, and we have to take Haley with us. This is the start of the chain where you really have to use Haley. And we have to use Alice, because again, Alice has to hit level 35 by the end of the Amon fight. Shouldn't be a problem. Haley's so angry he shakes everything. I agree with you. I like this outfit much better than the outfit he had in Covenant, especially because he has the European satchel with the tails popping around on it. What am I doing? I'm losing my mind here. Zodiac. Crucifix. There we go. I gotta have those brigham earrings on. What is wrong with me? I'm like losing my mind. Just like all over the place. Is not good. It's been a long time since I've done a run. Like a complete run. I haven't done Europe in like I should have practiced, but yeah, the walk animations are a little bit silly. We're gonna fight a boss pretty quickly right here. There. By the way, that invisible wall actually extends a lot further than it looks. Called the Night Stalker. He's pretty strong, but I already have world records, so I don't care. I haven't played this in a while, and I should have. I was practicing it, and I just whatever. It doesn't matter. Excuses. 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 This guy's wind element, so we just want to hit him as hard as we can. See if I can hit stronger with it depends. Casually, it's going to be about 25 to 30 hours, probably would be my guess. Depending on if you like max everything or do everything. In a speedrun, it's between 6 hours and 30 minutes, or yeah, I would say about 30 to 40 hours, depending. I mean, if you do everything. Wow, I can't remember the last time you actually attacked Yuri. He usually just attacks Haley. Or Hallie, however you want to say it. The second game is longer casually, but how's that not a perfect? So I went ahead and healed him there. Panther Gorilla, because the Panther Gorilla is stronger than Yuri's fusions. They all increase his stats. However, that Panther Gorilla increases his stats by the most. It's the easiest available fusion. You have to fight it and get it, so there's no way to skip it or anything. And it has a very solid attack animation and good stats. So. I don't believe so. I don't know of anyone who has. Yeah. No, it's not a Panther Gorilla. It's supposed to be a Raging Tiger. It's supposed to be like a Earth Elemental Tiger monster thing. It's a spirit of his rage, I believe, if I remember correctly. I pick up that pure extract because I sell it for another 10,000. It's just very useful. I need to look at the door codes. Come on. So I can't get back attacked anymore, which is really nice. He's just in good shape. He's not starved. Got some abs and stuff. Got that 24 pack. Oh my gosh. What's wrong with me, dude? Give up. Embarrassing myself. Oh my gosh, really? Game. Rested enough. Ugh. You have to read this journal. Yeah, you have to read that journal, so. Whoa. I actually need to fail this real quick because I gotta switch an item around. Okay, so I need the Zodiac bracelet on everybody because this boss, the first one does paralysis, the second one does petrification, and I don't want to get petrified or anything like that. So this guy what he was trying to do is his mother died, he's trying to resurrect her. If you played Kudelka or you know anything about the Omega Manuscript, which will take center stage in the other two games, or more of a center stage, I guess, and it's used to bring people back from the dead. Yeah. Something like that, yeah. I don't know if that's necessarily what it's based on, but he is just trying to bring somebody back from the dead. And it happens in the second and third book as well. The game does have everything. The Mega Manuscript, again, it's in all 3 games. It's actually in all 4 games. No, we fight Mammon in just a minute, which is a throwback to the actual Kodelka, because she's the monster that you fight. Like, it should be like similar to the monster you fought at the end. So Jack has a lot of like really powerful abilities. Slash hurts a lot. It does a lot of damage. I don't know what else to say about it. It just hurts. So the goal is to just survive it. There is not a 4th game. There are only 3 games. There are technically 4 games: Kodelka, Shadow Hearts Covenant, and Shadow Hearts from the New World. When your HP is low, you crouch. Enemies will kind of lean a little bit as well. So he's just picking on Alice. That's totally okay. It is incredibly important that Alice survive every single fight from here on out. She must survive. Hence why we get the Berserker earring. Hence why I get the Berserker earring. Just adds a level of safety. She's wearing the Monk earrings, which give her 20% extra experience, but they lower her SP by 20%, which is irrelevant because every boss from here on out will die before she runs out of SP. He will use a Theraseed on himself. There's nothing else you can do. I have killed him before he's used it, or like in between when he's used it, but it's unlikely. Yes, Kodelka did come out in the United States and Japan, or in Europe. Alright, so we have that boss fight, and everybody's at full health. So the next fight is Mammon, and like I said earlier, much earlier in the run, that I actually use an ability here called Wind Edge to make Yuri wind instead of earth. Because this boss is also earth. So his first attack is going to be not a great amount of damage, but okay. It is the boss. This boss is the same boss that was in the end of Kodelka, if you've ever played it. That's incredibly hard to beat, to grind for forever to beat. This is why we make sure that everyone has a Zodiac bracelet on, because we don't want anyone to get paralyzed. I would have to use an ability called Wish, which takes forever to cast. So. Actually, this is just some creature that came out of the pot. So. We're just going to beat her down. Nothing real spectacular. She can do an ability called Needle Rain that's very powerful. It hurts quite a bit. She's also going to do an ability called Howling when she gets down to a certain amount of HP, which is going to heal her for 500. You have to heal. I should have healed there. I don't know why. She's going to use Howling on this turn anyway. It's also important that Haley survive, so I'm gonna go and heal him. That's crit. So she'll definitely use Howling here. She's gonna use Needle Rain probably next. I'd really prefer not to do. Or she could theoretically use Howling again. Nice crit. Okay, she physically attacked. That's fine. Ow, damage! Probably missed too many hits. Okay. You should die here. She's dead. I'm sure. And we just got some other cool items. It's a critical hit. Just in case anybody's curious. It's the same thing. We're good. I knew that if she didn't do Needle Rain, we were fine. I wasn't super concerned about it. And that is that fight. Demon Earrings are cool. They increase your physical attack damage by 20%, which would sound like it's like right up our alley. Unfortunately, the problem is that they're supposed to increase your the damage you take from physical attacks by 20%. In this game, they're glitched though, and they increase the amount of damage you take by everything by 20%. So it's not worth wearing. Flash Badge, Mind's Eye, and Small Jug are just better. They're more consistent, and they're safer. Maybe. That guy just created life. Better kill it. Well, that thing was an abomination, so I don't think it counts, personally. Also, he had to sacrifice a lot of children to get to that point, so I don't know that necessarily is a good thing. Because the reason he had the orphanage was so he could get life force, so he could feed it into the pot, and then that way he could resurrect his mother. Yeah, kill hideous things. Hideous things that shoot needles at people. Not you, Chris. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go up here, and what I did there is I gave him the slingshot, Haley's starting weapon, so he can give me the improved slingshot later, which will be Haley's last weapon we get in. Which means he'll do more damage. Hooray! These guys are like, you guys need to leave, and we're like, alright, we'll leave is one option. I need to have it just so he can do extra damage it makes the soul block fight faster. Ow. Did he go to heaven? Yes, he did. Turned into a weird monster thing. I forgot to grab an item in the orphanage, but whatever. I don't need it. And right here they're talking about, again, there's a witch that they're trying to break, so just that way she'll help them. But that is not working out. Yeah, if the easiest time is to beat people up is when they're asleep, because you can just walk up and just like hammer on them and they just can't do anything about it. They can't even defend themselves unless they wake up. And then even if they wake up, they're already at a disadvantage because they've already been wailed on for 10 minutes. Losers. We're going to grab this Laurel Slingshot, which is nice. It can do poison, but it's going to increase Haley's magic damage, physical damage coming up. And we're going to switch out the Small Jug for the Demon War Necklace. And we're going to switch out the Brigand Earrings for Warning Device. Over here, we're going to take off the Berserker Earrings, put on the Brigand Earrings. We're going to come over here, we're going to take the Demon Earrings off. That's right, I had to do all that stuff. It just happened. Boom. He is not. He is able to fuse with elemental monsters to become fusion monster thing. I don't know how else to describe it. 'Cause it is. So the reason I switched all that stuff around is because I don't really need the Demon Earrings. They're okay, but they're not like a huge deal. And secondarily, I don't know. He'll still kill this guy in one attack, I'm sure. Excuse me. Harmonixer is the correct term in this game. Harmonizer in the second and third. The localization is wrong in this. The Seraphic Radiance is the final fusion you can get in the game, and it's completely overpowered. But we will not be getting it. It takes forever to get. It takes about 3 hours to get. Yeah, the fan service girl in the third game is a pretty good thing. She's actually not even close to as strong as Yuri. Yuri's by far the strongest character in the first two games. Agreed. It really isn't, but... I mean, I'm not a doctor, but... It's true, Yuri just walks around naked, he just doesn't even care. In the second game, you'll see him turn into a giant suit of armor for the entire game. As you can see, Alice is level 30 now. She needs 5 more levels between now and when we defeat. Come on. I'm gonna heal just because. Alice is incredibly useful. You'll see Alice's power when I get her to level 35 and she has Arc. Really when it becomes very apparent. In this game you can't change how many hit areas. Everyone has 3 hit areas. 5-hour-old game. Yeah, Karen is incredibly good in the second game. We do use her in the speedrun through the entire game, so I definitely get where you're coming from. Alice is just not a physical presence. Like, she's not a damage-dealing presence. So I can understand that. She's just such a strong... she's just the best healer in all 3 games, really. She doesn't really do a whole lot in the speedrun as far as dealing damage, but she keeps people alive. And Arc allows me to deal a lot of damage. Or allows me to keep people up so I can deal a lot of damage. Did I go into the wrong room? I went into the wrong room. I really just did that. Wow. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, her healing magic is very good. Cure will fully heal anyone at this stage of the game. Seriously going crazy. I don't need it. The chests we skip have items in it. That second chest has a key to success. I didn't mean to grab the Fruit of Yggdrasil. I went into the wrong room. The second chest has a key to success in it, which is not a bad item. What it does is every successful action increases your damage you deal. However, it decreases your hit area. And without the Mind's Eye on, you won't do 999 damage even with max key to success, which is, it only lasts 3 turns anyway. And you can't stack with anything like a third key, because it technically counts as using a key, because it is a key. So... Fortunately, it's just not great. Don't need that. Roaches are the best way to raise your malice, because there's always 5 of them. Unfortunately, they're immune to dark magic. A hidden staircase. How cliche. Sure. Actually, I want to... Yeah, they're immune to... They absorb dark magic, so... In a speedrun, the only one you could viably get would be the level 2 Dark Fusion. I had to think again, they're menuing. I'm really rusty. So, this is another boss fight with Viscount Rawson, who actually turns into a woman when you fight him. Pregnant lady. Pretty terrible. We're gonna beat a pregnant woman to death. Kappa. So, yeah. He's gonna fight us. He's earth, or he's a fire element. We're gonna just not care. It's very funny. He comes down here. He's like, "Oh, we're not gonna let your mother go." And Haley's like, "Let my mother go." So Pharaoh, and then we're just gonna beat this poor guy just to death. It's gonna be brutal. There's really not anything he can do about it either. He's very, very easy. He's very cool. His experience value he gives you is glitched. He gives you more experience than it shows. It shows 500, but he really gives you 5,000. And his first turn is always Elder Sign, which reduces the amount of physical or magical damage he takes. Which would normally I'd be using Aqua Blade to deal damage to him with Haley, but his physical attack actually does roughly the same. And has a shorter animation. And also gets around Elder Sign. It does about 50 damage less. But it's completely irrelevant. Oh, nice crit. Crits have been with me today, I'll tell you what. Yeah. And you want to crit on the first hit, because your first hit does the most amount of damage. Also, when he gets really low, he uses Elder Sign, but it doesn't stack. So, I guess they thought that this fight would be like really tough or something, and they wanted him to be even tougher. But he did just shoot me with his hand. He shot me with his mind powers. Oh, look at that! Finished him off. So that's the end of Viscount Rowson. He's dealt with. He's like, and we're like, oh, you're terrible. Get out of here. You suck. So dealt with. Excuse me. I think we're looking at about 635. God awful. Mega Man. So Haley's gonna crawl through here. He's gonna find his mother, who's catatonic, sad. Everybody cry for Haley. Who's Kodolka Lasant from the first game, or from Kodolka. Up here, we're gonna go back and we got the club key from him, so we're gonna go get the key to the underground place. And then we're gonna fight Olga 3, and Olga 3 is kind of a problem. And I'm gonna say before I fight her. That's where we get the diamond key, which will open the door. See, what they did, they thought that if they locked the door and locked the key, that the door was to unlock the big door behind another door, no one would ever get to the initial key to get into the door. But somebody had to hold on to the key, so we killed the dude who was holding on to the key, took the key from him because he's a jerk, and now we're here to break him. It's great. It's great how things work out, right? Best laid plans, mice and men, and all that. Baconator! Baconator! Bacon thump. Bacon thump. Alright. Make sure my equipment's good. Crucifix, Berserker earrings, Monk earrings, small jug, mind's eye, flashback. We're good. So Yuri's gonna eat 2 SP per turn, but we're not even worried about that. He has so much SP, and we're using a level 2 fusion. Door to the door to the door to the door. So now we're going to fight Olga 3, and this is going to be our final battle against Olga. And Bacon, of course, tortures... Yeah, pretty much. He's gonna start torturing Haley, and Kadelka's gonna give in and go with him to do whatever his desires are, which are not dirty at all. Horrendous. And he hits him with a pyramid of purple light. Hello.
Good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bowie the Hero, everyone. Bowie the Hero.
Can you hear me, Gerrick? Oh, I can't hear you. What's up? I'll just sort out my audio. I'll give you a call back in a second.
Oh my gosh, it's terrible. He's just dropped the ball, everyone. He's dropped the ball. Yeah, purple triangles are pretty much my weakness as well. They are my weaknesses. So she gets up. She's very, very powerful. Kadelka is incredibly powerful. She's a hugely powerful witch, pretty much. And now we're gonna go ahead and just try to take out this boss. And I would be worried, but I just am not. She's very difficult. She's very dangerous. She does a lot of damage. Like I said, each of her abilities have powered up. She also has 700 more HP, which is quite a bit. But we're going to hopefully be able to take her out pretty quickly. Not have to worry about any of that stuff. Alright. Oh, good start. Good start. I think I missed a weapon somewhere.
Okay, we'll try again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bowie the Hero.
Yeah!
There he is.
How you doing, sir?
I'm okay. I feel like I missed a weapon somewhere, but I don't think I...
Okay.
I know that sounds weird, but Yuri's hitting... He's only using... I'm still using the bronze knuckles, which seems
that
right.
poison, though. Fantastic.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it.
No.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm about to cough.
At this point in a non-speedrun, you would probably already have Arc, which means that Alice would just be like... This boss would be completely trivial in a non-speedrun, because you just use Arc. Lightning's going to hurt quite a bit. It's actually going to do quite a bit of damage to Yuri. Because he's Earth Element, and that's actually a wind spell. I know, it doesn't make any sense to me either, but whatever. So I'm going to have to heal with Haley. Wow, another crit. I'm just critting for days on that today. Can't happen in a real, world record attempt or anything. Yeah, completely worked on. Alright, so I'm going to use a Thera on Haley, or on Yuri and Alice here, because I need them to be alive. Actually, Alice can see. Probably needed a perfect there. So yeah. Looking forward to your run coming up, Bowie?
Yes, for sure. I need to just focus. I need to get a bit more practice in before I go live, just to make sure.
Yeah, well, you only have about an hour and a half left, so...
Yeah, no worries. How's it been going so far, though? I popped in now and then when I could, when I had breaks at work, but...
it's been pretty bad, honestly.
It's okay, it's okay.
Been, the game is, my Yamaraja Earth fight at the start of the game was just atrocious. So...
Is that ever really the runner's fault, though?
No, it was just really bad. There's just no helping it. Killed Alice like 3 times, and it was just... anyway, so she's just about dead. We're probably going to get one more... Oh, she didn't use Black Fog. When she gets down to about 25% HP, she's going to use Black Fog every other turn. So I hope she dies right here, because if she doesn't, I might lose the fight. No, she's dead. Yeah, she's dead.
Good fight.
Alright, it was okay. It was good. She didn't use Black Fog very much, which is great. It has the longest animation of all of her spells. So
it does a ton of damage from what I remember.
Yeah, it hammers you in the third fight, so especially on Alice, so so what I'm gonna do now is We're gonna grind Alice to 35. Is that right? That's not right. That's old strat. That's an old strat, everybody. So she's dead. Olga is dealt with. Now we're going to go punch Haley, literally punch Haley in the face, and then go and continue trying to save the world. Alice is going to go to Rowan herself, find out what's going on with Albert Simon, and we're going to be really happy about what happens here.
Let me just spoil what's coming up next.
That's what I do. I just ruin everybody's life.
We're here for fast strats, not for narrative, right?
Yeah, I know.
After all,
it's hard to go over everything. And
yeah,
cover
of course.
everything, so.
It is a very, very good story as well. So
Yeah.
I would recommend that everyone does pick it up, and give it a go. Where is it? Excuse me. My voice may sound a little bit hoarse. I've been shouting at people for 12 hours.
It's not good.
It's my job, I guess. So is everyone enjoying the show so far? Good to see 200 people here today. Thank you very much as well for watching. It means a lot to all of us in the community.
It does. It does. So, obviously, like I said, Haley literally gets punched in the face. I don't really have anything else to say about that. He was just being a child, and Yuri was like, "Get over it. My parents are dead too," and you know, so. Yeah. So. Nothing to really say about this. This is all just plot development and expansion. We're gonna go to Rowan and find out that Roger Bacon, the guy we've been chasing, who's claiming to be Roger Bacon, isn't really Roger Bacon. Cool. I'm glad that we were able to get it to a community, or out there for people to see. There's really not anything special about what's going on here. It's where, Haley's like, "Hey, Zhuzhen told me about how your parents were dead too, and I'm sorry your parents are dead too. My parents are dead too. We'd be friends." And Yuri's like, "Get away from me! You're a child. Nobody likes you." So moving right along, and Alice goes to Rowan by herself, and everybody's like, "You're an idiot you're dumb for letting her go by herself." She goes, and Yuri, as you recall, kicked in this door earlier, but she's simply going to unlock it with her mind powers. Don't know me. Okay. So, we go in here. Like I said, we're going to find out it's not really Roger Bacon, that he's actually Cardinal Albert Simon, and it's later revealed by me opening a door and going back inside. Later, some stuff where we meet the real Roger Bacon, who you would know if you'd played Codelco or you've seen the second or third game. Looks nothing like the gentleman in the top hat at all. So, and in order to open up this drawer, we have to do a spin ring. So.
The minigame rings, I'm sure you've probably mentioned this, but the minigame rings aren't really seen again, to be honest. They're only really in the first that kind of make use of different styles of rings to do these minigames. The rest of it's kind of just battling and item usage.
Yeah, indeed. They're dumped after this game. I think it's ultimately just because people complained about it, probably, or they didn't get good feedback. But I don't know. For sure. Yeah,
I can understand some of it can be a little obnoxious, I guess. But it kind of just used it in a different way. It was very arbitrary, but it kind of changed the way you viewed the Judgment Ring.
Yeah, it was just something that I think they thought it was going to add kind of a richness, and it really just doesn't really matter that much. They're all pretty simple. The only one that's not, the only one that does stay through the 3 games is doing the 10 rings, the 10 spins of the ring for people's ultimate weapons with Roger. That's in all 3 games as well. Bowie speed walks Shadow Hearts games. He doesn't actually speedrun them.
Cheers, mate.
Nah, I'm kidding. He had the world record for like 2.5 months. So.
And then this guy came along and was like, "I'm better than you."
Actually, you should blame Magus for putting Shadow Hearts Covenant in Scrubathon, because I wasn't even playing Covenant at the time. I was still running this. And
It is true.
I wouldn't have even
Bloody
run.
hell, mate.
I wouldn't even run Covenant again anytime soon.
Don't worry though, pal. I'm on the case. I'm on the case.
Yeah, no, it's good. Covenant's got a lot of work, and I don't know if there's any new tech that you're going to do. I don't think there is anything else new that you're going to do.
Oh, mate, I found some serious strats.
No, you didn't.
Please. I've had plenty of time to develop strats.
Scrubathon was a community marathon that was hosted last month? Yeah, it was last month. On El Magus' channel, where a bunch of people ran a bunch of fun games, and it was a very fun marathon. It was a whole week.
It is testament to the fact that Almagus is one of the greatest community members we have. So if you don't already follow Almagus, I will give a shout out to him. He's a fantastic guy, fantastic streamer, and a huge part of the speedrunning community. So
and somehow still doesn't have partner, which is a travesty. Just so everyone knows.
We're gonna raid Twitch HQ. Don't worry.
It's ridiculous. It's completely.
We're not.
I mean, like Dusler said it best. Dusler's like, I have partner, and I have like 10 viewers constantly, and somehow I have partner, and El Magus doesn't. That is not me ripping on Dusler. That is, Dusler said that in his chat, and was quite frustrated after he found out. I think there was a lot of community outrage when Magus got turned down again. Alright, I don't think there's anything I need to do there. I should probably read my notes. No. So.
Are you reading notes for the relay? Please. To be fair, I might have them open for one segment. But maybe not.
I really only had them open for the 2 puzzles. I needed the route through the palaces in the temple ruins, and then the code for the doors, and the puzzle for the. So 3 things I only had. For everything else, I'm just refreshing. So I'm gonna grab this Mantle of Nobility over here. This is a high-level Keith armor that we're gonna sell. It sells for a ton of money. Yeah, Scrubathon was really fun. It was really impressive to see so many good runs and so many people doing good runs. Yeah, good stuff. So again, we just have like more cutscenes right here. This part of the game is really just about like tying up loose ends, and closing stuff out. So I don't know what else to say about it. Really, it's just more stuff.
Yeah, it's fine. Roger Bacon. A very strangely designed character, I must say. I do kind of like his the style of the sprites. The character design and models are quite distinct in this first one. And it becomes a little bit. It's not less distinct, but because it switches from static backgrounds to not as static backgrounds, they had to change the way that they design the characters.
Yeah, it went from being, pre-rendered backgrounds where they could do like kind of interesting looking characters with these polygons and shapes, to the second game where they did much more like Final Fantasy X style backgrounds with Final Fantasy X style characters. But in all fairness, Shadow Hearts Covenant has better voice acting than Final Fantasy X. Anybody wants to make that argument, I'll make it. Throw it out there. What, you want to fight about it? No, nobody wants to fight about it. I think everyone pretty much accepts that Final Fantasy X has horrible voice acting.
Let's just not go down that road, I reckon.
No, that's fine.
It's all right. It's all right.
I think I'm just thinking about it because I was in Sarah's chat earlier, or channel, and he was talking about it. He's talking about how bad it was.
Kerubarosu, excuse me, I've been, again, talking all day. I definitely agree with you to a degree there. I think Gerrick would agree with me here, is that the later games in the series have improved and refined gameplay, but the narrative in the first is much stronger in terms of what they deal with and how they go about telling it. I'd say that Shadow Hearts 1 is definitely the strongest in the series.
I would agree with that.
And it just looks so great. It's such a unique looking game.
This is where we find out the backstory for Albert Simon. He was a dude who was alive a long time ago who threw a temper fit and the Vatican locked him in prison. And now he's all angry. That's it. I mean, that's pretty much it. He has a lot deeper motivations, but it's really hard to just kind of just glance over them. Pretty much he's just concerned with the state of the world. He thinks that people need to be equals and not not have people lording over them and things like that. So he thought the aristocracy and the nobility were e-bags pretty much, and he set out to change it. And at the time when he was trying to change it, the Vatican, amongst other people, the clergy was most powerful, social class. So they put him in prison, and he became disillusioned and realized that mankind's never going to be like, singing songs and holding hands. And now what he's trying to do is he's trying to raise this thing called the Float, or Niamito. And what that's going to do is that's going to summon God to Earth to purify the land and cleanse mankind. It's not the best strategy, honestly. I mean, because I don't know if you realize it, but he's a man, so he'd probably die too. But he sees it's kind of expounded upon in the second game about his motivations, and he does bad things, but he's not a bad person. And it's kind of one of those things like a lot of the characters were much deeper in the first game and in the second game, or than in the second game. Apologize. What is this? What? Wow, I am just tired. Yes. I do some shopping here.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder, I find, I think, to do the raise up and lower prices in this, obviously, because you have to do it one by one, so it kind of you have to keep going through it, so it's slower. But also, just generally, the Judgment Ring in the first game is very, very tough. The angle's a little bit different, and the way the indicator swings is like that back draft, for lack of a better word, I guess.
Yeah.
That kind of it's kind of hard to interpret just exactly where the indicator is at some points. So when you are watching this, the skill to which it takes, actually, I think there's, because when you look at all the three games, you'll be seeing all three of them as we go. The third is different in the fact that if you make errors, you're punished a lot harder, but this is harder to actually execute.
I would agree that some things in this game are harder, but I think that the overall rings and like the actual battles in the third game are much like oh my gosh, executing your rings in the battles in the last game are much harder, because if you fail them, you're just hosed. Like,
that's it.
So, but there's more pressure behind it, I guess.
They are a lot more varied as well. Like there's not. I think every single magic spell has a different one, doesn't it? I know that that's the same for this, but like attacks are always the same.
It's slightly different. It's slightly different. In this game, all the magic attacks have different Judgment Rings. In the second and third game, they're pretty similar. Depends on the elemental. Like your elemental, like your level 3 ice spell is slightly different than your like level 3 wind spell or something like that.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, you'll see it when I run through Covenant. You'll see that a lot of the Judgment Rings for magic, specifically, the perfect area is in the same location. It's just the build-up that changes, so the momentum you go into the Judgment Ring with changes. But I think it's one of the best bits about the Judgment Ring, and what I loved so much about playing the first Shadow Hearts is that it kind of introduced that completely different way to play. You guys have already talked about this throughout the entire run, I'm sure, but just thought I'd Fair enough, my rendition.
The ring in this game is the worst looking designed as far as like the angle on it's weird. Takes a lot to adjust to it. The speed, the indicator is also kind of awkward. This is where the Nemeton Monastery events happen in Kodelka. Guy tried to use the Mega Manuscript to bring his wife back from the dead, sacrificed a ton of people, bad spirits, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's right. She doesn't get to 35 off of them. She has to be 33 off levels. So I actually do have to grind here. I forgot. Or I'm going to because I can't. I'm not going to take the chance. I meant to test that and I just haven't gotten it. A lot of the items I'm going to grab in here, I have to do a kind of a puzzle to get them on in here, or get the Destruction Stone. And particularly what I'll do is, I'll do that puzzle, it's pretty easy, and we'll use them on. When we get him, which won't be until after we defeat him. That's a full heal. I have to do a couple of things really quick as far as my equipment's concerned. The Crucifix is going to come off first. She's going to get a Leonardo's Bear because there are enemies in here who can instant death. And I want to be able to be covered from that. I'm also going to put on a warning device. And Brigand Earrings are good. Leonardo's Bear, Small Jug, Flashback, Mind Eye, we're good. Alright, cool. I was up until, so if anybody's curious why I'm starting to crash a little bit now, I was up until 6 in the morning last night, so I only got like 4 hours of sleep before this, so I'm a little bit tired now, but I'm good. And a lot of this is, this section of the game is the section I have the least amount of practice on, because I didn't, you don't always consistently get runs to this point, unfortunately, and it's just the way the game works, so, I have the least amount of practice with this section, but we'll be fine. Did I put the improved slingshot on him? He won't kill this guy unless he paralyzes him. Or petrifies him. Oh no, don't give me fast ring.
A fast ring on an already fast ring.
I don't know why I attacked the wrong one. I'm like way out of it all of a sudden.
And yes, the music in Shadow Hearts is stunning.
I didn't put the improved slingshot on him, I'm going to be very upset. The improved slingshot can also petrify enemies, which is very nice. I played a little bit of the music before the game, obviously, before we started the run. I hope everybody enjoyed that. That's why. Okay. So this puzzle, if you don't know it, it's kind of annoying, but I know the answer, so you have to go through, you have to activate each one of these pillars. It's going to turn on a light. It's going to unlock some chests. Those chests are going to have items in them that you have to open the chests, and then that breaks the seal, and that way you have to do all of them in order to get them on. And we're about to get another Mind's Eye, which will help Haley one-shot these guys, which is nice. These enemies are kind of scary because they can use an ability called Nightmare, which, if you remember from earlier when I fought Woogie, it can instant death us. It's unlikely, but that's why we have the Leonardo's Bear on, just to be safe. It's more likely they're going to do that, SP lowering, and then do nothing, and then give us good experience, so... There is no extreme in this game, no. Well, not unfortunately. It'd be highly unlikely we would be able to get it anyway. With the route that we use, because we use the flash badge. And as soon as Alice hits level 35, I won't be using... I won't be using the... I'll put the Demon Ward necklace on, which will lower my encounter rate. Petrify. Hooray! We're getting really lucky with our battles. Those enemies, the birds and the undead, like the weird like people that are torn in half that have teeth or whatever in their torsos, those things give you the most experience. So, yeah, difficulty levels can be a good way to go back and do it. I don't really mind not having difficulty levels, but I don't really look to RPGs for like challenges. I look to RPGs for fun, play them and enjoy them. So that's just a personal preference. I grab a lot of treasure chests down here. A lot of the items sell for a ton of money, so I pretty much grab every treasure chest in this dungeon. Most of them, again, are required, but a lot of them are just because they're just really good, and can sell for a ton of money. Grab them. If I want it, it's fine. Brigadier. Yeah, it's nice to have some options, but... And that's the last weapon we'll get for Yuri. The Silver Wolf Fang is his final weapon we get in the room. And now that we have a Mind's Eye on Haley, Haley's going to do significantly more damage, as you can see. And this is the Nightmare ability. If this instant deaths to, it can instant death Haley and Yuri. It cannot instant death Alice. So worst case scenario, we would lose 2 characters and be able to run away with Alice, or res them and kill this guy. So we don't have to really worry about that. Something like that. We're going to get a couple of Malice triggers, which is unfortunate, but... And we're going to make sure that everybody's healed. And again, I'm just walking through this little puzzle items I need. Again, we have to open every single treasure chest. Holy Book of Martyrs is a pretty good weapon for Alice. It's her second best weapon in the game. Unfortunately, we don't really need it. I guess not unfortunately, but it does sell for quite a bit. It sells for like 13,000. Or 14,000 or something. And we need as much money as possible because we're going to be buying third keys soon. Alright, so we kill these 2 guys on the end, the guys with these brains on the stick here, because they can paralyze you, and we just want them out of the way. We'd rather have the fast range, because that's not an... it's not super tight, but it can affect how fast you can go if you continually mess up your discounts and increases like I have the last few times. She's close enough. We don't have to fight any more battles now. So... So once Alice hits level 34, you don't have to fight any more battles because it doesn't really matter. She's going to hit 35 for sure off of Amon. So what I'll do before that battle is I'll make sure the monkey rings are on her again, and then we won't have to worry about it for sure. And it's nice to have Arc for the Amon fight, but it's not required. Like I said, it doesn't take a tremendous amount of time to grind up there, but Money is tight. Like, in the very beginning of the game, money is pretty... Having extra levels at this stage of the game isn't a bad thing, but it's not necessary. Coat of the Sage is an equipment for an armor for Zhuzhen. It's quite good, but we sell it. Need money. Money's good. The goal is to get 8 third keys. You can do it with 6, but I like to get 8 for safety. And to get upgrade Yuri's weapon as high as you can for physical damage or for damage. We're coming into the home stretch now. We have about an hour left of the game. 45 minutes to an hour, depending on how my luck goes.
I think I'm going to go for the 45 minutes. I believe. I
hope, but we'll see how the luck goes. It's all about how many battles I get and how well how well I do on Soul Block, and so forth.
Soul Block is an issue. It's just a very stressful fight.
It takes forever. Unfortunately, he's immune to physical damage, and he does a lot of damage. The Shadowheart Covenant's run will be New Game, any percent. Not be New Game Plus.
Yes, any percent is... Yeah, just new game, any percent I believe is the standard for all 3 games.
As far as I know, there's not a New Game Plus route for the 3, but there is a New Game Plus route for this game. Unfortunately, it doesn't really save you any time. You can't really utilize any of the broken mechanics in this game until you get much later in the game, because Yuri doesn't have enough SP to fuse in any of the more powerful fusions. The second game is a little more broken. You can one-shot most of the bosses in the first half of the game, and then with the new strats for Asia... Yeah, with the new strats for Asia, you can save... It can be about... I think it's going to end up being about 45 minutes to an hour faster than a game run, but there's a lot of grinding that I have to do in routing it, and the route is done, I just have to do it, and then it all comes down to a lot of RNG and just blah, 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 blah.
What is an RPG speedrun without RNG, my friend?
I agree. Yeah, Yuri, Alice, and Marguerite are a strong party. The reason we use Haley is because he just gets levels. There's just no doubt about it.
Also, Haley has really good... I know you don't often use them, but he has very good magics.
Yeah,
like, if you do get... I can't remember how strong you get if you're strong enough to learn Air Shot, but that's a good 300 damage, I believe.
Yeah, we learn Air Shot. We don't learn Black Hole anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, you used to use that a bit.
Yeah, Black Hole is quite good. So, in a speedrun, I would recommend saving here because this boss, not only can he can theoretically kill you if you have really bad luck, but there's a glitch where when you beat him, the game can crash. So...
Great game.
Yeah,
Just a good game.
It happens, unfortunately. And we also put the Leonardo's Bears on everybody because, well, he is going to cast Revelation as Simon, and Revelation can instant death you, and it's a 50% chance. And it's something I've fought through a lot in the past because it's not a huge deal because we have a Talisman of Power which fully heals Yuri and gives him all of his SP back, so it's fine. But at the same time, that's just a waste of time. It's just better to just take a small damage decrease because you take the small jug off and just move on. Run up here, and then we're gonna have a long cutscene, and then we're gonna fight this boss.
And someone mentioned it as well, and I do want to actually bring this up. Teneritas. I love Yuri's running animation because it's just so over the top. It's like he really like wheels his arms around. He's like a steam train when he runs. So good.
That's great. That's funny.
Choo choo, all aboard the pain train.
Yeah. After this game, after I finish this run, I'm gonna go make dinner because I'm starving. I haven't eaten yet. Oh yeah, I have. I ate some stuff before I started my run, but I'm hungry. And then I will be back for commentary for Covenant and commentary for Shadow Hearts from the World, and then probably make an announcement.
Yeah.
But other than that, everything's good. So he's trying to raise the flow. He's trying to use Kodelka's power to do so, and she's all like, son," and she pretty much just takes and curb stomps him, and then he uses the power of Amon, who's a god of destruction, to raise the float anyway, because he had a backup plan just in case. So yeah, good stuff. She's all like, "Get some," and he's like, "Oh no, balls of light. My weakness," and is just completely hammered.
I'm not sure how many people here can deal with balls of light.
Not many. Not as many as you'd think. I mean, I know for me personally, that would be a thing that would probably be a deal breaker.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Difficult to handle. All right. Oh man. So this is Amon / Simon. He's gonna get the first turn. He's gonna use Holy Chest. What Holy Chest does is it hurts. It does quite a bit of damage, and then it's gonna lower everyone's SP by half,
which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal. Except what I did to counteract that is I equipped Alice and Haley with items called willpowers, and those, at least I'm pretty sure I did. I might not have. I'm pretty sure I did. If I didn't, whatever, it doesn't matter. I did it anyway. If I did, it will prevent them from losing SP. Yuri doesn't really care about his SP getting halved because he has so much, and he's not using the small jug, so it's not really good. Yeah, I didn't equip one on Haley. It's not a big deal at all, unfortunately, for Simon. So, I have a Thera-Leaf, which I'm going to use on... it didn't do that much damage, as much as I thought it was going to. And I'm just gonna like I said, just kind of keep everybody up here. If you grind to 35 before this fight, you have arc, so it doesn't really matter what he does. But I don't do that anymore, just because it's a little bit faster to just get the experience from him, and you can keep everybody up pretty easily, right? Because he physically attacked. I think I've seen that 4 times ever. Oh, I thought he still had Flash Badge. That's okay. When you do about 2,000-ish HP, he's going to transition into Amon. Wow, he did Holy Chest again? I'm going to have to use a Thera or a Pure Seed on Haley. That's crazy. He normally doesn't do Holy Chest twice. Usually he does Revelation or he does Black Surge. He didn't do either. This is a weird fight. I'm actually going to have to use a Pure Seed on Yuri. It's just unfortunate. Things have kind of gotten a little bit awkward because he did that Holy Chest again. As you saw, Haley was down to like 1 SP. But I'll just use a Thera Seed. He's probably going to do Black Surge next turn, which is a problem because it gives him 30% extra magic damage, and he's just going to hit really, really hard as a mob. We'll see.
I believe this is the only time when an enemy transforms into one of Yuri's transformations. Apart from when you're fighting Frog's Face.
Yeah, that is correct. This fight's kind of going awkwardly. Again, that second Holy Chest really messed me up. I would prefer him to do Revelation because we're protected against instant death. and it does some damage. And the fact that he just used Black Surge is really unfortunate. Because now Amon is going to when he fuses into Amon, whoever he hits with Demon Rays is going to die, except for Haley, or except for Yuri, excuse me. And Alice, who's defending right now.
Defending actually defends you from getting your SP lowering, I noticed as well, which is a nice little usage of defense.
Second. So now he's got he's about half dead. What I'm going to do with Alice this turn is I'm actually going to use well, I was going to. I thought she was going to go before Yuri, but it's okay. I'm going to use a Red Phoenix Talon that I have, which is going to double Yuri's attack damage for his next turn. It doubles the indicator speed for everybody, but we don't care about that, obviously, because we've been dealing with it. It doesn't affect his Mind's Eye, or it doesn't double it again. So he's going to use Atomic Dust, and this is kind of unfortunate. It's going to do pretty high damage to everybody, especially because he's Black Surged, so... I was really hoping to take advantage of being able to attack with Haley as well, but now I cannot. So, this is kind of unfortunate and awkward, but I should have just gone to 35 and got an arc, but whatever. It only lasts for one turn as well, which is just...
I'm sure you've already told the good people, but Arc is just the best healing spell in any game ever.
Yeah, it's... I mean, Omni Heal in Dragon Quest VIII is pretty good as well.
Yeah, that's true.
It just, I mean, it does the same thing. It fully heals everyone from whatever their HP is to full. And his Black Surge will wear off on his next turn. So that's a dead Haley, that's fine. We'll just resurrect him with Alice. He can be dead for a turn. We want Haley to be alive just to get extra experience so his magic hits harder against Soul Block, but it's not the end of the world. Especially because his is black. Like I said, Black Surge should wear off on this next turn, which means he's going to do a lot less magic damage. And everybody's going to be fully healed anyway, so it doesn't really matter as much. He's about dead anyway. He's going to start leaning after these two hits, which means he'll be very close to death. He actually didn't. His Black Surge actually didn't wear off. Is it going to last? Does it last 5 turns? It should only last 3.
I thought it was 5.
I thought it was 3. Pretty sure it was 3.
Does it count when you transform before into Armone? Because he Black Surge before Armone.
Yeah, it counts the turn. It counts the turn when he transforms as well.
Okay. Just thinking maybe it might have reset the counter. Perhaps if it is 3.
It doesn't.
Well, there you go. The game's just bugging out, mate.
No, I might be wrong. It might be 5. Those level 3 spells, I don't really have a lot of experience with. Yeah. Hopefully this hits Alice or Yuri. Whatever, that's fine. Here, I'll be dead again. Because this will put him on low enough to where I can res Haley if he doesn't die, which he died, which is fine. And then Haley would have gotten the experience by killing him. So I have to wait just a second here. You have to let Yuri get out of his fusion. If you don't, the game will bug and crash, is what I found. Now, it might still do it because the game doesn't really like to do anything, but I like it to. We're good. Alright, cool.
And of course it is a showcase of the series for a wider audience, so of course it's going to just screw up.
Of course so.
That's how it goes.
Yep.
Are we good?
We're good. We're fine.
Cool. Good.
We're fine. Okay.
Ooh, the yawns are coming on my end. And I've got a 6.5 speed hour speed. 6.5 hour speed run to go. Oh yeah.
Hey, I try to make this as painless on everybody as possible.
You did a fantastic job, my friend.
Okay, so now he's raised the float because he's a dirty, dirty cheater, and he fused with him on. And now we are going to go up to the float, and we're going to take down Simon, but we got to go do a bunch of things first. Specifically, we got to go watch a cutscene where Haley and his mom reconcile, and he gets all happy, and everything's good. Then we're going to go watch Alice, unfortunately, lose a battle and then die, just literally, almost. And then we're going to... Well, first we're going to go buy a bunch of items, and then we're going to go beat the game.
Which is the goal in this game, is to beat it.
That is correct.
Okay. The strats for the final boss. Excuse me. Oh, the strats for the final boss are fantastic to watch. Very, very fun. It's a tough fight.
It is.
Can be quite nerve-wracking, but the ending is so fantastic.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's pretty good.
Do you use Chernobog for that, or do you not use Chernobog?
I use them on.
I'm on.
Yeah, I don't get Chernobyl. I don't get any of the level 3 fusions.
I thought so, yeah. I just remember the attack animation.
No, we don't. In this game, it's almost impossible. If you know what you're doing, it's impossible to die to the final boss. I don't understand why everybody's echoing. It's fine. We'll be done soon with this game, and then someone else's stream will be on here, so... So you have to go back to London and watch this scene with Haley before you can go to Prague and before you can advance the story. So we're going to go do this, then we're going to go to Prague, we're going to buy a bunch of items, then we're going to go and we're going to fight the final bosses.
I was making funny jokes and I realised that my mic was off.
Well played.
Shoot. Yeah, I know. I thought, basically, I was just saying that London, that's exactly what London looks like. It's a perfect reconstruction.
I know, right? Like, I've seen pictures and stuff, and enough Guy Ritchie movies to know that it looks like.
Snatch happens right there, yeah.
Yeah, it does. I actually really like that movie, and if anybody wants to argue about it, I will disagree with you 100%.
IRL fight.
Yeah. I actually do really like that movie. I like Guy Ritchie movies, though, because I'm an American, and I like to imagine that everyone in London is a gangster. So it helps me fulfill, like, a fantasy of myself by watching those.
So you reckon I'm a gangster, do you?
I do. I do reckon that you sit around and call people, like...
naughty words.
Yeah, not inappropriate words for this channel, and just, like... no idea where your next paycheck is coming from, but you're going to find one, damn it, if you got to hit somebody with a baseball bat.
I don't, that's true, I don't, but
yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have, I have my teams who do the things that need to be done.
So, we're coming up on the final dungeon of the game and the last part of the game. Nothing to really say other than the fact we're going to go take advantage of the fact that there is the Silent Peddler now sells third keys, and we're going to buy 8 of them, and we're going to upgrade the Silver Wolf Fang as high as it can go, which is Yuri's weapon, and with however much money we have left, and then we're going to go and watch a scene, and then we're going to go up to Niamito, and we're going to kill a boss. We're going to do a boss rush, and then we're going to do the final boss. I say 2 bosses because you fight Messiah and then you fight Meta God right after.
Final bosses.
Final bosses.
Because, obviously Messiah is not his final form.
That's correct. Pragu. Rage.
Prague, mate. Prague.
What? Rock? I don't know. Whatever. All right.
Pragu.
Yeah, I know, right?
Are these European words too much for you, dude?
They are. They're way too out there.
When they were designing Prague, they didn't choose to put the square with the clock tower in. Yeah, very strange choice.
Yeah. So I do have to raise these. This takes a minute, unfortunately, because I need to have as much money as I can possibly get my hands on at this stage. Without fighting the masks, you miss out on quite a bit of money, so take a minute, unfortunately.
My opinion on that, Kaya, is that the actual model of Yuri looks better in the second one, but his first outfit is so much better. Which is why the ending of Covenant is so good. Just because of the outfit. Yuri is cooler in the first one. He is. He's much more badass. He's just a beast. There's a part of me that will always say that I wish I could see this game with the higher resolution that Covenant had. Because if you look at, when you get like the close-up cutscenes of this first game, the Yuri's face, it does look a little bit strange.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work as well.
Wait, what was I say? You almost saw Berserker earrings. I was like, what? No, sorry, demon earrings. They're important, aren't they?
Not in this game.
Aren't they? I could have sworn you used them once.
Yeah, I use them once, but I don't use them anymore now. You can't. They're, like I said, they're earlier, as I explained, they're bugged. You take 20% extra damage from all sources instead of just from physical. I'm a little bit short. I knew I was going to be. I missed out on too many. I don't think I can come up with 40k more.
Wait, you didn't get the 4th? You didn't get the 8th? I know that it's going to cost a bomb to upgrade.
7. I went with the 7. You can get away with 7. You just can't miss. Alright, we're going to go with that. That's fine. He should still do it. I mean, we're tripling his attack damage. He should still do it. Okay. Unequipped Alice. Okay. Should be okay. I actually need another... I'm gonna buy a Zodiac bracelet, I think, just for safety. I should have enough money to buy one. We'll be good to go now. Okay, so I moved Alice into the front row because she's going to be fighting a battle by herself here in just a second that I need her to die in. Move on.
Gerrick looks after his teammates.
I do. I used to do new game and good ending only, but
it is the more enjoyable.
Yeah, it's a good. It's a little bit longer of a run, unfortunately, but that's what it is.
It's like 15 minutes extra, isn't it?
30 minutes.
30?
Yeah, based on how many enemies, based on your encounter luck.
I remember when you got your, I think not your current PB, but the previous one. You had like amazing, I think you got like 3 of the masks in a row.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I mean, that...
I mean, that's not obviously your average. That was
Yeah, it was just like ridiculous. Yeah, all in the right order too, which is random.
So the difference between the good and the bad ending is you have to kind of increase your malice gauge to maximum. And have you told people about this?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Oh,
So you have
sorry.
to increase your malice to max level, and then you fight the masks in an order that is determined by an item called the Oath Grail, and you have to get that item before you can do it. And that way you can fight the masks to defeat them, and then you break the curse, and then you defeat Atman there. And really, you only need the 8 third keys if you're going to fight Atman, because it takes 2 to kill him as well. But I get them anyway, just because 7 and 8 are very safe. So.
That's not the confirmed official chronology, but that's the that's like a theory that's been put forward by the community that does make sense and is actually quite a nice way to look at it. But let's try and keep spoilers to a minimum for those who haven't seen the second game yet. That's what I'll say.
Oh my gosh, what is going on with me? I failed this ring twice. So I don't think I've ever failed this ring in a run. It's like... It's alright, I'm only 15 minutes behind my PB. It's not that bad. Welcome to HR Geigerville, Part 1. I've got to equip certain items on Haley and Yuri here in just a little while. Yeah. It's gonna be fun. So you come up here and you see that there's like a gateway, a fence that you can't get by. And then you have to go back and you kick a wall and magically it opens up. It's pretty awesome. Niamito is very user-friendly, so it just does whatever you want it to do whenever you kick it or something.
Again, Selenia, that's not the official canon. It is a fan theory, which is very well thought out and very, very compelling. So,
Mostly he says that because it was our idea.
pardon?
I said mostly he says that because that's our idea. It's hard to say because of the way that the direction they went with the third game. It's impossible to say what they meant with the second one's ending.
Yes, indeed. So, yes, obviously fans have had to kind of find their own meaning.
Yeah. Also, it's random who gets stuck in here with Yuri. There's going to be a force field that comes up after he attacks the building. That's the best way to go. And apparently Niamito can only have power going to like one force field at a time, so that just completely screws the whole thing up.
Well, no, like in terms of the actual canon ending, quickly for the second, it is the ending that I'm going to get when I do it is canon ending, but it's just the kind of the continuation of where that goes from there is
Up to interpretation.
yes, indeed. Anyway, shout out one. You've lost Yuri and
Zhuzhen, yeah. It's not a problem.
I had a moment there trying to remember his name.
It's totally fine.
The Quack Oracle.
Yeah. It's fine because Haley doesn't have a flash badge on, neither does Alice. But they will in just a second. There we go. Demon Ward Necklace and the Warning Device. So now we're not going to get in. We shouldn't theoretically get in any back. We won't get in any back attacks. We should be able to run away immediately. Squall's already dead, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh no! the end of the world. He said it. No. Who cares? That game's storyline's crap anyway. Difference does it make if he's alive or dead or an elephant or whatever the other fan theories are. The game makes no sense.
I love if that was genuinely a theory, like Squall is an elephant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it is. I'm sure if you went on Reddit and typed in Squall is an elephant, it will pull up someone's long, detailed explanation of how Squall is clearly a damn elephant.
And probably a lot of fanfic too.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Doesn't even matter. I mean, it's just probably the weakest Final Fantasy of them all.
The shot's being fired.
I don't hold back when it comes to Final Fantasy VIII. I'm not even playing.
Yep. It's cool though. It's cool though.
I mean, it's a fun game to play as long as you just ignore all the dialogue, just like Shadow Hearts 3. As long as you ignore everything that happens in the game.
Why are you pooping on one of the games we're showcasing today? No, Shadow Hearts 3 is sick.
No, it's. I mean, it's a fun game to watch. It's a fun speedrun to watch.
It's
but
really
it's
good.
just,
And LCC is brilliant at it as well,
Yeah,
so
it's very
it
good.
helps.
Yeah.
Why is LCC such a talented speedrunner?
A Squaliphant. That's awesome. We need a Squaliphant like emote somewhere.
When Gerrick gets found.
Like how does that even work? Is it like a? What does that even look like? Is that like Squall with just like an elephant trunk on his face? That's hilarious. Spurg.
As long as we don't descend into a throwing around which FF is best kind of debate, let's.
We're not gonna do that today, guys. Sorry. Berserker earring. I actually need this to be. Okay, we're good. Triple Star Triad was good stuff, and the music was good. I agree. I mean, I don't know what to tell people anymore. Has the best OST of what?
Well, I'm just going to put it out there, and I'm just going to shout it out. Sphere Break 10-2, legit. Right.
What did you just say to me?
Sphere Break in 10-2.
I'm not
is
talking
legit.
to you anymore.
Why not? It's so sick.
No, it's not.
If you're a fan of math, it's amazing.
Yeah, if you're... Get the Claude in
No.
here. Everybody get the Claude in here so he can just be like... I love math. No.
Basic math, you know, the multiplication table's sick, man. That's what it's all about.
I thought Blitzball was the best mini game that they ever had. But I like sports,
But
so...
I think I'll give a lot of love to Chocobo breeding and racing.
Sure.
Yes, genuinely, really, Pokey. I actually really like Sphere Break. There's something quite enjoyable.
It's just like... He's like, no, really, guys. This is not me, like, trolling you. This is completely 1000% serious.
The thing is, here's where I have to do my whole British thing. What do you mean math? I know I've heard of maths, but math, please.
All right.
Just the single math, just the one math.
So, real quick, this is Soul Block. He's a total knob. He's immune to physical damage. I don't know what else to say about him. That's it. I have to do magic damage. That's all I've got to say about this guy, is that...
How much HP does he have again?
7,200 damage. So it takes about... If both of my characters are able to attack every turn, which I'll be in that cycle now, it takes like 6 or 7 turns or something ridiculous.
I'm interested as to why you healed with Hallie when you could have perhaps gotten off an air shot and then healed with Alice, but I think it's for that shockwave, isn't it?
Yeah, it was because I was afraid the shockwave was going to be coming. I also need to go ahead and heal Yuri's MP. Just in case anybody's curious, Yuri has the worst MP of anybody ever. It's pretty much the lowest, and now I can get in a cycle where I'm like healing. And I was afraid he was going to do this, where he leapfrogged Alice, because she's supposed to have a flash badge on. I knew I was forgetting to do something. I could theoretically die here, by the way, just so everybody knows. This could actually kill me.
KS on it, yes. And this is technically a kind of boss rushish thing. This is obviously a redesign of Yamaraja Wind, I want to say.
That's correct.
Although he uses like... Well, the one that gets me is Yamaraja Earth at the end. He uses water attacks. I don't...
Well, Yamaraja Wind also uses Earth attack. Shockwave is Earth attack, yeah.
He does use it, yeah, I was going to say, but it kind of can be slightly windy.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I guess
if you think about it.
You could think that, yeah. I mean, you go there. You can go down. You could go down that route, yeah. The other trick with this is that you saw Amon do like 900 damage with Demon Rage, and I got a perfect. It's pretty hard to get a perfect. It's like a 1-frame window to get that perfect on Demon Rays. So I've already done quite a bit of damage to him. His speed value is like in a really weird place right now. Like where he is, but I got a break right there, so I can use air shots. And you'll see air shot. This is gonna do like 300 damage, I think, 350.
I've always been quite curious about Halle's voice clips. I believe he does it. Is Airshot the one where he screams, "God, I hate you, I hate you"?
Yeah.
Because there's one where he goes, "Ah!" One where he goes, "God, I hate you, I hate you."
Yeah.
I love how he's got an American accent despite being British.
Yeah. He's actually American. Just so you know, everybody's American. All heroes are American. Just so you know, just breaking it down for you. Like, again, as you can see, Yuri can only really cast Demon Rays like 3 times before I have to heal his MP, which is why we bought those mana roots earlier. He's gonna be able to cast it one more time, and then I'm gonna have to hit everybody with an arc here, obviously, and then I'm gonna have to use Haley's next turn to heal Yuri's MP. My turn order decisions weren't the best. Like Bowie was saying, I should have used arc to heal instead of using a heal with Haley and dealt damage and all this other stuff, but I was like really worried that the boss was going to leapfrog Haley for some reason, or leapfrog Alice for some reason. I don't know why I had that feeling. And then he did it, obviously, eventually. Like the very next turn.
It's never a bad thing to assume the game's going to dick you over. So.
Yeah. With the luck I've had today with bosses, I'm being like really safe at this point. Because any one of the bosses in here can just, well, after this boss, the only boss that can control me is Metagod, but I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen today. So, yeah. Woo! And there's really nothing else to talk about. Just get used to seeing Demon Rays and his Kamehameha charge up times. Great. It takes so long.
It's about right, yeah. The Kamehameha charge up times.
And like I said, this boss is the only thing about this boss is that he's trivial because you have arc. If you don't have arc and you fight this boss, you have to hope that he doesn't use multi-target spells more than once. So if he uses Pulse followed by Shockwave and you don't have arc, someone's going to die. If you heal like 2 people, so you know that's why we have arc. That's why we make sure we have arc. I'm also going to have to heal Yuri's MP or SP pretty soon, because Amon puts him really low as far as SP is concerned. It costs a ton of SP to fuse into Amon. The boss is almost dead.
Kamehameha.
Yeah, it takes forever.
I'm a little bit behind in the commentary just because I'm having to use the stream, which I obviously can't see the direct feed from Gerrick's station.
Yeah, that's fine. It just has this really, really long, like, just where he like moves his arms around. He's all like, "I'm charging my laser," and then he does it. It's pretty. I mean, it's a cool looking spell. The end is pretty cool too, but it doesn't. The end doesn't do any more damage really. It does like 100 more damage, but it costs like 40 more MP, so it's not really feasible to get. One strat you could do is let Yuri Berserk on the last, like, when you know this boss is about to die, he'll do the end regardless, and it doesn't cost any MP, and it'll be technically considered a perfect, so it'll do more damage, but there's no point in doing it. Zap you with my laser brains! I don't think he's gonna die. He leans with like 1700 HP left. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to heal Wow, 3 hits? Dude, F off. Seriously. Get off my girl. We'll just use a mana root and just let Yuri finish him. If I had gotten a perfect on the mana root before that, I wouldn't have had to do it there, but I didn't, so it's life. I keep missing, like, perfects by, like, just a sliver. Really unfortunate. Also, I don't know that Air Shot would have killed him or not. I'm pretty sure this Demon Raise will. I'm pretty sure this is, like, my 10th Demon Raise. So, or 7th or 8th, which will be more than enough with 2 Air Shots. Unfortunately, there's no way to really buff Yuri's damage beyond using Warlock Earrings in this fight. Whereas in the second game, you get Entrance, which is significantly better than anything we have here. Alright, cool. Alright, Soul Block's dead. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there. I've got a bunch of equipment I need to change around to make sure I don't get into any battles. Enjoy Star Shape, one of the better songs in the music, or in the game.
Yeah. Music's lovely.
And we're going to tent after every boss fight, because you have to. And I'm gonna save after each boss because we're to the point where we need to finish the run. And I haven't saved it since before I fought Simon, so.
I've got to find disc 2.
You gotta find your disc 2.
Mm.
That's not good.
It's probably just where I left it. But it's not ready, basically.
Well, you better get ready, because we're getting there. Alright, so this is hate. He hates you, for lack of a better term. So we're gonna beat him to death. Because he's a jerk. We're not gonna use the 3rd key yet. I'll use the 3rd key in a second. I have a little bit of setup I need to do first. Where my pull that was. So he's gonna use Hate Storm. He always uses Hate Storm. What's crazy about Hate Storm is that in this situation it can make your Judgment Ring invisible, which is a cool story, I guess. But we actually don't care because we have Arc, so... And Judgment Rings being invisible is not a problem for us because we're awesome. At least we hope it's not going to be a problem for us because we got to use 3rd keys and we've only got 7 instead of 8. And 8 are there for safeties.
And also, okay, yeah, my day's been okay, but it's all the better now for being here.
I missed that last hit.
Do apologise for not being here for the majority. Did run away. Some of the enemy designs in this game are very weird.
I didn't put Haley in the front row, I put House in the front row. I mean, this is it. Just beat this guy to death. He's almost dead, but woo! Half-speed Judgment Rings.
The damage you output late game is very, very intense.
Yeah, this is very high.
Good evening, Terrell.
This boss is being like super nice to me. Physically attacking is by far his worst ability. So, should die on Haley's next attack. Why is he not dead? Weird. Alright. Goodbye, Hate. Nice of you to play with us. He is. He's punching him in the face with his eyeball. And there's a 7th key we need. That 7th key is what we use to kill the final boss. And Alice has moments here where she's like, oh, I'm fainty because I'm dying. Spoiler alert. We all know. I've talked about it like 1,000 times already. So. Alright, so we've got about 25 minutes left in this, probably. Would be about right. Yeah, so you should probably start getting ready. I already gave you the stream key. Did you get it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alright.
So obviously, when we do switch between games, the stream will be going down very momentarily, just whilst Gerrick finishes and then I take over. So don't go anywhere at the end of this fantastic run. Stick around for more. Gerrick will be doing commentary alongside me.
I am going to be AFK for probably the first, like, 30 minutes of the game, 45 minutes of the game, because I'm going to go eat.
Can't believe this.
Oh, he can't believe it, everybody. He can't believe it.
Just can't believe it.
It's nice of you to join us 5.5 hours into this run, by the way. Thanks for... Just so you know.
Do you want to go? Do you want to go?
Yeah, I'm just telling you, dude, like... I'm just telling you, like, I have to have sustenance, and my wife is waiting for me to cook dinner, because I told her I would. Because I'm a good man! So we're gonna, like I said, I'm gonna save after each of these bosses. World record was set a minute and a half ago, so I don't really care about that. And like you get a bunch of levels just from these bosses, so you don't really have to worry about anything like that. Why did I have the badge? I usually use a small jug, but. We don't need anything for this next boss. No. Oh my gosh, did I really run into both of those? That's awesome. Alright, so up we go. I love this song. It sounds so good. It's really short though. Only like 2 minutes long. So we have some warp points. We have like a little warp puzzle that we're going to do here. We're going to get a 5th key and another Talisman of Power, which is there just for safety, or we grab it for safety. We shouldn't need it really under any circumstances, but what I'm going to do is the final boss can do a ton of status effects. In fact, I'll probably not even be able to fuse into a mon against either the final boss or Messiah. I'll be using Raging Tiger. Because it doesn't really matter enough. And I'm going to make everybody immune to all the status effects in the game. Yuri, I could still fuse into a mon if I put the Crucifix on him, but I'm going to put a Crucifix on him, a Mind's Eye, and probably a small jug just to increase his physical attack damage. Just to be safe. Just because the final boss, he's going to do Holy Chest, and then another boss is going to do something that lowers your SP, or the final boss, which is Messiah will do Holy Chest, and then Meta God is going to do Time of Judgment, and he always goes first, and it lowers your SP. And it's meant to just kind of be like, there are not any keys after the 7th key is the highest key in this game. In the second game, there's an Eternal key, which will, it'll just go as long as you can hit them. If you do a Gamble Ring with the Eternal key, the hit area is less than a frame wide. Yes, that's right. It's less than a pixel wide. It's like half a pixel wide. If you hit it, your character who you hit it with will attack the boss until it dies. It sounds cool. It is cool. But it is largely it's not even worth trying to get in a speedrun, and we kill the final boss in the second game without it anyway. So.
Those strats that we have developed have been interesting.
Yep. Been a good time. Good time. Need doesn't. This boss can do petrify, but he doesn't do it very often, so I don't really worry too much about it. It is a possibility, but again, it's one of those things like I would rather just take my chances with it and have a good accessory on than anything else. Scapegoat's pretty easy. We just do what we've been doing. We just fuse into him on. Attack him once, use a bronze dagger, use a third key, finish him quickly. Or a gold hourglass, sorry. Death Touch puts you in critical HP. Nothing real special about it. Use a Thera Root, get her back up. And then we're going to use third keys and beat him to death. In this fight you can actually use third keys with Haley too, but I probably won't. I don't really want to mess with my rhythm and... While he does okay damage, it's not really a big deal. Because this boss is wind element, so Haley does less damage to him, so better to use him on. You know, F it. Let's just give it a shot, shall we? I normally wouldn't do this, but you know what? I'm crazy. I'll do what I want. Slash is going to hurt whoever it hits quite a bit.
I agree with that.
It's actually might kill him. It's gonna put him really low. Especially that crit, man. That's really nice. You know what? Oh, yep. That was unfortunate. I can't remember where his ring is. When it cuts it in half, it contracts from a certain side, and if you don't know where it is, it's kind of hard to tell for sure. I can't use a third key now. The reason I can't use a third key now is I need 1 or 2 as backup for Messiah, in case my 5th key misses, unless I mess up on my 5th key. Which is possible because I'm going to be using an item called Monkey's Paw, which is going to give me a random Judgment Ring or Fickle Ring, which means it can do whatever it wants every rotation. So I'm going to be using a 5th key with a Monkey's Paw and hoping that I can get good RNG, and if I don't, I need the 2 third keys as backup. Because it takes 2 third keys to kill him, because he can use an ability called Grace, which heals him for like 999 HP, but it actually heals him for about 1200. The amount your damage doesn't go above 999, or your healing doesn't go above 999, because the game doesn't roll that high, but it actually does more than that. So, like, you'll see me hit Metagod for 999, but I'm really hitting him for about 1100, I think. This is about right. And I've got to do a bunch of equipping here, where I'm going to equip a bunch of items to prevent people from getting hit with status effects, because this final bosses do status effects. Mine's on. Who's safe fix? Small joke. Cosmic bracelet. Okay. And she's wearing Crucifix. That's why I didn't need that other one. That's how rusty I am, unfortunately. I forgot that you get the free Crucifix off of Scapegoat. Alright. This is the final 2 bosses. I do still have my mind's eye. Take off. If you take that mind's eye off, the run's over. Because you can't kill this final boss. You can't kill these last 2 bosses, so. Alright, you're set up, ready to go, right? You're feeling good?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's going to be about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes at worst.
5 to 10 minutes. Exciting.
Excellent.
This, I know it didn't sound like it is, but it is very exciting. It's just my voice right now. I'm trying to rest it.
Yeah, Bowie appears to be ready. We're on the final 2 bosses. You fight this one and then you fight the next one, but you get fully healed in between. He's going to go first and he's going to open with Holy Chest. He always goes first and he always opens with Holy Chest. And then after that is done, we're gonna use Arc to fully heal everybody. Then we're gonna fuse into Raging Tiger, and we're gonna use a Monkey's Paw, and then we're gonna use a 5th key and hope we get through it. And if we don't get through it with the 5th key, a 3rd key will do it as well. Because if the game just decides to screw me, it just decides to screw me. Nothing I can do about it. So
again, another stellar design. It's very creepy.
So in order to try to assist Yuri, I'm going to make his hit areas double size. Which is very helpful. So we're going to use a Monkey's Paw. That triples Yuri's attack damage on top of his already double attack damage. And this is why we make sure that we have the status abnormalities preventions. He's got an invisible judgment ring or something. Here we go. Damn, I got screwed. I got a double speed ring, unfortunately. But it's going to do quite a bit of damage to him. You saw me do 999 damage. That's why I have the 3rd key backups. There we go. He's dead. Cool. That's why you need to make sure that you have the 3rd key backups, because yeah, the 5th key kills him in 1 turn for sure, but if you don't get the 5th key, you have the 3rd keys in backup. So you have to have at least 2. I like to have at least 2 3rd keys going into that fight, because then if the game decides to do what it did before, give you like a double speed ring or something, and you can't hit your 3rd key, your first 3rd key, you have your second 3rd key as a backup. Because otherwise that fight can just go on forever, and he's actually quite difficult. He can do a lot of really high-powered magics, and if he starts pounding on everybody, it can take forever. With the Monkey's Paw, luckily though, if you can just do like 2 attacks, you can kill him. It lasts for 3 or 4 turns. It lasts for quite a while. So, I'm going to do a very similar strat in this fight, but it'll be a little bit different. So. This next little scene right here is, I can't mash through it. It just goes the way it goes. And it doesn't give you a chance to equip anything. It just says, hey, is this party right?
Yeah. This end boss is very cool. So, enjoy this final boss fight.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be too long. And the text, like I said, you can't mash through the text. It's all auto-scroll. This is the one time you could possibly take a break, and it's like 45 seconds. So...
I'm just gonna go and grab some water.
Yep. So again, coming up next is Shadowheart's Covenant by Bowie the Hero. It will be new game any percent. And it's going to be about 6.5 hours, I would assume. 6 hours, 35 minutes, probably, right in that range. About as long as this game has been. And then we have Shadow Hearts from the New World later with the LCC, who will hopefully be joining us for Covenant. I'm going to go make dinner after this run, and then I'll be back to do the rest of the commentary for that game, and I'll be doing commentary for From the New World. So hang out with us for the rest of the day, and chill, and enjoy Shadow Hearts. Enjoy this awesome music. It's not too low. It's called Imbroglio. And this boss always goes first. He always does Time of Judgment on his first turns. Agreed, Happy Squid. Agreed. Covenant's gonna be about 6.5 hours, would be my guess. Well, feel free to follow Boy the Hero Dream, and I'm sure he'll be doing more runs. And again, this just fully heals everybody. We're working on it.
Good.
It's going. Do my customary Thera route on Yuri here just to make sure. Because I'm paranoid. Alright, fight is over, ostensibly. Time is when Metagod dies, when Yuri hits the final strike. 9 Springs puts whoever it hits to 1 HP. Oh man, it's gonna be really close. Actually, I should just fuse into him on.
I love that ending.
I don't know if it's actually gonna die.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it was really close. I had one more rotation to go though, so it's good. All right, 6 hours, 34 minutes, 13 seconds. Was the final
13.
time.
34-13.
Yep.
GG, sir.
That is Shadow Hearts 1, everybody. 6 hours, 34, 13 minutes. It's 17 minutes behind my PB. It's not too bad. Bowie is going to go live. I'm going to kill my stream.
Straight away. Just going to go straight for it. I guess that's the point in the...
I mean, I mean, we don't want to watch the ending or anything, right? Thank you,
well,
Squid.
if you don't want to.
I thought that was the...
That is the point in
just,
a relay, to be fair.
I mean, just let me know when you're ready, and I'll...
Our battle came to
Yeah,
an end.
1 second.
The god awakened by
Let me just get
human
everything
hands.
actually sorted. But first of all, GG, everyone. Just give him the clappers.
Yeah, that was a good run.
Get the clappers going.
There was a lot of really bad stuff that happened, but it's still a pretty good time considering how bad things went. So, it's not terrible. Could have been a lot better. It could have been a lot worse.
It can always be a bit worse.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been absolutely terrible. I had some really, really bad luck, but that is Shadow Hearts 1 speedrun. So, thank you guys so much. Continue to hang out. I'm going to be away from my computer for a little while, but I will be back.
I am ready to go, so just let you know.
I'm going to kill my stream right now. The stream is going to go down for a few seconds, and then Bowie's going to be picking it up, and he'll be running Shadowheart's Covenant any percent. Alright, thank you.